taking on Impala versus Nakuru RFC, and I'm joined in commentary. My name is Willie Wax, and I'm joined by my colleague all the way from Kampala, Ernest Akodiburungi. Ernest, karibu Nairobi.
Shukran sana, thanks for having me. Chilly morning, but looking forward to an exciting Kabeberi 7's tournament. This is one of those tournaments that will touch your heart in terms of the memories that and the people that were celebrating in this tournament, but then also will showcase the beauty of Kenyan rugby as a whole.
Fantastic, fantastic. And to just kick it off for Div 1, we have Impala RFC, who are like 7-time champions. They're joint top Kabeberi 7's champions alongside the host of the tournament, Mwamba, taking on Nakuru RFC, who've been playing very good rugby in the respective 7 series that we had last couple of weeks. And as you stated, it's going to be a breathtaking weekend. Looking forward to some exciting plays. And as the start of the build, you can see Nakuru there getting comfortable. And here there's just a line break. Not much ground was gained. Let's see how this one goes. Guys to watch out for. It's a tournament that I've seen teams had. The teams that had not played the Olympians now have the Olympians now in their respective lineups. I'm looking at the likes of Oilers. I'm looking at KCB. Some that put like 2 or 3 Olympians, but then if you had the third one, they were being added into this weekend fixtures. Honest, looking at this game, still young, still less than 2 minutes played, and not much. No one has crossed the chalk to get a point. Is there something unique we should be expecting from this game or from the tournament at large?
I think we just have to just keep an eye out for these two teams. They've been flirting a little bit with the Challenge Trophy. Nakuru broke into the Cup semi-finals in Kakamega during the Ingo 7's, but overall they blow hot and cold, and I think this is going to be the story of this game, Nakuru and Impala. A moment it will be exciting, and another moment it just dies down, but one of the players or two could stand up from either team and take it away for the first win.
Fantastic, fantastic, fantastic feedback right there. For those who are joining us, the weather in Nairobi is 14 degrees, and he's not the happiest of people, having just landed yesterday from Entebbe, landing at JKI, surprised that he had come with his summer dressing, and then he finds that Nairobi there's no summer. We're in mid semi-winter in Nairobi.
I'm just hoping the rugby can warm it up a bit.
Yeah, for real. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be one of those tournaments which, as it stands right now, Kabras are on top of the leg with the Kenya Harlequins, who've been also consistent in this entire setting. Kenya Harlequins is second, and then KCB, the defending champions of Kabeberi 7's, 2-time champions within back-to-back, 2022 and 2023. Immediately after the COVID restrictions were lifted, they've been champions, and they've been looking to defend it for the 3rd time. I'm not. It's a watch and see whether they're able to put their A game, because also for them, we've had a similar situation of blowing hot and cold, as you stated about some teams. Good flow of the ball there by Nakuru, and I believe here is the opportunity of the fast break, but he's been denied much ground to get access, and there's an infringement, and here we go. Nakuru RFC, he just handed over the ball. He was sure his supporting cast will have picked up the ball, but unfortunate for him, the Impala players were right there to the Lord's work. Very good running, and no one was really stopping him, just kept moving. There is a couple of mistakes, and as Annie said, predicted, it's going to be a hot and cold game, because you're seeing some great movement, then all of a sudden lackluster performance, so it leaves you wondering and gasping for what else could be done in this fixture. So let's see how Impala now, with the momentum, just about to cross the halfway point, and they've crossed in and out, and right there, ladies and gentlemen, we have our first try with over 4 minutes played, Ernest.
Try time. Impala Saracens.
You're waiting for him to be sure. Anything can happen in sevens.
I mean, you have to ground the ball for the try to count. It's Impala have defended really well from their own try area after that quick reset, but we will notice that Nakuru was slow to set, and that's why the ball carrier went in alone. The defense came late, and the turnover was affected. Then Impala went, to work with the ball, swinging it left, right, and center. And once they got to the right edge, they made use of all those numbers. They had 7 men on their feet, moving the ball, and the outside man uses that touch line to beat his opposite, opposite winger. And
just an in and out, and he was away.
Yeah, easy finish.
Impala take the lead against Nakuru, and the scores are now 7-0. This is the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens.
Try was by Makia Timothy from Impala Saracens.
Been held from the year 1988, if I'm not wrong.
We're in the first half of the game, ladies and gentlemen. Impala
Another
Saracens
collection right there.
RFC. Impala Saracens, 7 times winner of the Kabeberi Sevens against the
I think that was a good contest at the breakdown by Nakuru. First man on the ball. Maybe in the eyes of the referee, didn't do enough to win that turnover, but the player arriving to secure the ball ended up giving away the penalty.
Yes. Oh, I thought the guy was all the way out. Nakuru RFC with the ball. Impala was smart not to overcommit in that. That's, if I'm not wrong, that's Christus Ojuang, an Olympian. And Nakuru here just to answer. And he's going all the way to the center. He's decided we're not going to let ourselves down, and score is 7-5 with the conversion to come.
Sevens is a game of numbers, and Nakuru made use of the numbers. That first carry on the best. Christian Ojuang cuts back against the grain with the 4 men still on the open side, and once he made that dominant carry, you can see there's an extra man on the outside, but they don't need to use him because they've just made the ball go through the hands and made the numbers count. Easy finish in the middle as well. And this is what we talked about this game as we go into the break, that Nakuru and Impala will just play. You could say it's a laissez-faire game, but they're putting in the effort.
Yes.
And then suddenly there will be one moment when everything clicks for either team, and that's why we have this balanced score at the break. And
to imagine that this is the first fixture of Division 1, and immediately after this one, this is Pool A. The other two teams in this pool, Kabras are taking on Strathmore. Another mouth-watering start into this tournament. And that's a quench partner right there on your screen, being Saturday. If you're at home and wondering how to catch this action, you can make your way to the RFUEA Grounds on Gong Road, where the George Kabeberi Memorial 7's is happening. You can get your tickets from MOOC. It's through MOOC. Let me not advertise the wrong ticket service provider. Welcome to. Is there adjustments? And still looking at, because I'm guessing both coaches will go to the bench and look for how well to strengthen the second half. But what adjustments will you be looking at from a team like let's look at both teams. So for Nakuru, what will there be adjustments for them? What will be the adjustments for Impala?
I think for Nakuru, you just need your players to be quicker, to play with urgency, get at the breakdown quickly, make the pass, make a good pass as quickly as you can if you need to. The question is about your decision making. You're going to carry, make that decision early to carry, and then the next player also knows that my job now is to secure this breakdown, or to pick up the ball, or to run a supporting line. That's what they need to do, Nakuru, and it's the same in defense. Impala, on the other hand, the penalty count was a bit worrying.
Yes, yes, yes.
So they need to watch their discipline, listen to the referee, work as a unit, and it's going to click for them.
And there is the second half. Kickoff coming from Nakuru, going towards the Impala side, and it goes a good 10. And Impala collect the ball, and here is a run, very good onto the wing. And as it stands, this guy is he had made some move, but then an attempt to try and leave the ball in the playing field is not fruitful, as he's pushed into touch.
Yeah, he lost that ball forward, so I think Impala have a decision to make. Nakuru have a decision to make. Do they go
line out or the scrum?
line out or scrum?
I think they voted for the line out. I think they had stepped. He had his foot was in touch. That is a penalty. He went the jumper above the shoulder. This is Ojuang. That was smart of him, committing the defender. He's playing well in the ground. Unfortunate for Impala, they've been reduced to 6 men.
Yeah, he had the rock was already secured. He had his hands in there, he's off his feet. Too many infringements. I think you leave the referee with no choice.
Give the referee only the most feasible was just to send him out to go and sit in the naughty boy chair for 2 minutes. As stated, this action is taking place at the RFUEA Grounds on Gong Road. We're looking at a good way to spend your day. Make your way to the RFUEA Grounds for this action-packed weekend. You see, that ball can frustrate you.
How have Nakuru let this opportunity go begging? I mean, Impala a man down,
Yes.
but the pass was not clean.
They had the possession.
The pass was not the cleanest, but we've reached the point where Impala seem to be playing more than Nakuru in terms of the urgency that they need to have with like in the game. So
Linus Kamande, the center referee there, ensuring nothing is going against his watch. This is Impala playing with 6 men and doing their best. Not the smartest of passes, but they have to deal with they make the bed to lie on it. This is quite something. I'm seeing Impala will be back to full complement within the next minute or so, and to imagine how they've been able to maintain and keep composure, because they're playing with inside the Nakuru half, and there was no advantage. There was a knock while that guy was going to tackle, but the only advantage was that there was a wrap. Otherwise, that would have been a second yellow.
yeah, I mean, Nakuru have not made it count the advantage that they had, and such opportunities as well with men might not come in such a game. It's the first game of the first round. There's always going to be people are not yet, let's say, switched on fully, and this is a game where you can lose the entire tournament. You might not win it today, but you lose a game like this, it means that there's in your pool already there's Cabras and Strath, and suddenly you're looking at finishing third.
Whoa! Honest, this is a team that is a man down. I believe this is the first upset of the day.
Could be there's still 2 minutes on the clock.
Well, like just to imagine that now they have an opportunity to go 14-7. They'll still have the kickoff. It'll be to their advantage. I'm not sure about what stop clock. Idea will be to kick it deep after this conversion. If it's successful, kick it deep and keep them within their half and try and hold it till the end of the game.
The referee is trying to consult with the assistant referees. I think it was a good intercept, maybe
Was
from
the guy
an
offside?
offside position.
Yeah,
maybe.
that's my point. So has the game been called back? Or if I'm seeing the AR also going, then this is the try has been counted. So the AR is going to confirm that the conversion is successful. Though from where we sat, I cannot blame the referee on the AR. It was too close to call whether it was offside or not. As we have the benefit of watching it on the screen, Ernest.
Yeah.
Linus Kamande was there consulting with Oscar Ndereva. So the two and the third AR inside Kenya.
Impala have done so well in this second half to make use of the few opportunities that they've got, and now Nakuru have to work from deep inside their own area against an equal number of men.
Unlike previously where they had an extra man. Had this been a turnover, that would have been a totally different ball game right there. Whoa. Now it's a do or die for Nakuru, and they've decided we're not letting this one go, and they're going for the center to ensure they equal this match. As Ernest as you stated, they're coming from deep, and with this conversion they may be able to equal the scoreline. It's successful, and the score goes 14-14. Nakuru 14, Impala 14.
Felix from Nakuru RFC.
Sevens can be 7 minutes look like they're not too many, but once you have a lead of just one try with 2 minutes on the clock is far from enough, especially in this day and age. You need at least 3 tries to be safe. And now Nakuru and Impala have just 25 seconds to play for the win, or they'll have to settle for the draw.
Nakuru able to maintain, and here is Nakuru looking. Oh, Nakuru have done it, coming from deep, and they've been able to take one up against Impala. Impala were good within the first, I would say, first 4 minutes or 5 minutes of the second half, where even at one point they were 6 men and able to take a lead. But Impala with what's it call it? Looking at the experience that they've pulled, looking at some of the major players coming in hard to ensure that they take this win 21-14.
I mean, Nakuru have worked hard for what should have been an easy win against Impala. That try has been a result of the team just getting one sequence of play right. They contested at the kickoff, as they are going to do now, and they put points on the board. Maybe they can clean up with this final play and add an extra that can boost their points difference.
They've decided it's too much work. What Ernest is saying, they're not looking at adding one more. And that's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. First game of the Division 1 schedule in Pool A has Nakuru winning 21-14 against Strathmore. No, sorry, against Impala. Second game, we'll have Kabras taking on Strathmore Leos. And for that fixture, center referee will be Joseph Momo, assisted by Robinson Kiplangat and Innocent Kimathi.
Right now, Nakuru RFC against Impala, 21-14. Against Strathmore Leos.
Second fixture in Pool A, Kabras, the overall circuit leaders, against Menengai Oilers, against Strathmore Leos rather, who are in 9th place. And if we are to take a look at all the other pools, Pool A, of course, Kabras, Nakuru, Strathmore and Impala. But I think the big business is going to be in Pool B with Harlequins, Nondis, the Easter Falcons, and Black Blood. When you take a look at the other pools, we have Menengai Oilers, Monks, Stallions, and Kisumu in Pool B. Pool D, Masinde Muliro, KCB in an unfamiliar second seed in that pool. Mwamba, the host today, and MKU Thika.
And the kickoff coming from the Madaraka University side. Game started with a couple of errors. Not much advantage there. Strathmore, the possession. Going wide and wide. Wide pass. That's Ayimba. That is King George. Semamama style, deadly. You know, he was very instrumental in Kenya making it back into the 7's series.
It's a decently stacked team, Strathmore Lears.
Yes, just that they've been blowing hot and cold. That's been an issue. They're a very decent team. They can do great things. Just that it's not sparked in well for them. And you can see, because they already have a very clear path. That pass is well collected and being able, that's Ayimba, very good step back in. Very good play. And here they have the advantage of going, and ball is knocked. Not sure that there was an advantage, I guess yes.
Yeah, their penalty advantage. The final pass was not the best from Olo. But they've worked well, Strathmore Leos, from inside their own half, won that turnover, and they've slowly built possession, gained that territory, and now they have a penalty in front of the uprights. This is one place where you get to split the defense. Do you go right? Do you go left? Those are questions that the defense will have to answer, and a very well-structured team like Strathmore Leos will strike fast against the series leaders.
It's just usually dependent on how well the scrum half comes out. He decides to go whichever direction, and it's an advantage on that side. You seen what he done? That's it. That pass was given off too early, but he's able to go all the way for the try. And Strathmore draw fast blood. And there you go, 24-7.
Try time, Strathmore Leos.
That's good set play. For a moment, I thought the fly half had moved a little bit too quickly in that move, and that's what forced the scrum half to have to shuffle a bit and then go to the left side. But it became a one-on-one attack defense situation, and Strathmore have won that contest.
And score remain 5-0 as the conversion went wide.
There's a transfer through the hands, and then one-on-one defense and attack situation there. It's been won by the player in attack, but you'd expect the series leaders Cabras to respond and respond really, really hard.
Cabras knocked. There's an offload that would have gone well. That's Mutua, part of the Morans. Another opportunity for Strathmore to showcase from a scrum. Let's see how this one comes out. It's still too early to call and say it's an upset, but it's a good play. They've clicked better within the first 3 minutes of this game. Very good running, and they've been able to maintain the possession.
Oh, it's a good finish. Oh, it's a beautiful finish in the corner. Strathmore Leos are meaning business in this.
Title the year 2009.
And to imagine this
In this ball game, look at how quickly he got off the ground, picked the ball and dived in the corner.
To imagine this pool has Impala, Nakuru. So this is going to be a mouth-watering pool to watch out for. But then you stated that pool B is even more crazy.
I think the points difference is going to matter most. Nakuru kicked the ball out in the last possession of the game, but when you see Strathmore with now 10 points against Kabras, you'd expect the easy thing to think would, the easy prediction would be to think that Kabras will come from behind and win this game. But as it stands, if things do not change like this, then Strathmore will have the upper hand in the pool. So the other teams are now looking at a points difference against a would-be series leader or like pool topper, and Strathmore, as it stands, have 10 points on them. Will Nakuru and Impala raise 10 points against Kabras? Maybe, maybe not. But Strathmore are earning their flowers as it stands at the moment.
Kabras now with possession. And here they make the move. They've played slightly wide. Good contest, but there's good ball carrying there. Nice for Strathmore to set their defense.
I think this is the first meaningful possession of Kabras in the entire game, and you can see how the structure is beginning to click and fall into place.
There's an advantage. There's a man, not the best of passes, but there's a man advantage on this other side. He's gone to the try. He's gone to the try.
Yeah.
Kabras are able to collect the 5 points with the conversion to come.
Kabras.
As you stated, Kabras were not going to let it lie and just let it flow. They've been able to collect the ball. They've been able to marshal all the way from their 22, end-to-end movement of the ball. And as it stands, with the conversion to come, scores a 10-5. Let's see how this one goes. And not the best of conversion attempts.
It was an ambitious effort trying to kick it from that tight angle, but either way, they've done half the job in the first half. That's putting a point on the scoreboard, and then level matters with just 1 minute left to play. And that was a good finish as well, using the momentum to slide over and then turn and ground the ball.
Very good clearance from that. That's Mutua, the ball carry. Good offload. There's a ball knocked there. I believe we're going into not yet half time, so Joseph Momo.
Yes, it is half time.
It is half time.
So Strathmore.
The slight lead, not a slight lead, the 5-point lead. Don't say slight. Any point is a point. 5-point lead against the series leaders, Kabras Rugby. I would say it's still cold in Nairobi. Teams have yet to warm up. And you know, the tournament, or what you usually say about 7's, is that the tournament grows as the day progresses and becomes even more final within the second within the second day, when it's the knockouts of the quarter semis and the main finals.
Kabras will be quite lucky bagging this Kabeberi 7's title for the first time in the 35th edition. Kama ndo unaingia tunataka kusema mambo bado. Kipindi cha pili wanachuana sasa Kabras na Strathmore Leos. Wakiongoza ni Strathmore Youth kwa alama 10, Kabras 5. Tunasema tu dakika ni 14, alafu tutakuwa tunajua mshindi na mshindi.
Momo indicates commencement of the second half. The Sugarmen taking on the Academia. Very good collection of that kickoff, and he's taking, and these are wheels, proper wheels all the way. Honest, you know, like it looks as if they'll stop him, but he kept moving.
Welcome to 7's Rugby.
1 minute, it's a kickoff. Next minute, it's a try.
You know, you mentioned that the tournament picks up on day 2, but you can tell who means business right from the start on day 1, and Strathmore are serious here at the Kabeberi 7's.
I wish to differ a bit. There was a team at Christie's, I'll not mention which one, but day 1, they had excellent performance. Day 2, the first game of the quarters, they lost by like 30-0. So I'm wondering, at times it just becomes tricky. And then also they say, it depends on where you sleep on that Saturday night. Did you sleep well? Did you rest enough? Did you have the proper mindset coming into the second game of the tournament? But hey, this is the second game of Div 1, where we're having Kabras taking on Strathmore Leos. Leos are leading 15-5 with almost around 5 minutes to play. Kick is deep. I'm usually worried about the bounce of that ball. That orange, that oval ball does not have respect of any human. It can decide to land anywhere and bounce in whichever location it wants to go. I figure that will be a tackle because George was right there.
It's good.
George is strong. Kabras good.
Kabras appear to still be shocked by what Strathmore have brought to the table in this first game.
To imagine that this is a turn, it's a turn of what we expect of Kabras on a normal. Good pass over the week. Strathmore with the ball. If they go all the way wide, they have an advantage. If they go all the way wide, they have an advantage. A good step in. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
Unbelievable.
Whoa. Whoa.
Try time.
And that's the tale of the story. You know, you can see in the background, you can see the Kabras player on his knees and 3 players in support from Strathmore Leos. They've simply not matched the intensity that these university boys have brought in this pool game early on.
Who's showing the better intensity and better focus going into day 2? But this day 1, as it stands, that's some great rugby coming up from Strathmore Leos. As it stands with 4 minutes to play, they're leading these series leaders 20-25.
And you can add the conversion as well, 22 points to 5.
That's a 17 points.
Kabras need to score 3 times, and those are 3
converted.
converted tries.
Whoa. It's a deep to come from. They're the series leaders.
Strathmore Leos, 22.
Would expect them to
Kabras
be able to push,
5.
but the disadvantage about, it's 22-10, not 22-5.
It's still 5.
From right to left. Here we're having Strath. They've been able to maintain possession of that, and this is deep inside the... As I told you, this ball does not have respect for anyone. They've lost it in.
I mean, that's good gains from Strathmore Leos. Get the kick. You have the kick to Kabras, win the kickoff contest, get the ball, and now as the defense is on rushing to press, kick it behind them. The bounce was a little bit in their favor, but the handling does not go well. Beauty about it is that Kabras now have 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes. They need to score 3 tries, and they are going to have to first dig from inside their own 22.
Very good play of rugby right there by the university students. They elect to kick it all the way from their 22, and there's a very proper chase. How well does he get off from this? And you know, playing it wide also means that they have an advantage. Is there support?
It would have been interesting to see how Strathmore attack on open field.
Knock. 2 minutes to play. Kabras inside the kick made them get off the pressure, and they've turned the pressure back to the university students. And within that, this is within their 22, and there is the scrum is to the advantage of it's a Kabras scrum.
Of course, you know, the longer, the more the clock ticks, the less time they have to
get 3 converted.
To get back in this game. They need to be quick and
knock
and fast in their approach in this game.
And they've lost possession for the moment. Are they able to collect it? Yes, they've been able to collect it. It's not an easy scenario here with Kabras going for a heavy run outside. Will be able to get this one in at the center. Scare right there. And here they are.
Conversion successful.
That's the first of 3. Will they have enough time to go all the way? But Kabras have made use again of 7's is a game of numbers. There's lots of space.
We're in the second half of the game.
You're attacking 7 against 7. Strathmore have pulled one out on defense to try and contest at the other breakdown, so it becomes 6 versus 7. But at the end of the day, this is what they should have been doing from the very start, and they'll be disappointed with the result if the comeback is not successful. But
that's very true, and if they're not able to execute the comeback, it's totally on them on how well this one was executed. They'll blame themselves for it.
A minute and a half is a long time in 7, so
and Strathmore have been able to maintain possession of the ball. Went backwards. Was it a knock? They've knocked again.
Yeah, and
pressure.
A minute and a half is a long time. Was that the hooter? Did I hear the hooter?
If I'm not wrong, the time, maybe our timer was a bit not set, but I believe we are within of play. I'm not full effect of that turnover. Those 3 tries happening. Let's see what they're able to do. That's Mutuak. He's gone into trouble because he's all by himself there. But he's a strong ball carrier. And they have an advantage there. You can see the advantage. Yes. And they've been able to capitalize on it. And the scores now is 22-17.
I think that should be the last play. Should be the last play of the game. Strathmore have pulled off the first upset of the tournament.
Is it really off? Has the center referee confirmed it?
Yeah, because this clock has been at 1:41 for quite a while.
How is that one? The AR not successful.
And yeah, that should be the last play of the game.
And that's confirmed. This is the first upset of the tournament. Impala nearly pulled one on
Nakuru.
Nakuru. Kabras will now have to dig deep in their next fixture. second game they'll be going against Impala, and then the last game they'll be going against a four who reported yesterday. I was looking at the post from the social media platform of Nakuru FC, and they said in their pool they have a revenge to take, and I doubt they're talking about Impala or Strathmore. I believe they're talking about Kabras.
And now Kabras will be playing like a wounded farmer in a sugar plantation.
That's not fair of you.
So it's all to play for.
Going into the third fixture, we have Kisumu RFC taking on the Catholic Monks.
Maybe the farmer's been bitten by a lion.
And this is a situation where we're having another university team.
Teams appear to have forgotten what the coin toss was, and
I'm like,
won the,
so what
won
do you
the
say,
toss,
left or right,
won
right or left? Patrick Vieri with the ball. Started off for the Catholic Monks. University side from, they don't want to hear that they're from Rongai.
Good contest in the air, appeared to be short, but
it was collected
yes,
by Kisumu, and I believe that's the reason they played on. Kisumu with a very good collection, and here they have an opportunity to make something of this. Wow. End to end, they may have an advantage because of the wing. So they lost that ball. Ball being tossed up and down, and the referee looks at it and looks at John Ochara and wonders what was that toss of the ball. And here we have the opportunity for Kisumu to kickstart it, and we have Ogutu Teddy starting his off. Another end to end, but center referee for this one, we have the one and only Rodney Kipkoech. Kisumu playing some good rugby, being able to hold onto their possession, but not the best of passes. They didn't lose that one, kept on to it. Good to Teddy, and they've lost possession. Opportunity for the Monks. Not the best of passes. He overcommitted his defender.
I think he just chucked it forward without turning to see.
Had that one been clean, that would have been a good, because there was no sweeper, there was no one to stop him. But there was an infringement there. So we go back. I believe it's a scrum.
Yeah, forward pass.
Must have been a forward pass. Eh?
Yeah, clearly forward out of the hands.
Catholic Monks have been a dark horse in the last respective fixtures. They made another quarter.
Yeah, they've had quite the series. They were in the semi-finals at Christie 7's, finished fifth in the fifth place playoff at Ingo 7's, and then dropped. They've been working downwards, dropped to 7th in Dala Kisumu, where the boys at home, Kisumu RFC, collected the wooden spoon. They finished 16th, and I think, like we said, but the results, you can predict the results basing off the most recent performances, but at the end of the day, when you've seen a result like Strathmore against Kabras, then all the predictions fly out of the window, and it's now all to play for.
As Anis stated, it's all to play for any team that's going against the scrum immediate. I believe that ball had it been released would have made more impact, but I think they're playing advantage. Yes, and we go back as Rodney gives direction, and we have Wademi Dozie starting it off, and let's see what Kisumu are able to execute from here.
Was that a handling error? Yes, it was on the
I
floor.
believe there was one on the floor. He touched it, and then there was a play on. I was like, unless the rule has changed. But glad that I believe the AR spotted it and informed the referee, and we're back for the scrum down.
It's the fine margins of the sport, and Kisumu might not be the biggest of like challengers in this Kabeberi sevens, but when you're Catholic monks, you're looking to finish as high as possible, then you don't want to leave anything to chance, and they will need those 50-50 calls, or those calls that maybe the referee could have missed. They will need the assistant referee to spot them, and then they can be able to start their attack.
The monks with the ball, one-on-one, in and out. There's an opportunity there for no float, but it was too tight. Kisumu tried a turnover, not possible. And here the monks. And to remember that that actually caused an upset in day one against Cabras at Christie 7's. The game ending in a draw.
Good turnover.
I
thought it didn't show daylight, but just that quick release was enough for the referee, and now we see one of those trademark Kenya moves of holding up the ball carrier and forcing that turnover.
Yeah, it's stated, a scenario where if you're mugged and the main agenda of the guys who are mugging you is to get your phone, is for you to just release the phone. So that's usually the ball, and they state, you can hear it, asema toa simu. So it's really a very clear statement. For those who know, they know.
These are much better now. That I think you would only expect to get mugged on the rugby pitch. And that's what the Catholic monks have done after nearly squandering possession to Kisumu. Ooh, beautiful step, catch, pass, and then commit. I would love to take another look at that. Good side steps, left the player struggling to find his footing, the opposite man, and now Catholic monks have finally, it's taken quite a while, but they finally got the scoreboard ticking, and that turnover, long ball out wide, forces the defender, on rushing defenders to slow down a bit, and just a slight step will cause problems for a defender who is not quick and aware. Just take a look at that side step again. Hop step, and you're rushing to commit your man, and then now the outside man has to come back inside to cover your space.
And that's
the gap,
it.
gap
Offload of
opens
the
up on
ball,
the outside.
and it's a try. The Catholic monks take a 5-point lead, almost a minute to play. The ball goes deep inside.
Yeah, that should be halftime. Catholic monks taking a late score and 5-point lead against Kisumu into the break. Sun is yet to come out. It's coming to 10 o'clock here in Nairobi, but the rugby was not going to wait any longer for it to clear out. Still a bit chilly, overcast skies here at the RFUEA Grounds on Ngong Road in Nairobi, Kenya. We'll be back on the other side of halftime.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just getting into the RFUEA, I welcome you to the 35th edition of the Kabeberi 7's year 2024. Happening right now is Catholic Monks against Kisumu RFC. And this year's Kabeberi 7's has been proudly sponsored by Sport Pesa,
Second half kickoff.
KCB, Tesson Sports, Reality Media, and the KRU.
Rodney Kipkoech indicating for us to commence, and good kick. And here Monks with the opportunity of making a dance against the Dala team. Spots a gap. Not to measure, the ball is knocked, but it's knocked backwards, so there's a flow of the ball from the university side. Playing the ball on the ground. Not really. I believe there's a play of the ball on the ground.
Let's see what the referees have to say.
Rodney there consulting with one of his assistant referees. Oh, it's been called against them. So Kisumu RFC
Has called for the high tackle.
was a high tackle, okay. Tackler release, the call that comes in, and the ball is moving end to end, and they've lost possession.
Double knock on.
There's no advantage, and there's a high tackle there. So you have to go back to the mark.
The referees today are playing really, really long phases of advantage.
They've called for a scrum. The next game will be pitting another team B, a Pool B team fixture where Menengai Oilers will be taking on Stallions. Stallions are very good outing back in Kisumu last weekend. An opportunity for them to showcase why they made it into Div 1 plays.
That ball was out.
And that's what Ernest calls a Kenyan trademark. Referee, I believe she'll just call it. There's no movement, there's not much is happening, and it's a scrum. For the Catholic Monks. To play for and this fixture, as it's just a 5-point lead, is gone to the outside. It'll be taken out of the field of play, and that's going to be a Kisumu RFC possession. If you're at home, I'll tell you, try and make your way all the way to the RFUEA Grounds. It's going to be an action-packed. Imagine that there's been a disappointing scoreline. There's been one upset. So I'm guessing if you've not seen Kabras play when wounded, you need to make your way to the RFUEA Grounds, as they have a fixture against Impala, and a last one will be playing against Nakuru RFC, who stated yesterday in their socials they have a bone to pick. So let's see how that fixture comes out.
We still have quite a number of games before we get to that bone picking situation.
That'll be one of the last. That's the third game of their pool. Kisumu RFC have an opportunity here to cause an upset because one converted try changes this entire scoreline. There's an offside position there. Kisumu with the opportunity, but they're deep inside their half. Here they are trying to make a move. Football carry maintaining possession. Now trying to move it from their right to their left.
They should have had maybe advantage for the defenders were on rushing. They did not go the full length to get back on side.
Very correct from Anis there. Good observation. As of now, Kisumu with the possession. They need to make this one count.
Yeah, no advantage gained for that at that high tackle.
I believe they were 5 meters ahead, and they were still their possession. If you ask me, they were still advantage. But okay, cool. It's a call for a penalty, and here they are in and out, trying to make ground, going close to the 22. That arm was leading. That was a leading, I could see. Leading arm.
The opportunity was there for Kisumu to maintain possession, get the flow going, you know, have men running at the ball, but the defense in the Catholic Monks has not given them that chance. They've not left any blade of grass open for them to go through, and I think we shall have a stoppage there. That signal is for an injury substitution, blood replacement for the Catholic Monks.
Second half of the game, Catholic Monks against Kisumu RFC. Catholic Monks on the lead with 5, Kisumu RFC 0. Kama tu unajumuika hapa nasi ndani ya uwanja wa RFUEA, sasa ni mchuano kati ya Kisumu RFC na Catholic Monks. Wanaongoza ni Catholic Monks kwa alama 5, Kisumu RFC 0.
This is the first game in Pool B. Coming up next will be the Benengai Oilers taking on Stallions, and then we shall have Pool C on to Pool D, and that will be the end of the first round of action in this Kabeberi Memorial 7's. But as it stands with a couple of seconds left to play in this match between Catholic Monks and Kisumu RFC, the Monks have a slim 5-point lead over Kisumu, and they have a set piece to play from. Maybe they could get the chance to double their lead in this last play.
It's something you indicated that the times the points difference can come in handy, especially on day 2, and if you have an opportunity to gain one more, as what the Monks have done, in and out fake of it, and is able to go all the way wide to add the score and to close it down for the Catholic Monks against Kisumu.
It's good set play, one strike move, one set piece. This is straight from the training ground, and as the hooter goes, the Monks they've got the job done. You know, you take a game at a time, you win the first game, you put enough points on the board, then you can now start looking at what your opponents are doing. But as it stands, the Monks will be happy to take the full-time hooter.
Conversion not successful. Catholic Monks 10.
There's that move, and he was at full pace, managed to just fake the cross-covering defender with that inside-outside step at full throttle. Not very many defenders will be able to stop that, because there's the threat of cutting back inside and just continuing all the way out.
That was John Ochar for no, sorry, not John Ochar. That was Owino Samuel Fro. Catholic Monks doing that, what Anis was just talking about, in and out, fake of it, going all the way and getting the extra 5 for Catholic Monks. And the full-time scores: Catholic Monks 10, Kisumu RFC 0. Game number 4. Game number 4. We're pitting another Pool B fixture where Menengai Oilers are taking on Stallions Rugby. And the Oilers will be the ones to kick it off against Stallions. Stallions have been very colorful and great in the Div 2 fixtures where they've made it all the way into Div 1 and now showcasing why and how they've made it all the way here. Those who know, that's John Okoth going all the way to Abukuse. This is a very strong Oilers team. It has Olympians in it.
I think Oilers is a team I want to see do well on the 7th circuit. Kabras and KCB have enjoyed the dominance since COVID, but I would want to see them, shake the table and then get their rewards at the end of the circuit.
Sabukuse with pace, everyone knows, in and out. Another scenario, honest.
They always play well at this point. They always get the results going on day 1, but on day 2 somehow it just doesn't click, and I hope this can be the foundation of a successful Kabeberi 7's tournament.
It will be great to see them in the semis advancing into the finals and being able to go and do something great there. And he even had John Okoth right there if he needed to offload that as a pass. There would have been a good combination just to finish it off, but there was no need of an offload to John Okoth as Oilers take the lead 7-0 against the Stallions Rugby.
It's a good kickoff up in the air. Give your chasers enough time to contest, and that's exactly what they've managed to do.
Wow. Wow. And going for yet another. They're not stopping him. They've not. They've had a difficult period. The first 2 minutes, it's been all Oilers. And here they are with another opportunity to go for yet another on. It's a try.
I mean, the Oilers are a well-oiled system. It's in the name, but they now have the name recognition as well. They have men you would recognize just by seeing the Kenya Shujaa team, just by seeing the Morans as well. And this is now where it begins to make the difference against teams like Stallions, when you're seeing people that you've been watching on TV, seeing people that have been training with the national team, and you're facing against them. Even the way they carry themselves changes, because now you're part of the big boys and you need to work hard to stay on top, and that's what the Oilers are doing with just very quick and systematic dismantling of the Stallions early on in this game.
As Anis stated very clearly, it's a battle of who's better in all sets of the game. Is it in clearing? Is it in runs? Is it in ball possession? And of all those scenarios, Oilers have been on top within the last 3 minutes, and the scoreline clearly shows why they've been the ones who've taken lead of this fixture. Yet another good collection straight from the line out. They've maintained, of the first 3 kickoffs, they've maintained all the 3 of them.
And that's how you want to play 7's, maintain possession, whether you're kicking or receiving, you want to maintain possession, and Oilers are doing just that with their kickoffs, good kickoffs from once they're all going to the left side.
And that is it. You've seen that one? That's John Okoth. He's running. You remember him from the Challenger Series for Kenya 7's while we're trying to make it back to the HSBC Series. He was very instrumental in our final game, and he's a very great ball carrier. He can make something out of nothing, and you can see that he was way inside his half, and he's been able to make the move all the way back into the 22 of the Stallions. Stallions were ever smart without breakdown, because when the players was set the rack, they just shoved it a bit. They lost possession. Position now becoming theirs. So let's see what the Stallions are able to do from this one now.
This is going to be their first possession of the ball. First meaningful possession, but it's deep inside their own area.
Kick. That would have been the most sensible, and they've done right there. That's the oval ball, which you never know how it's going to bounce. And good movement, good ball possession, and good knocks of the opponents right at him. So let's see. They've kept the position for less than 30 seconds, and it's back to the Oilers. As you said, it's a very well-oiled machine. And as you stated, you would wish that they carry on this great performance, not only in day one, but also in day two, all the way to the final. Good ball movement, very great ball movement. And that fake, just the thought that he was going to offload it to someone made the defender look the other side. And he's made the run, and that's yet another scoreline. And as it stands, it's Oilers 17, Stallions 0, with the conversion to come.
There's not much art or science to it. It's the basics. Oilers are doing the basics really well. Catch, pass, commit, and then when the gap opens up, you get a simple flash of individual brilliance there from the players on the outside. That's when the gaps begin to open up. And that's sweet finish from Ogeta Beldad. It's just easy. Just carry the ball through, dummy, and this gap opens up.
Because the Suns is 19-0 in favor of the Oilers. They do a very sneaky kickoff where they just kick it for just the 10, and that's John Okoth. He's gained ground. And we go into halftime, ladies and gentlemen, with that scoreline. Oilers leading against the Stallions 24-0.
Rugby. On the lead, Menengai Oilers at 24, Stallion Rugby 0. This is the second half of the game.
Back for the second half. Stallions kicking it straight into the hands of Abukose, and he's going to run all the way under and over the whitewash through the middle. He decides to cut back inside, looking for the better conversion, and that's just about enough. 70 meters run, one man, one possession, try time for the Menengai Oilers.
Try time. Menengai Oilers. Abukuse Dennis.
Conversion is good. There's that break from Abukuse. Good running form as well. Then stop, turn.
Conversion successful.
He has the power as well to just go over the try line.
Oilers 31. Stallion Rugby 0.
Menengai Oilers are putting a good score, a high score over the Stallions. They will be leading in this pool. Catholic Monks had just 10 points on the board against Kisumu, and so we can begin to see how this pool is going to shape up as the gaps begin to open again as well for the Oilers. They're now just outside the 22 ball in the hands of Cavoli, Alvin are now out. Putwali born to the open side wing, back to the first possession, but penalty goes the way of the Oilers. They have to shuffle it quickly so they can get a quick restart going. Penalty for offside just at the 5.
Clearly, Oilers just started off from where they stopped. And at the 5, with John Okoth on the ball, you know, this is, you can count this one being a very good offload, and there they've gone all the way and collected yet another 5-pointer.
Should be Amos Obain, the jersey number 6.
It's not been working for Stallions.
Try time, Menengai Oilers conversion successful. Menengai Oilers.
It looked like John Okoth would carry it forward. And that was the deception. He taps, and then 2 men rush onto him. Then there's that just little opening for Bae to just attack on the shoulder, could form his low ball in 2 hands, and he uses his body weight to ground it.
I'm still feeling as if Stallions may be out in this fixture, but not out in this tournament, as they have their remaining fixtures against Catholic Monks and Kisumu RFC, where they can be able to pull up something from it. So I'm vouching for them, considering they've just made it to Div 1. So for me, I'm vouching for the Stallions rugby team. And Oilers, as Ernest is well put it, very well oiled team, leading 38 points to nothing against the Stallions, who are having a very tough day in the office, as you can see even from that scrum. And Oilers not able to keep the possession after they'd already just pushed and taken back possession from that scrum.
I think one of the things, it's on the very fine margins of the law, but with how strong the Oilers scrum is, Stallions to beat on the engage, and
actually true.
and the Oilers will be penalized for early shoving. Otherwise, if they are going for like a neck and neck battle, they're always going to come out second as we've seen in this scrum.
And there we go again with the Oilers going for 43 points to nothing with all of 2 minutes to play.
Cavoli Alvin couldn't have had an easier finish at the wing, but like we mentioned, Catholic Monks are no match for Oilers at that scrum. It's their ball, but it turns out on the opposite side because of the power that is coming from those 3 men.
Not the Monks, Stallions rugby.
Stallions rather. Yeah. So
Monks are tricky to play against. They look small-bodied, but they execute some very unique things. I've seen Caleb there with the assistant coach with Jawich Ray, who's with the under-20 team. They've done great things, and that Monks team has played so well. So Stallions have a lot to learn from what the Monks are doing, because the Monks are equally small-bodied, but they're able to do wonders in this rugby pitch.
Yeah, they need to be smart at the scrum, and there's some contests which will be too hard to win, or the effort in getting them one is tearing them out already. So
smart by Stallions.
Yeah, like this. Now this is what you'd want from the Stallions, you know, try to make use of the regulations, get to gain easy advantage from such kickoffs, because he keeps the ball in, then they have to dig deep from their own try area. But now they're slowly but steadily, maybe they can get some meaningful possession on the way.
Not the smartest of moves. They've been able to maintain possession, but at a heavy cost. It wasn't the easiest. Stallions looking for a gap. They've been able to spot one, and here they are being able to keep possession. Nice kick, was smart.
Now that's more like it from the Stallions. Make your tackles, get the contest straight as well, maintain the possession against Oilers.
There's a high tackle right there, and Stallions an opportunity to get over the chalk. Let's see what they're able to do. This is in the 22. They've been able to they've lost possession. Tough luck for them.
Yeah,
they've done the best they could have done. Good stepping there.
And I think also that's the beauty of the National 7's circuit, that you get to the best teams in the country up against those who are rising through the ranks. You have the Oilers. They've just left no room for the Stallions.
Obliterated them. Lack of a better word.
But at the end of the day, you want these teams from Division 2 to size themselves up against the best in the country.
Oh, very true. Very true there, Ernest. And as we move into Pool C, Pool C has nondescripts. Kenyatta University Black Blood, Kenya Harlequins, and the Daystar Falcons of the one and only Patrick Edongo. So let's see. Nondescripts were very good in day one of Chrissy 7's. We'd pipped them to go all the way, but unfortunately on the second day, first game, they're totally out of that one. And let's see how well they take on But Kuke-led KU Black Blood, another university side. And as you've noticed, here in Kenya we have lots and lots of, in the Div 1 we have a good number of university sides.
Yeah, that's what it's good to see the institutions getting a feel of top flight rugby, or getting to invest in their sport, because we see the FIASA East African School Games happening in Eastern Uganda. We see the National Schools Games, very popular competitions here in Kenya. But what happens when the students go to university? Almost the university structures are almost non-existent. It's good to see the teams, athletes active. Rugby, they get the chance to play in the National 7 circuit as well.
Duncan Kioko is the center referee, and here we're having Nondi's. There's not much gain, and we're going all the way back. I'm seeing Ronnie Omondi ball for Nondi's. Also Charles Udiambo. There's a good setting here. Kyoko indicating to the Blood players to keep the 10. Oh, and the first draw of the Blood is taken right there. Nondi is taking a 5-point lead and going for the conversion attempt. Ready, Nondi's lead 5 and looking to add the 2 more. 7-0 right there.
Conversion successful for Nondi's.
It's a good side step.
Left 2 players begging.
Nondi's on the lead with 7 Black Blood.
I think at this point now we can safely say that the coldness and the jitterness from the first round has one of the teams that play the ones that are warming up get to, the tempo keeps picking up slowly. And now as we are midway or perhaps 3/4 of the way through with the first round, we begin to see both teams playing, and that's what the Nondis have done early on against the Black Blood.
There's a chicken wing pass there being attempted. I need to give you credit on the first 2022. That's Obat Kuke, not the best of passes, trying to go wide, and position is shifted.
They thought they had the advantage, but it was long gone. I see them trying to, ask the referee to give them that advantage for the knock-on.
Now we were ready and we've gone. Ronnie Omondi marshalling his scrum.
We'll get a shot of it, but you can see how deep the Nondi's backs are. This ball is going straight out, in my view, from Ronnie Omondi to the backs now to run at it at full throttle.
He's too far and he's lost the possession, and this is going to work against them. If they had gotten a good... Oh, that he didn't lose possession. That was commendable. Oh, he's thrown off the field of play.
I mean, you can only contest that. You can only contest the quick line out from 5 meters away, not from the touch line. So he throws it at you, then the penalty. You are at the training ground. Those are the moves that you go through, and you have a split attack. The players on the left are a bit too wide. The player on the right is short. I'm predicting that they will go to that short side, try and use that 2v1 situation, get that overlap with the number 9 and his winger on the outside. But as well, the defense have shaped up. They put 2 men on the side where you'd expect Omondi to go. So let's see what they will do with the ball.
Ronnie with the ball, good offload, and here they go, going wide as he stated. It becomes a 2v1. It's way easier for them to execute, and then there was a fake there that he's gonna put it at the end, but then with the lackluster from the defense, he's able to go all the way to the center and making it easier for the conversion attempt. Because as it stands is Nondi's 12, Black Blood nil.
You know,
on their screen, that number 8, that's Obat Kuke. He's one of their best players out of the Thika Road-based Kenyatta University side.
You know, yesterday we did a bit of a pitch inspection and realized that this try area is big, it's long, and that allows for the finishers to run around their defenders to get the chance to score under the uprights. And you can see it already. The players are aware that there's still enough real estate behind the defenders for them to go and get the easy finish.
Unless we're not having that conversation now for very good reason. Let's enjoy this fixture.
It's well within the set regulations for the pitch sizes. It's just an observation that
I made it yesterday, as I'm saying.
Ngong Road has one of the biggest try areas in East Africa.
Unless we're not going there. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching us from home and you're wondering where this action is all happening, this action is taking place at the Kenya Rugby Football Union here on Ngong Road, and this is the Kabeberi, George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial 7's, and it's a 7's in honor of George Kabeberi and also other players who we lost. And as we go through this fixture, there's no release of that one. You can make your way here by just getting, it can be whichever means of transport, as long as it goes through Ngong Road. They can offload you here at the RFUEA Grounds, and you can get this action, as it's a 2-day action. Very good in and out play right there. They've lost possession while at it, and yet it was such a great move. How do Nondis play this one? They would have opted to play it out. And Black Blood with an opportunity to make something out of this. Obat Kuke with a very good... Ooh, that's a knockdown. Someone wants a yellow card.
Double blow of the whistle. That's not a good sign. But the referee says it's just a knock-on after consultation with his assistant referee, which means we've come to the end of the first half.
I felt like it was to the disadvantage of KU. But like, yes, as I said, it's just a knock on, and now this leaves the scores at 14-0 in favor of Nondis, and now we move it all the way to, you can catch a breath as we look into the next fixture. After this will be the second half, and then the next fixture will be between Kenya Harlequins taking on the Daystar University Falcons. Let me try and just see the number of universities I can see from this entire tournament. We have Strathmore Leos in Pool A, we have Catholic Monks in Pool B, we have the Kenyatta University Black Blood in Pool C, and alongside Daystar Falcons, and then we have Masinde Muliro University in Pool D. So quite a good number.
That's good to see. This is round 4 of the 2024 Kenya Rugby Sports Pesa National 7 circuit.
Oh, very correct. We started off with Christie 7's, then moved all the way to Ingo 7's in Kakamega, then Kisumu, the Dala 7's, and now we're here back in Nairobi for Kabeberi 7's. We take a week's break, then we travel all the way to Mombasa for Driftwood 7's, and then wrap it up in Nakuru with the Prince Lu 7's.
That's a good place to finish. I think Nakuru is known for the party, but as well for those who are out of Kenya, it's known for being a top tourist destination. So there's good views, and now the rugby is going to add a spectacle to it as well.
For sure. As Anis, you can just tell us, how is it in Uganda? What's it like with your series?
Right now we are in round 3 of our National 7 series, and unlike Kenya, where the 7th circuit is the first tournament, in Uganda that's the last tournament of the season of the year. Okay. And right now we are having the Chadondo 7's that's being played today and tomorrow. It's been hosted for the first time ever by a women's team, the Thunderbirds, and they will be celebrating their pioneers and then charting new paths. So it's a celebration of women's rugby in Uganda.
Oh, fantastic.
You will be seeing the pictures and the photos and the stories that are being told from back at home on the journey of women's rugby. Thunderbirds is 22 years old, and that's the oldest club we've had. Most of the Uganda Lady Rugby Cranes who have played here at Ngong Road or against the Kenya Lionesses and in 7s and 15s have probably featured for that club.
Oh, super. That's great to hear of the happenings that are taking place also across the border from our brothers and sisters in Uganda. That's just, if you ask me, that's just an extension of Kenya. It's just that there was some, what's it called, border sets. Because if you ask them, they say Kenya is an extension of them. But then when I'm given the opportunity to have this mic, I'll just say they're an extension of Kenya. I've been to Uganda severally, and Anis has always been a good host for me, and this is my opportunity to, to give back. It's time for me to lend back all the hospitality that he has accorded me while I'm on the other side of the border.
It will be my pleasure.
Scores remain 14-0. Black Blood playing on defense. Nondis with an opportunity to strike again. Ball going wide. The defender comes all the way, ensuring the meant to be good flow of the ball and the very good side step, very good goose step. And I believe there was a knock.
able to try and stop the attackers. And you have a man on the outside. You're
to be called back. Duncan Kyoka has called the ball back. But as you stated, if you keep the ball alive, there'll always be a runner who will run into space and be able to commit two defenders. And with that, creates an opportunity for especially the winger to run right round the entire defense, because they have an opportunity to just go around, and rarely are they stopped at that instance. This is a black blood opportunity, so let's see what they're able to do with their possession. They've lost it, and there is an opportunity for Nondis to go another one up, and they've offloaded, and yet been able to post yet another scoreline there. I've seen lineup. Further and further away.
That was a good offload in contact. But those are the men that the Nondis are using to strike black blood. Have a support player run off the shoulder, have a man on the outside stay alive, and the offload will get to them.
Is there a medical emergency?
I think he contested that ball high up in the air, but the landing, I think, he didn't get the best of landing. Perhaps maybe he got a knee into his midsection.
The midsection, I believe, yes. I believe it's a knee, the midsection. And has had plenty of winners over a period of time, and as Ernest will tell you, the highest winners, people with the highest accolades from this tournament, is the hosts themselves. Mwamba with seven titles, alongside the Impala team, who also have another 7 titles, and after that is KCB, who have 4, which is and who are the defending champions. And we have Nakuru with 2 titles, Homeboys with 2 titles. There was a Barclays with 2 titles, and very good, just seen a very good line break right there from the Kenyatta University runner. Good rotation, and doing their best to maintain possession. And there we have it. Black Blood are able to draw, make a score.
I think that's what they needed. The work of the team had been done. They tried to move it through, and then that individual brilliance, individual play is what they needed to finally get their breakthrough. It might have come late at the stroke of the full-time whistle, but at least they have points on the board, the Black Blood. There's that kick and chase, a grabber kick. The bounce of the rugby ball is straight into his hands.
Final score for that one will be Nondis taking a well-deserved 21-point lead. Oh, it's not full-time. My apologies, as Kyoko is reminding me that my clock and his...
It is the last play of this match, of this second half.
Oh, there's a turnover.
Black Blood have woken up, but
Too late.
they've woken up late, and they are looking to at least get a favorable points difference from this first game. Because at the end of the day, it is these things that matter in the seeding, in where you finish in the pool in case there's a tie.
Whoa! Smart play right there. Very, very, very smart play by Gato Calvin. Gato Calvin is able to split the defense and just realize guys were asleep.
And Nondis knew they had this in the bag already, so
Yeah, just more of a Howell to just wrap up the day.
yeah.
As we move into the other Pool C fixture. This is the one Ernest did mention. This is a pool not to just brush it off. It'll be a surprising one because it has two university sides.
Then confirmation of the final score in that previous one. Nondescripts 26, Black Blood 14. And now we get a chance to see the university boys. First is the Easter Falcon that will be taking on Kenya Harlequin. Kenya Harlequin have been one of the most consistent teams in the circuit this year so far. They've reached two finals, lost the first one at Christie 7's to Cabras, won the second one against KCB in Kakamega in the Ingo 7's. The Dallas 7's last weekend wasn't their best performance, but they still managed the podium finish in third place, and they are now second in the overall standings with 58 points. The Easter Falcon, on the other hand, have been too good for they were too good for Division 2, but Division 1 is still a struggle. The best they've done so far is finished 10th in the first round, and they are still 10th overall with 19 points.
It's a game of wits. There's a ball. Now they stand. You know they have Patrick Adongo, and they elect not to capitalize and try and play it right there. There was a warning right there from the referee, center referee for this fixture. I mean, none and only Oscar Ndereva.
It's good for Daystar Falcon to have one of the best finishers in the world of 7's rugby, but he cannot do it alone, unfortunately.
That's
so he will need a good supporting cast. He will need good playmakers to give him a good opportunity to finish. And I think that's what Daystar have been lacking this entire series. I've been watching some of their games. It looks like they're trying to shuffle it out wide to him to work out something.
There's over-dependence on.
But they have good players who have led them to being a Division 1 team. So we need to see those players stand up and take some of those moments like Odong has been doing.
And here is Patrick. And him in... Hey, I've seen that in and out. Honest. That in and out. There was no stopping it.
I mean, it's clear. It is clear to see that that's...
He reminds me of Colin Sinjera back in the day. Back in the day. Because we knew Collins would just step in and out. As long as he gives him an inch. An inch of space. You've said they take a whole acre. There's the Falcons drawing fast blood right there.
There's not much science to it. Daystar Falcon realized that Queens will not allow them to shuffle the ball out wide, so they bring Odongo inside that center.
Yes.
Ball goes to him, and he doesn't need many opportunities to speed past you. And
I know you had just stated he's one of the best finishers in the world of 7's. So that's some high accolade already coming from you, and it's just how well does he maintain? Wow, they've maintained. They had that possession. That was an opportunity for them to go 2 tries converted with no response, and has lost.
It's still a good return from the Daystar Falcons in the grand scheme of things. They had the kickoff, they won the kickoff, and now the opportunity was there. The final pass not good enough, but the opportunity was there, and they will take this 45-meter territorial gain as the positive, and then they work on defense to ensure that the Queens have to work from their own in-goal area, and then maybe they can turn it over from there and then attack. That's good. I would say it's a good return from the Daystar Falcons.
I was looking at that defender trying to go wide against Patrick Adongo. That was not going to be an easiest of scenarios. And Wandera can call this one. Well, going to be taken out into touch. There's as Anis to say, that's a Kenyan's trademark move.
There's that restart. Queen's not able to gather the restart, and the gap had opened up a little bit. The offload was, I think he didn't exact, the two weren't exactly on the same wavelength. The ball went to the shoulder instead of the arms, and he was lost forward.
Ball going against to Patrick Adongo again, playing, as you say, it is when he's playing at center is tricky compared to when he's playing at the wing, because I expected at the wing that if you put a man right next to him and not give him space, you can try. Keyword here is to try and manage him, but he's playing at center and he gets an inch of space. That's it.
You can't manage him. Good teams have managed to keep Daystar Falcons away from their try area, and it's it's a game of numbers. Sevens is a game of numbers. Once you isolate the attacker and you do not give him enough space, then they are forced to cut back inside. The tackle is made, then maybe there's the contest. And I think Daystar Falcons, they boast Division 2 again. They need to begin to play like they have arrived on the scene. They need to make their mark. It's not one man.
Yes.
It's a 7-man's game.
They've lost the ball? Or is it there's an
advantage for
infringement? There's an offside. See what Daystar are able to do with this one. Do they call for another scrum?
Yeah,
as you stated, from a scrum, it's very technical, as you can be able to just figure how well, which direction do we go as per our training from what we did in the training field. Can be able to say, okay, so you'll offload and come, the scrum will come out from the right side and you'll have moment there, because this one gives, as you've seen from this scenario, it gives Patrick Adongo very good space.
I think Amon Wamalo on defense now has the job of coming back out. You can see the number 9 has opted not to contest, but
that was
the
very
contest
good from
is good from the forwards,
because they did not just focus on letting the ball play for Daystar. They challenged that scrum so well, and they were able to turn it over and to become their possession. And here's Kenya's Harlequins now with the run. There's a team that has also another Olympian Herman Humwa with the ball right now. Very good over the head pass.
I think Harlequins is one of my favorite Kenyan teams because there's a number of Ugandans that have played for this Kenya Harlequins team. And most recently it was our under-20 international Alvin Mwebaze, who has returned back home. It's good to see how many Ugandans have turned up, and the more that come this side, that's how interest in Kenyan rugby picked up across the border with the likes of Daudi Semwami, Joseph Aredo, Scott Holoch, Aaron Ofoiroth, and a number of others. Then, of course, the crown jewel, Philip Okorach with
the PW
Cabras.
himself, PW 15.
with Cabras and all the success that they were able to realize. The same could be said of Ugandan rugby and the interest in Kenya, because we have a number of Kenyans playing across the border.
Why didn't you say Georgia Sin?
Georgia Sin, we were coming to that. Georgia Sin with KCB, we have, I think Oliver Mangeni is a Ugandan who decided to choose Kenya.
Olije, I hope you're hearing this one. Accusations are being pulled against you. He already has accusations against me of being in Paris when I was not supposed to be there. So there's all that to talk about. As the scores remain, the Falcons at 7-0. And oh, it's an offside call. That's what was not called in the first game of the match of the Div 1 game, and it's a yellow card.
It's the fine margins. If we could take another look at that, was he too quick, or was the ball out? I think he's.
All he did was what. He didn't, because he figured there was what was actually very unique is that he figured there was a man advantage for Queens, and he figured if I don't approach it immediately, they're gonna score. But then, still, Queens have been able to score, so disadvantage to them. So Harlequins have been able to get into the scoreline.
I mean, when you're working hard against a team like Daystar Falcons, your Harlequins, your Kenya Harlequins, it's the game is you're supposed to take charge of the game, and they've needed a yellow card for that to happen at the end of the first half. Maybe the second half will be different. They need to assert their presence in this game.
All I was talking about, the title holders of the Kabeberi 7th series, is that we have Ulinzi. Ulinzi had one title that was in the year 2003. Stanchart also had, for those who didn't know, Stanchart had a rugby team, and they had one title in 1994. And Strathmore Leos, they've only won it once in 2009. So all to play for here. So let's see. As a reminder, is that the defending champions are KCB, and have won it the last two times, 2022, 2023, after the 2-year break because of COVID in 2020 and 2021. Mwamba won it last just before COVID.
We are not going to forgive you. Make sure you find your way to the RFUEA for the 35th edition of the Kabeberi 7's. Happening live right now is the Daystar Falcons against the Kenya Harlequins. On the lead is the Daystar Falcons with 7, the Kenya Harlequins 5. We are in the second half of the game.
And this ball played wide, they'll be able to score. Whoa, Emon Wamalwa, the very good dummy, right in front of Patrick Adongo, and getting it right at the center. And that's what you are asking about Kenya Harlequins. They need to show up and showcase who they really are.
And I mean, who else but Amon Wamalwa? He was one of those players who were thought to be at the nucleus of the future of Kenya rugby, especially in the 7's game. He's fallen out of favor at the top, but he's stuck it in there, made the move to Queens, and this is what you would expect from him. Take matters into your own hands, lead from the front.
Lucky, not able, not lucky enough to get us to get the ball to go all the way 10, and ball goes all the way back to the center for half penalty for the Daystar Falcons, and they're now back into their full complement. Or are they? Here they are making their move, and the guy is able to have some crazy line breaks. And there's a knock right inside the Harlequins 22.
Quick line out.
Blake is on. Amon, he's been very smart and brilliant with these kicks, and you can see who's chasing him. I was looking at Patrick Adongo. And the ball has been lost forward in that contest.
That's not a good sight in the grand scheme of things for Kenya Rugby, because the Safari 7s are happening next month in the second week, October 11 to 13th. And after that, we shall have the 7s 2025 season beginning in Dubai at the end of November. And when you have one of your best players on the ground like that, you begin to scratch your head and cross your fingers and hope that he's fine. It's the first game of the first round.
If you ask me, he's just out of gas. This one, I'm not worried. If you can see, there's no, what do you call it? It's not going to any particular limb. So
it's one of those tactics. He's said to have that sort of limp before he burns his outside man.
If you're stepping into the RFUEA
And I'm hoping this is one of those moments when he needs to take a breather, Patrick Odongo.
Nakuru on the U21, Impala RFC 14, Kabras Sugar 17, Strathmore Hills 22. Catholic Monks 10, Kisumu RFC 0, Menengai Oilers 43, Stallions Rugby 0, Nodes 26, Black Blood 14.
that's lucky. He was very lucky with that, and he's able to go and cover. And Queen's looking to make this count.
And execution.
It works for them. That's a smart and well executed, and Queens are able to double up their lead, going all the way 17-7 against Falcons with a conversion to go.
It looked like he had hesitated a bit, and then once he saw Dongo step up, just send the ball out behind him, and your winger on the outside will certainly beat him in a foot race and dive over in the corner. The objective is to just ground the ball, and that's what he was able to do.
As you stated, the Easter Falcons, they need to figure that they have a whole team to work with and not put over-dependence on Patrick Adongo. As I told you, guy was very much okay. You see, he's still in the field of play. If I see him getting into contact and losing a possession, I will be worried. But not a scenario like that one, which he was the one who was carrying the ball, and it was like that. Very good run. Is he able to goal the week? He had the try line beckoning for him, but not able to capitalize and go all the way. Also, how well can they be able to be smart, because that was a quick line out with the Daystar players not being part and parcel of it.
There's a stoppage. I think we'll have the line out taken again.
Skandereva confirming with the Innocent Kimathi on you can see in the tunnel, you can see Jacob Oje.
He had the advantage.
That's what I was wondering, why is he just
and
walking?
He decided to walk into contact. Amun Wamalwa. These are the easy things that make sevens, that make the difference in sevens. Once you know the laws, you don't get to work hard to gain an advantage over your opponent. But then again, you've won the penalty. Then find some touch, Amun Wamalwa. Get your team in a good place to launch an attacking platform.
Good overhead kick. Not really amounting to much. Now Slaki, he played so well. He was man of the match in the final in Ingo against KCB. Very good player, very promising, to say the least. You can see his movement. He can create opportunities from nothing. Very good steps because it gives him advantage to go over. Saman Humwa offload to Amon Omalwa. The only disadvantage for Amon is that he's not the most heavy-bodied player, but he's able to work within what he has.
I mean, once you get to the top level, then the weight advantage begins to count, and that's what makes the difference for men like Haman, whom are committing to and then offloading the ball into space for his outside men to get to work.
It's very good running right there. He gets a stop. I believe there's a score coming here.
Yeah, there's Haman Huma again on the outside. Rugby is a game for all.
I believe.
Rugby is a game for all, but once you have a big man who can run, it makes a huge difference.
And you take advantage of that. Use it well. Use it to your advantage.
In a one-on-one situation in Rugby 7s, the big man will most likely win. It takes significant effort, incredible effort from a smaller man to win that contest.
Trying to just even to make a stop, because this guy is
it's not impossible, but it takes incredible effort.
That's very true.
Some of the very best are the few who can get it done.
2014-2022, and they are also the defending champion of the year 2023. Right, this year,
Full-time Huta has gone, but full-time Whistle hasn't gone yet. The Falcons maybe can
2024.
close this one out with a consolation try.
And there was a knock, and I believe that's full-time. Yes, that's the full-time whistle. Queens secured their win against the Daystar Falcons 17-7. Not forgetting that Daystar Falcons drew first blood and they're leading 7-0 at the beginning of this match. And then, unfortunate for them, there was a point there were 6 men. And as you can see right there on commentary is me, Willie Wex, alongside Alex, not Alex, but Ernest Akorebirunji. Ernest Akorebirunji, all the way from Kampala. And going into the next fixture, pitting the one and only the defending champions, KCB, taking on Thika. This is now, we've now moved to Pool D. Pool D.
Final round of the 2 games in this round. And thereafter there will be the women's games in the National 7 circuit. Northern Suburbs against RAC IT. Mwamba ladies against Meru ladies. And that's going to be the first round in the women's competition. But on pitch right now are the defending champions KCB against MKU Thika. They'll be looking to ensure that they don't get shocked and stand early on in this match like was their challengers, the challengers from last year, the series leaders this year, Cabras in the first game. But as it goes, as it stands, Thika have to work from deep inside their own 22. Paul shuffled out wide to the wing, carried into contact. Tackle has been made. There's a contest on the floor. Referee says play on, and then awards the penalty to Jacob Oje.
Samuel Asati, another Olympian, doing some great. That's a Jacob Oje. He can always create things all the way from nothing. He's a very good ball carrier. That's Elvis Olukusi, one of the tall big men you have, and that's the man who, quote unquote, what the one and only Pogindonga will tell you, the man who owns Rugby, Vincent Onyala, one of the co-captains of the Kenya Rugby 7's team, alongside Tony Omondi. And KCB now moving it end to end. Asati looking at the trial line, beckoning, and is thinking, why should I take it wide yet? I can just make it a few strides and just capitalize and make a score onto that one.
That's what you'd expect from KCB against a team like Thika. Do the easy work, get the ball through the hands, and then the playmakers in the middle, once they see the gaps open up, they can take them. There was a man on the outside, Jacob Oje, but Asati didn't need to make use of him and scored close to the uprights, make the conversion easy. 7 full points for KCB.
It's just a replay of how the action went. So seasoned number 9 plays really well. And to imagine that in the second half, you'll have him playing right alongside his compatriot Brian Wahinya. So they make it so tricky. And then you've seen that, as I was telling you, that's Vincent Onyala. He's been quite instrumental and quite the leader in the team.
That's how good teams play. They ensure, whether it's their kickoff, whether it's their restart, they ensure that they maintain possession. We saw that with Nondi's earlier today. Now KCB are ensuring that they don't give Thika any sniff of the ball. The
that was 4-4 for Nondi's.
Yeah, the restart goes up in the air. Vincent Onyala, good chase, hands up. He wins that contest in the air, strolls over for the try. Look at that height of that ball. Gives Onyala enough time, the hang time, gives him enough time to get there. He stretches out and gets the ball with his 2 hands.
Great play right there by KCB Rugby to take the lead 12-0 against MKU.
And he's won the second contest again on the restart.
And he's gone. And he's gone. As you stated, this is the big try box in East Africa. They say that one of the biggest try boxes is in East Africa is at Ngong Road. So very good. KCB make an advancement, and they're now leading 17-0 against MKU.
It gives enough time for the finishers to dive, to make a final move for the highlight reel, for the photographers that are on the outside edge. I think KCB have opted not to take the conversion. We'll take another look at that, at the kickoff for that try, and you can see exactly how they constructed it. Ball goes up and high in the air for the kick, for the chase, and the contest, my oh my, what a contest from KCB to win that ball. This time they go deep, so now they Thika have a chance at the ball. What can they do with it this time? Second possession, the first one didn't materialize. Let's see what they will do with this. Oh, he walked straight into the shoulders of Asati there. The dummy was sold but not bought. And the shoulders were wide open to keep him just inside his own 22.
I've just gotten confirmation from Bombi, very good friend of mine. He just informed me that I need to also give credit that yesterday at the Vets game, KCB were the winners, the overall winners of the Vets game that was played here at Impala yesterday.
Yeah, under the floodlights.
So credits to KCB.
That's half the job done. The one that matters most is this one. They are the defending champions, but they've been far from it this year in the 7th circuit.
They're yet to win a series.
Maybe this is their tournament, because they've won the Kabeberi 7's, they won the Kabeberi 7's last year. The title was clinched here last year as well. So maybe this is the tournament where they begin to, where they begin their they seriously begin their title defense.
Oh, very true. As stated, they've not had a problem getting into day 2. The problem has been to win it, because from Christie's
Finished 5th.
They went day 2. They lost in the
quarterfinal.
They lost in the quarters?
Yeah, because they finished 5th at Christie 7's.
And then at Ingo, they played
the final against Harlequin.
Against Harlequin in the finals. Then at
Dallas 7's last weekend.
Kisumu, they lost to Harlequins in the
should be cup quarterfinal as well.
In the quarters, I believe it even ended 12-7 in favor of Harlequin. So, as you say, it's not a problem of getting into day 2. It's what they do in the day 2.
Goes the short side, commit and pass, and then the big man on the outside. Ooh, strong finish.
Just looking at the thumbs up from the air there, just confirming that was clean. KCB keep the momentum.
I think the scrum, the KCB scrum was quick and smart. in that play on the scrum, you're trying to prevent the hooker and the prop from breaking away and defending on the short side, which opens up the space for your number 9 with the winger on his shoulder, and that's what Asati has been able to use. There's one of the MKU players had his hands up trying to appeal to the referee that is being held back, but it is what it is when it comes to the fine margins of the laws, and KCB have been very smart at it in this first half. There's that break. You can see he's held back just a bit, opening the door for Asati. Asati commits and passes. Thought maybe he paused a bit, but he trusted his size and weight and power, and that's what he's used to power over the line.
Halftime scores: KCB Rugby 22, MKU Thika 0.
And if you want to get yourself a ticket for the Kabeberi 7's, they're 500 shillings. Advanced tickets still on the same price, and we have limited advanced tickets. Tomorrow we'll also be having the Kabeberi 7's ticket going for 500. If you're looking for a VIP ticket, please secure it with only 2,500. And for the 2 days, you get to save 1,000, which is 4,000 Kenya shillings for the 2 days. Karibuni sana Kabeberi 7's. This is the year 2024 35th edition.
And here is the second half. Kickoff from MKU all the way to KCB. And that's Michael Wamalwa, very strong runner, and he's played for the under-20 team. Very good. Some very good. You can see OJ now in the midfield. When he gives you a handoff, you have to think for a couple of minutes on how well you deal with it. That's a knock, and it has to be an MKU ball. That's a scrum. It's a scrum. And my brother wished to just proceed without he assumed it was a half penalty, not even a penalty.
I think in some of these games, when you're MKU against KCB, the objectives are usually not very complicated.
That's very true.
The coaches nobody in the world expects you to win this game. If you do, massive upset. But if you don't, no harm. What we're looking forward to as a team, I think, would be how do you play? We've practiced our set pieces. We shall have some. Let's execute them. Get the ball out. How do we defend? Do we have players express themselves? Things like that. That's what you'd expect for a team like MKU playing against KCB in such a situation.
And also how well they were able to execute. Like as you stated, for MKU, you're coming also to learn. Not only just to play, but also to learn. So usually this is how we do it when we get into this sort of a situation. But what are the competition that is the defending champions of this tournament? What are they doing by themselves? So you pick that as a lesson going forward. So looking at now how KCB is challenging, I'm looking at Jacob Oje. There's only two of them with Elvis Olukusi. See how they're able to challenge. Wow. And it was so direct on what KCB were going to do. And then MKU did not even adjust. So credit to KCB. This is the ball. And I believe that's a space he's already seen. And that's Michael running right through. And he's a powerhouse. He's a good ball carrier. So how well are they able to capitalize on this? If they go wide, this is a try, Ernest, without a doubt, because they have this man advantage, and you can see the way Asati is able to always commit till the last minute, then give an offload.
It's the basics of rugby.
Yeah, and that's Jacob Oje making his mark in this fixture. Count. He's already made a mark. He's just making it count with that scoreline.
Conversion not successful. KCB on the lead 22, Thika 0.
Nimezoea na mabega ngoho. Okina nangu sio naitwaga nani walikuwa Kenya.
Try time, KCB, Brian Wanya.
5 yards to cover and being able to capitalize on that one. So Brian Ohinya gets onto the scoreline like less than 2 minutes, 2 minutes plus to play.
I'll look at MKU and how they've defended. They've defended this phase of play really, really well. Kept KCB going from left to right.
Wasn't an easy direct.
Yeah, they've kept their numbers through. Like we've been talking about them, this is what they need to be doing at this point, because they'll most likely not be in the Cup quarterfinals. But once they're in the challenge and in the placement game, then that's when they will get the chance to play against an equally sized opponent, an equally skilled opponent. And it needs the individual brilliance of KCB to get the score through. That offload is not an everyday thing for players. Fine, at this level, that's what you'd expect from KCB, but that's what MKU have made them work for.
Very good in and out, because they ducked from that. He ducked from that challenge, but then when they were in ascent, they were not able to execute that one. And this gives them a limitation, as now the line out is a KCB line out.
I'd love to see a set play, a training ground move from KCB and how they finish it. But unfortunately, a set piece can only be done when you throw the ball well.
When it's well collected by your own person. They lost the ball. Ooh, that can be a yellow card, yes, because he's on the ground and is playing the ball. Lucky for him, the referee just lets the game continue playing. Where did he collect the ball from?
That's from side. It popped up on the outside. You wouldn't blame him, it popped up on the outside, but he played it from an offside position.
It wasn't still in the pocket?
A ball popped out, and I think that's maybe the contest was on, the advantage was for the player not rolling away there.
He's gone all the way. He's gone. And they're not even looking for the center right now, because they're thinking we've already put it way past them. As you said, points matter in the placement, so if you get an opportunity to give someone a proper beating, don't just bring in the reserves and let them enjoy the game, because it's not every day. Because how well do you also reserve your energies for the remaining of the fixtures, considering for this pool, KCB, there's Masinde Muliro University, there's Mwamba RFC, there's Thika. So how well do you set your energies? Because I'm guessing the next game pits up the one and only Mwamba taking on Masinde Muliro University of science and technology all the way in Kakamega. That'll be our last game of the Div 1 first round of plays. And then it starts getting juicier and more juicier as the main seeded teams get their matchups. And the number 1 seeded team for this pool is actually Masinde Muliro.
Yeah, KCB.
Because they finished they're in the semis, then they got knocked out.
Oh. KCB finished 5th, so it's an unfamiliar place for them to be, same as Masinde Muliro, but that's what we like about the series. The series is won, the circuit is won by the most consistent team. It's not won by a one-off team, and that's what we want to see from Masinde Muliro against the hosts, Mwamba, in this final pooled match of the first round. In Pool D, Masinde Muliro up against a team with rich history, Mwamba in the iconic black kit.
And Mwamba with an opportunity to draw the first blood. Most are able to hold, but still in the danger zone, as this is just for Mwamba to decide not to score. And he's knocked the ball. Bro.
Oh, not many opportunities like that will come. The defender was well aware that the game is still alive. Hand goes out.
He knocked it.
Slaps it out of his hands with the left hand on defense.
That was quite something. No? Like, so you imagine that on a normal play, someone would assume this is already a try. So
yeah.
As you said, the game is not over. It's not a try until the ball is placed on the grass. So
that's the never die attitude you'd want from early on, especially you'd want from all teams here at the Kabeberi 7's, that they will fight for every point, and that's what makes for an exciting tournament. That's what makes for a fun-filled weekend.
And here's an opportunity for Masinde Muliro to create something from this. They're a bit disadvantaged. He stayed in the field of play.
That's a good contest from Mwamba, but call has been made for the high tackle. Or rather, I would have been surprised, yeah. I thought Mwamba had won that contest. With tackler went to the floor, released, got back on his feet, went through the gate, hands on the ball. That was a good contest from Mwamba. The referee's signal had thrown me off. That would have been an unusual.
I was actually confused there. I wanted to... We make a call to Innocent Kimathi in the evening and ask him whether he has contacts, and you are not wearing them at that moment. But like, yes, he's got it right.
At the end of the day, you know, referees are human as well. So they are bound to make some mistakes. They're bound to make... And things are happening so quickly. We have the benefit of...
The ball came out straight through the tunnel, so it has to be... There has to be a reset of that one.
We have the benefit of 7 or so screens. The referee has just his 2 eyes, and things are happening. There's no replay, there's nothing. So they're bound to miss a few things. But by and large, I think there's an appreciation that they're doing a good job.
Oh, fantastic,
overall.
Fantastic. The ball now comes out through the right channel, and this is Mwamba with the opportunity to draw first blood.
Oof.
If he kicks that ball and chases, kicked it slightly late.
But still good defense from Masinde Muliro. And you can see their chase is good. The tackling is not up to par, but they've chased as a blanket, and that's why Mwamba now have to attack against a well-formed defense from inside their own half.
He committed into the space, but there was no support that was immediate at that moment. But still, Mwamba with the position, a very good hold. Great running right there.
Not rolling.
They forced him into that era.
He needs to make the effort to roll away. It's as brutal as is. You're being held in there, but you need to roll away. You need to fight.
First,
you need to
within the fastest, within the what's it called, within a jiffy, like it has to happen so fast, because if there's no progress from your side, referee will just say, bro, you didn't come out of there. For them, they're just securing their rack, so you don't have an excuse of being inside there. So that's the disadvantage of it.
I think now for Masinde Muliro as a team in this game, you realize that they're not making the tackles. Mwamba is late to arrive at the breakdown.
Yes.
And even when the ball carrier is isolated, if Masinde Muliro can make the tackle instantly, then they'll be able to contest. The contest is not happening because the Mwamba player is staying on his feet, and that's what Masinde Muliro need to do. Make the tackle quickly. You have numbers there. You get to contest for the ball, and you get to win. And the late arrival, the player is still on his feet. That's how they're being forced to stay in and not roll away and give away penalties to Mwamba.
Not the best of passes, as they had a very good opportunity with that momentum. Good offload. Tackle to follow.
Again, you can see how late the support from Mwamba arrives at the breakdown, and yet Masinde Muliro have the numbers there.
They've not capitalized on it, and the ball goes all the way to wide. Now the winger, good step, held back. And this is an opportunity for Mwamba to draw fast blood. And here, there we go. Mwamba able to get their first try.
The Kabeberi 7's. The year is 1998.
It's the easy stuff, Mwamba. Getting the ball to work, committing men, and then freeing a hand out wide for that assist, that offload into open space. Men running on the shoulder. This time the support is on time. This time the support is running through the right channels. It opens up for them, Mwamba. 2 minutes left to play in the first half.
Conversion successful. Mwamba RFC on the lead with 7.
There's that phase of play. Masinde Muliro have the numbers. Mwamba have the numbers as well. Broken tackle, and then you free the hand to offload into a supporting runner's path. Easy finish.
Very good. We can see how well they're able to capitalize on this one. And Masinde Muliro University are able to return the favor. Very good, unique running there. But they're able to. He was able to keep his eye on both the try line and the chasing defender. Let's see whether they're able to capitalize and be able to get the full complement of 7 points with the conversion attempt to come.
Conversion
not successful.
It all came from that restart. The ball was fumbled by Masinde Muliro. The bounce favored them still, and the chase had to overcompensate as they're trying to get that bounce of the ball, and they get open for him to score fast enough for Tony Omondi on the chase, strong enough for the finish as well.
Tony, don't forget, that's the co-captain with Vincent Onyala for the 7's team. The Kenya 7's team that is back now into the 7th series. And here we are, Must with yet another line break. They're able to create space. Must are quick off the feet. Huh? Same player with the... He's able to... That's not a knock-on.
Man's flying off his feet at that breakdown. There's a knock-on as well in that contest, but player off his feet at the breakdown does not carry it in 7's rugby, in rugby of any form. There's that handling error on the floor, and look at that support player off his feet. A try scoring opportunity for Masinde Muliro.
Goes begging.
Mwamba
now trying to dig all the way from inside, not even the inside the 20, but at their 5. They just kick it out. Tio with that, just to get a breather for the entire team, as we also take a breather here and wait for the second half. Masinde Muliro University with 5 and Mwamba with 7. us. Tony with the brains, showcasing why he is the co-captain alongside Vincent Onyala. As even as per Ernest's observation there, support team, the supporting cast coming for any breakdown for Mwamba is taking slightly longer, and MKU should capitalize on that one. And there is the first comes realization of.
Yes, I think the coaches took note of it and passed it on to their players. Tony Omondi playing the ball off his feet gives away advantage for Masinde Muliro. Now, what do they do with ball in hand? Give him a bit of a, should say, hospital pass straight into the man's shoulder, and there's still a new advantage for offside.
So advantage over, or is it being
advantage
pulled back?
not gained, so it's called back.
And it's also, as is a usually funny scenario, it's only not counted as an advantage. It's only counted as a no advantage if you don't pick up that ball and you kick it that way.
Yeah, if
you pick it and you're like, oh, advantage over.
Advantage can be gained in two ways. Can be gained in territory,
Yes.
and can also be gained in tactical advantage. Let's say, for example, you've managed to get a break through the line, you've managed to create an overlap, and you're getting that. Let's call it what it is. You're getting that advantage. But when you, for example, in this case, you've just got the advantage and then you kick the ball away,
And
it
you
has
don't
not
collect it,
materialized yet.
Whoa, that's a good run. That's a good run by Masinde Muliro. And they're very strong runners. This university team from the western part of the country are really doing good. Don't forget, they were semi-finalists in last week in Kisumu. And
Making use of that home advantage in Western Kenya.
yeah, why didn't they do it in Go Sevens?
In Go Sevens. But I think Western Kenya has some of the strongest rugby players, doesn't it?
Same to Eastern Uganda?
Eastern, Northern Uganda, yes.
Why I'm saying Eastern is because that's still the western part of Kenya.
Yeah.
I'm just showing you. It's just the same. Yeah, it's that. What's it called? It. For some people will say it's in the water. For us will say it's in the food. We're like,
yeah.
Someone says there's something special about the water in that place. But for this one, will not say it's a water. We'll just be realistic and say it's a build. It's a build first, and then people are very athletic, and there's a very good build for a rugby player, mostly from that side. Then we do not negate that there are also other rugby, good rugby. That's a very high tackle. That's a high tackle, very dangerous. That's a yellow straight from Innocent Kimathi. Go to the naughty boy chair. That was really uncalled for.
I think also it's high altitude. Western Kenya is high altitude as well, so they have the benefit of
saying Mount Elgo.
Yeah. The Rift
Yeah.
Valley.
Yeah,
So
do not from where you're going to is now will go to the Cheptegei scenario.
yeah, they
Because
have
you see, Cheptegei is ours. You know, it's just, we just loaned him to you guys.
they have the benefit of
The rift,
stronger
yes.
lungs, and so when they come, compared to people who are not from such areas where conditions might be tougher,
Yes.
in terms of less air, in terms of the weather conditions, they usually have the advantage. And I think it would make sense when you're trying to explain why Masinde Muliro have some of the strongest runners on the series. Might not be in Division 1, but they are surely up there among the best of the rest.
There's a Kenyan runner by the name Manuel Wanyonyi who was running as a Lausanne Diamond League just 2 days ago, and he hit one of the best, second fastest 800 meters. He has lungs for days, as you stated, all the way from Tanzania, still the Western Belt. And there is a knock from Mwamba when they had an advantage of one man, and with this loss in possession, this is gonna, they may regret this one if they're not able to capitalize, because now they're digging. You're 3 points down, you knock this one, possession goes to Masinde Muliro. The time is rolling, so the player who's in the naughty boy chair will be back into the field of play to be a full complement of 7. So how well do you capitalize on this one? So
Captain Tony Omondi had to hold himself back from reacting in anger. It was a good pass, went straight to the hands, but he
Not
had
well
his
collected.
eyes off of it for a moment.
that was not smart in terms of removing the ball. But I also understand they have to delay because there are only 6 players in the field of play.
And you know, a minute
Whoa.
is a long time in rugby sevens.
He didn't lose that position?
Yeah, that's ball lost forward. Good cross-covering tackle by Tony Omondi in
I
the
don't-
sweeper role. And you can see now he's beginning to shout instructions at his teammates because he knows they're running out of time. A minute is a long time, but they need to score twice. Once is enough, but
There's a player,
to nail it
There's a-
in, they need to do it twice.
there's a player there who was trying to play Innocent Kimathi, coming with open laces, trying to show him, I want to tie my laces. Tony's like, Innocent's like, not now. Why? But like as you say, his tactics, you can just use some dark hats and use it to your advantage to see how well you can capitalize. Yet the scrum also with not a very good pass going into that one. As you say, the support cast for Mwamba was also taking time for that one. Let's see what they're able to capitalize from this one. There's a knock.
Fine margins.
There's a knock. He's
there on the-
assuming it's a penalty.
fine margins on the contest.
There's an assumption that it's a penalty, but yet it's just a knock on.
Yeah,
So
a different referee would look at it, would interpret the law in a different way.
it's correct.
But there's that final, that's the full-time hooter.
Wow.
Mwamba have one play to score and win the game. Masinde Muliro have one play to defend and they'll take their first win of the pool.
And I'm guessing they are full complement. They're all the 7 of them right now. So let's see what they're able to do. That player, had he collected that ball?
Pass wasn't the best.
And that's it. That's Masinde
see-
Muliro.
You can see the disappointment in the Mwamba ranks.
Those are the hosts of this tournament.
They've begun their campaign with a crushing defeat against Masinde Muliro. Well, given the series standings as it stands, you'd expect Masinde Muliro to win, but Mwamba are playing at home. They're playing their home tournament. You would expect them to win, but the result has not gone in their way. It is Masinde Muliro who have won by 10 points to 7 and brings us to the end of the first round of day 1 at this George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens.
We'll be taking a short break. I'm Willie Wex alongside Ernest Akorebirunji, so you can take a breather. Then we'll be back with the second set of plays from day 1 of George Mwangi Kabeberi Sevens.
And we are back for the second round of fixtures in this 2024 George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial 7's Strathmore Leos taking on Nakuru RFC in Pool A. Both teams were victorious in their first match, in their first respective matches. Strathmore Leos, the biggest surprise, beating series leaders KCB, and Nakuru just about overcoming a stubborn Impala in their first game. Already underway, and action will continue with that scrum from inside the Nakuru half, with them in possession.
As you stated, this is Christos Ojuang, very good handoff, and he's been able to make some ground, not able to capitalize, and he's gonna lose that possession. I believe there's a knock, waiting to hear from.
I think he played the ball on the floor, or Juang there, but as he allowed one movement, he hit the deck, and then once there's no support player, he tried to offload it to the next arriving man. That, in my view, amounts to playing the ball on the floor, which should be a penalty. But
I say the interpretation varies in different scenarios.
They're called laws. They are laws, not rules, so they are always going to be subject to interpretation.
And center referee is Victor Dur. This game determines a lot, because if you look at the first games, both teams won their respective fixtures, and whoever comes out on top out of this one will be the one to quote-unquote have a better standing getting into the quarters. Because you get 2 wins, it's quote-unquote a guarantee. Quote-unquote, depending on how well the other teams fare on. Don't forget, the other team has Cabras losing their first fixture against the University side Strathmore. So is there tackler release? There it's called, yes. Victor Dor makes the call. Now here is, let's see what Nakuru are able to execute from this position.
It's always difficult, of course, when there's a big team in your pool and they've not done well in the first game. It leaves the door wide open for everyone else. Maybe Cabras will lose another game. Maybe they will beat everyone else. But that means that one of these two teams certainly will be going into the Cup quarterfinals, whether as first place or second place. We'll get to determine that at the end of the day, but it's all up for grabs in this pool A.
Strathmore will be able to hold the defense, and Nakuru playing much better compared to how they played in the first game. Good offload, overcommitting, then offload, not the smartest. It's come to bite him, though it's come to bite him where he's trying to stretch out. He did that the first one, which, as you rightfully noted, was not called, and then this one, there was an attempt to get the ball out, and then there was a knock while in that process of doing that. Felix Okoth is a tall, lanky player for Cabras, for Nakuru RFC. He was the best, if I'm not wrong, he was the best player during one of the series. A good running right there. See how far can he make it? So missed the tackle, and that's it. As we're able to capitalize on it. As Nigel himself.
I think this is a very brilliant individual effort, and a celebration to match it as well with his teammate. But my, oh my, what a run!
Totally out of gas right now, and the Strathmore draw fast blood, and they're able to take the lead. They're leading 5-0 against the Nakuru team, the hosts of the Prinsloo 7's.
Make it 7, but look at those steps from Nigel Amaita, breaking ankles for fun from inside the 22, and he has the pace. Looks like he's run out of gas, and then just about beats his man on the touchline. Nigel Amaita,
he's a gem. He's a gem. One very good player.
Right now the lead, Strathmore Leos.
There's a knock.
It's the same play that Strathmore used to beat used to beat Cabras in their first game, making it hard for the team to play on their kickoffs. And same exact thing, forcing the errors and then winning the ball again. They get to attack with a set piece, and they were doing well at that in the first game too.
Victor Dwyer, the center referee, is being a Strathmore scrum. They're inside the we counter for a minute. I thought someone was offside, but he was really playing from the right position. That's Gabriel. No, that's George. That's now Gabriel Ayimba. Son to one of Kenya's greats. Rugby, the late Benjamin Ayimba. Keeping the ball alive. Santo John. There's a couple of infringements, but the referee decides not just to call it. Let's just keep the game flowing. That's Felix. He had already preempted the attack and how well to shrug off with the handoff. So both players were smart in how well they got into it. Let's see what Nakuru able to execute. Ball to Christian Tojuang.
It's the second time Christian Tojuang is making the break, but his support is late.
Too late.
This time they managed to maintain possession, but Nakuru will need to ensure that they get to use Christian Tojuang's exploits in a much better way.
That ball had been played while Felix was way by himself on the far end.
And I think it's not just about Tojuang, it's the entire Nakuru team. The support play is late to arrive at that breakdown. Good turnover from Oro. He could have made the pass outside, but the support needs to be awake, and that's what happened in that first game with Impala, that they were arriving late at the breakdown and they had to do a lot of work to overcome that team in the first game.
Nakuru have been on the back foot the entire first half. They've not really shown much when they got the hold of the ball. Strathmore have ensured they've kept the play alive at any given time. I don't know whether when you have an infringement, you have a penalty, you're given a scrum. What do you call for when you're given a similar penalty immediately after they've asked for another scrum? It winds up the clock, so advantage to Strathmore.
It's already halftime, so Strath are now looking at doubling their lead going into the second half with a bigger advantage, with more momentum on their side. Nakuru RFC have to defend hard. Perhaps they could level the game and then it wouldn't have paid off for Strath.
Very good in and out. This guy has speed for days. His only advantage is Christian Tojuang. He was right there. He's able to clear that track. Right. He didn't even think it. He didn't overthink it. He was just right there. And now Nakuru with the ball, playing from deep within the territory, trying to play it wide. Ball to Felix Okoth. Was that a leading arm or was it a little handoff?
Leading arm it is.
The leading arm, so very nice, a straight. Victor nearly produced the red card. He looked at it twice.
Yeah, there's that leading forearm.
And I'm
to the
area
above the shoulder.
It's been called over and over and over from even when Christy 7's was happening. I remember Olukusi being called against it. I remember another KCB player being called against it. I remember a couple of other players from other teams were called against it. And it's it's something which players need to understand. First and foremost, it's dangerous. And secondly, just give out a handoff, not a leading, because you're trying to use, what do you call it? What bone do we call this? I'm not an orthopedic.
I think that's the ulna
Yeah.
and the radius should be.
So trying to just get an advantage, it's not fair to the opponent, because if someone came at you on the same way you're going at someone, you will not love the feel of it. So here, Strath looking at doubling the lead. Let's see how well they are taking it wide. And here, Strath, I said, Ngong Road has one of the biggest acreage in terms of a try box. And it's 12-0 going into the halftime break. Strathmore with the lead.
I think Strathmore have gotten the dividends for the decision they took to play on deep inside the, you could call it injury time of first half.
Yes.
Lost the ball momentarily, but the penalty was given away. And look at how quickly they shuffled it through the hands. 3 Nakuru players committed at the breakdown. Ball just goes out, straight out to the next man in space. Try time.
Conversion not successful. Strathmore Lears on the lead.
And we'll be back for the second half action after this break.
We're getting into the second half of the game, and this is the Kabeberi 7's year 2024, the 35th edition. We are also going to go live on our social media platforms. But right now, if you have photos, videos, hakikisha unafika pale katika mitandao ya kijamii, Facebook, Instagram, X, TikTok, hashtag the Sport S7. And of course, siku ya leo kwa wale watu ambao wanataka kunywa vinywaji, tunasema drink responsibly. Tusker is here, lakini tunasema unakunywa kwa utaratibu. Current scores, Strathmore Lears 12, Nakuru RC 0.
Strathmore looking to get the second win of this weekend, and Nakuru trying to recover from being 12 points down. Strathmore were very good. Flow the ball in and out, keeping possession. Ball end to end, and that's Georgie, King George himself. Released the ball, picked it up. Ensuring the advantage remains with Strathmore. And here they have an opportunity. I believe there was a better way of executing their overlap.
They had the advantage for offside in that play.
Oh, not forgetting that Nakuru had, there was a yellow card that was given earlier. So I'm guessing now they're back to their full complement. But let me just check.
A big thank you to the Matrix team.
There's some consultation with the assistant referee ongoing on the far end of the playing field.
Number is down.
And as well, a Strathmore Lears player being attended to. by the medics. So
This year's Kabeberi
that's why we're having
7's
this break. But we'll take another look and get
by
the chance to
following
see
partners, Sport Pesa, who are our title
maybe where there's
sponsor,
2
Tasco
players
official
being
scoring
attended to.
partner,
Maybe that's where the infringements
CIC,
could
our
have come
official
from.
insurance partner, KCB, our official activation partner, 7's, our official equipment partner, Reality Media or Streaming Media, and the Kenya Rugby Union. This is the Kabeberi 7th year 2024, and right now happening live is the Nakuru RFC, who are 2 times winner of the Kabeberi 7th.
You screen, that's the stadium announcer,
Who lasts back
ensuring that
title
everyone
15 years
who's
ago,
at the venue is
2009.
kept abreast on what is taking place, which teams are playing, who scored a try, and ensuring that everyone, you just get to know the happenings here at the Judge Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial 7s, happening at the RFUEA Grounds. We are hosted by Mwamba Rugby Football Club. That's the one that is our host for this weekend. Yesterday we had the Vets playing it off at Impala Grounds under the floodlights with the KCB Vets emerging as victorious. And I can see actually, yes, Nakuru now back to their full complement. They're now 7 players in the field. They had a yellow card later in the first half. They need to dig deep, not forgetting that the last Nakuru fixture is against who? It's against Kabras.
Will be lots of work. Perhaps they need to win this game and then they can make their job against Kabras easier. Nakuru.
The ball was denying him any space to run, ensuring you're right there. Roll away, not able to. The ball is visible. The referee would have easily called it. There was a step in, back in, and left the defender.
Try time. Struck Molios.
Going a total miss and not knowing even where the attack was heading.
I mean, Nigel Amaisa is such a talent.
As I told you, he's a gem.
And this is the level where you get to see how good, how far ahead of the rest some of these players are. Because when you see them on the World Series and they're competing, it's maybe level field, but look at how easy he makes that sidestep and break through the middle. Maybe the defense should have done better, certainly should have, but because you're playing in the middle of the playing field, you need to keep it tight, and then once the ball goes out, then you can drift. But the defender drifted before they pressed, and the gap opened up for Amaisa. But it's all in the playmaker. Make it look easy, but it's not an. It's a hard skill to achieve that inside side step.
Nigel Amaisa also turns up for. Kenya 7's. Nakuru with an opportunity to make something out of this.
They had the support again from Nakuru delaying at that breakdown.
They'll rule their missed chance because that was an opportunity they had there which they did not capitalize on.
That's what has been happening from the start of the tournament for them in the first game and still in the second game. They're leaving the door open for that first man at the breakdown to contest.
The first game they were able to capitalize on some errors by Impala for them to even win that game, but otherwise Impala had kept a good hold onto them. But now they're playing against a side that is so more determined. And Strathmore is just showing them the way they mean more business into this fixture. And clearly it looks as if there's space, but then there's none. So that's the situation each and every time they're trying to make a run. Crisanto Juan, some individual brilliance there. Not able to be picked It's an advantage. There's a player who most likely was in an offside position. So it was a high tackle. It's a high tackle indicated there by Victor Duer. And with the dying minute of this fixture, don't forget, just coming up next will be series leaders Kabras taking on Impala. A game I'm expecting Kabras to show who they really are.
It's also an opportunity for Impala to maybe shock the National 7 circuit again, keep the series leaders out of the main cup, and that would be such a huge story.
That would make for quite some headline across the nation. So let's wait up for that one as we wind up this one. Nakuru with a scrum. It's inside the 22, right?
Just between the 22 and the 10 meter line.
Okay.
Good territory for attacking on a set piece, however.
Not. Ball to Felix Okoth. That's a forward pass.
I think that's a forward. From that angle, you could clearly see that it sailed forward.
But we have the benefit of what? The camera, so we're not level field. Because how many Strathmore players are there? That's my point. You have an overlap.
Ooh.
Oh, no. Very clean and smart, and he read it all through. Knew there'll be the back pass, and at the center.
Try time, Strathmore Leos.
Not even at the center, he put it just at the edge there. And this is a 24-0 scoreline. And was you expecting such a scoreline?
A bit. Maybe the difference is how this final try has been scored.
Yes.
I mean, you expected Nakuru to... Things have not gone well for them, so you'd expect them to at least get some consolation points on the board. Like we said in this pool, there's a giant who did not have the result in their favor in the first round, so they will be pumping as many points as they can on all the other teams. So to give away the ball that easily, an easily read intercept move, not what I expected of Nakuru, but that's what it is. They've not managed to get the victory, they've not got the result, and they've been condemned to battling for second place in the pool against Strathmore Leos, who have just about booked their place in the cup quarterfinals by beating them by 24 points to 0.
Impala against Kabras.
Kabras now can maybe turn the screw on Impala, get as many points as they can on the board, climb up the standings from fourth actually, from fourth to second, and then maybe they can start slowly working back upwards.
Is it fourth? Because I think, what was the scoreline for Impala against Nakuru?
The points difference in the first game between Strathmore and Impala was big, was small. Strathmore and Kabras was smaller than that between Nakuru and Impala. So at the moment,
but they can't be fourth because Nakuru has already lost, huh?
In the second game, yes, just
so
now.
Yes.
And you can see the urgency with which Kabras are approaching this game against Impala.
What I've found is the leadership from Mutua. For those who don't know, that's the number 14, was just moved to the left. He's part of the Morans, and he always showcases better, he always talks to his teammates. He brings them back into the game whenever he feels as if people are losing the focus and not really being part of everything that's happening in it. So that's good of him, and I'm glad, and I hope that the team management can be able to accord him even more responsibilities going forward. Kabras with an opportunity to strike, and that was a straight, not thinking it through, not overthinking it. You go straight. I'm not sure that Jack or so goes all the way straight through.
Try time. Kabras Conversion successful. Kabras.
I mean, the ball goes through the hands, and once you send it out to the big men in the middle, the work is cut out for them. Hayo Biden saying bye to the entire Impala line of defense and striking through the middle.
This might be a high-scoring game. There's no much defense, and it's not that they had an advantage of a man. That should have been handled differently by the Impala players. That was not smart, and
had his hand stretched out.
Yellow card is coming.
I think he'll be getting his marching orders.
Yeah.
Intentional knock forward, and now Kabras in the power play. They know where the strength is. They know their strength is in the pack and in their set plays. So they've called for that scrum.
Good flow of the ball by Kabras. Yet another try. Kabras really showing dominance in
Has
this.
he pulled the hamstring? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He was at full throttle, then suddenly he's grimacing with pain.
Not the sights you want to look at if you're the series leaders.
Try time, Kabras. Second try. Mwanji William.
Well, you could say he ensured that he finished the task that was at hand, rounding his opposite man, but I
That's the
think
one
he
who
had,
usually ask at what cost.
Conversion not successful.
yeah, it came at the cost of a hamstring.
12. Impala 0.
That's Felix Sayange. Felix Sayange, who leads the 7's team for Kabras Sugar. Because you know Max Edaka and Carlos handled the 15th teams. Then Edina Chai in the development sector of Kabras. All the way from age group all the way till the main team. It's another knock-on. So
You know, yesterday we took a look at this playing field. The center has been raised a bit, and because of much of the action is around that point with the kickoffs, with the scrummages, it has taken quite a beating, and it's now just a patch of dirt with barely any grass, and could see how the kicker there was trying to figure out how best he can approach the kickoffs.
it becomes tricky after the kickoff. Kabras again comes all the way to the center. A not so familiar sight. Or they took the ball all the way into their dead zone, so that becomes Kabras a 5-meter scrum.
It's good defense from Kabras. The first Strathmore had actually turned over the ball in the Impala rather had actually turned over the ball in that at that breakdown, but Kabras kept the contest on, forced the handling error, ball popped up backwards, and they've been rewarded with a scrum.
This is supposed to just be a very easy 5-pointer for the Sugarmen, taking the lead to 17 points to nil, and that's Mutua. He's a very good build and
Try by Brian Mutua.
a very good, what's it called, a leadership quality, what I was talking about earlier. He always talks to his teammates whenever he feels as if guys are not executing something that they ought to do in the playing field. You're watching from home. This Kabras team are the series leaders, followed by Kenya Harlequins, and then third place is we have KCB. This is their second match of the day. They lost the first one to Strathmore, and they'll have a third one against Nakuru RFC. If you're wondering what time this action ends, you still have time to make it all the way here to the RFUEA Grounds. Impala with a good collection of the kickoff. Guy dived into it's worked for them. It's worked for them. That's good. He should watch his back because Cabras will not just let you have an easy ride into the try box. They'll pursue you.
Right time.
Alfredo Reggio is doing a pursuit, but not successful to stop him. So as we go into the halftime break, scores will be, let's wait for this conversion attempt. Successful, so the scores will be Cabra 17, Impala 7.
Impala 7.
I mean, you can see the angle that was run by Omar Habakuk. There's that supporting line, and then just off the shoulder at full throttle, he knew the only man that would catch him would have to come from the outside. So the two inside men had been committed, and at that speed, there's only one result: try time under the poles. And that is what brings us to the end of this first half. A dominant display from Cabras, but a good response from Impala going into the break. Confirmation of the halftime score, 17 points to 7. The Sugarmen leading.
We are getting into the second half of the game, Cabras against Impala. All actions are happening right here live at the RFUEA, and this is the 35th edition of the Kabeberi 7's year 2024. It is Impala, which is the 7th title win of the Kabeberi 7's, one of the most successful teams in the Rugby club to ever bag the 7 titles of the Kabeberi 7's, and against the Cabras Sugar. Current scores: Cabra 17, Impala 7.
They have, you can see the difference whenever they get into an opportunity. So it wouldn't be, if your build is not like this, best will be, that's a knock. I think there was 2 knocks, so it brings it back all the way. But best will be to, if you could do more running, going into contact against them is to your disadvantage, not to your advantage.
Yeah, KCB, rather Cabras have the advantage of the weight, they have the advantage of the height. Overall, their size is bigger than Impala, but a small man is not a boy, they say. And as the score stands 17 points to 7, Impala know how to hurt Kabras, but they need to do more of that and then put some results on the board, some points on the board.
As Mutua turning back to his left, and the center of try box become his location. And they've extended the lead now. It's 22-7. That's Eric Cantona with the complimentary 2 points, pushing the scores further to 24-7.
Conversion successful.
Mutua Brian rather running a good supporting line.
This is the second half of the game.
And the offload was good as well, ensuring that you keep the ball alive, keep the moves alive. The defense have to work harder because it's easier to attack than to defend. Defending is a thankless and tiresome job, so Kabras are making sure that they keep the ball, and then Impala have to do all the hard work. And it starts immediately with kickoffs like this. You go up in the air, contest against them. Sometimes you'll get the heavy fend of a man who is aware, but ultimately teams that win kickoffs, teams that win restarts, are teams that go ahead to play and maintain possession for longer and put points on the board.
And through the side, and it's well noted right there by the center referee. And here is Impala with an opportunity to have their own run, and the ball is pulled all the way out into touch. That quick key and called in, though. I'm guessing there's a...
They'll have to be called back.
The players were there.
Yes.
It's not like no one was there to receive the line out.
There's the restart. Kabras rather going up in the air, losing that battle, and then one of the men who was perhaps just waiting to set up at the rack, he gets a heavy fend.
Alfredo Rege was nearly sent to go check on some stuff somewhere else, because that handoff was well executed.
There's been quite some kicking in this game of 7's.
But you see that it's usually all in the bounce of the oval ball. Because I believe there must have been an infringement in that coalition, because for the Kabras players running forward, and any ball, if he touches the ball and he still continues moving towards the try box, it'll mean it's a knock against him. So unfortunate for him. That would have been an easy score. Impala holding on still with the scoreline of 24-17. Impala may end up getting another instant. There's another knock, and it's all in that scenario. We had a discussion about Ernest on size, and what do you do with your size? Because if you, as you stated, a small man is not a boy, but also a small. As you said, when you have a big man in a team, the only advantage is usually, especially when they're going against a small man, because they cause a mismatch at any given instance. And now this is advantage Kabras looking to draw. Oh, a very good step right there. Very proper step by Hilary Salano. In and out, he's able to execute a very good and to move scoreline to 29-7, and the additional 2 complimentary to make it 31. The Impala players look dejected. Not the happiest of the bunch. He's a defender who's if they check very well at the Impala grounds, he may have reached there, because the way he was shown the direction of exit, they may need to look for him somewhere. Here is a Cabras with the final, if I'm not wrong, the final kick of the game. Jackson Sketa with the kick.
I mean, as we were mentioning that they are the small boys, what now Impala need to do is use the advantage of pace. If there's no advantage of pace, they need to get the ball through the hands, keep it alive. You know, the support is there, the numbers are there, then they can get the work done. Also, it saves a lot when you're working as a team, you know, defending as a full unit as opposed to going for the Hail Mary as one person. It helps to save a lot for a team of small men. But let's see what they do with this final play.
Jackson Sketa. Very good dancing there. Release. Play it wide. Oh. Oh. And that's there's quite some towing right there, and that calls the game. And I can see the Monks about to get back into the next fixture.
Full-time score, Cabras 24. Impala 7.
Monks will be playing against the Stallions Rugby, then followed by Oilers taking on Kisumu RFC.
Confirmation of a full-time score is Cabras 31, Impala 7. Catholic Monks up against the Strathmore Leos. This is the action in Pool B. Later on, we'll have the Menengai Oilers against Kisumu RFC. And the Catholic Monks are kicking off from right to left on our screens against the University boys, fellow University boys from Strathmore.
With better composure and ball movement within the first 3 minutes. There is an infringement right there by Stallions, and possession moves back to the Catholic Monks. And with that, they've been able to gain some ground. Looks like there's another penalty.
And I think there's cause for concern. At that point, there's a hard collision between the players. Pretty sure there's not much to it apart from being a hard collision, but my, what a force of energy that was transferred between those two players.
I will not wish to be on the receiving end of that. Scores going now is a Monks 5 with the conversion attempt from far wide. See what they're able to do with this one. Not the best of kicks.
Conversion not successful.
The Monks have used that short side a couple of times. They've decided that they will be playing in those, using the soft skills, using the power in those short, small channels. And that's the second time in the same sequence of play that they've kept it on the short side on the right. And they've been rewarded with points.
Oh, very good running right there by Stallions. And he still can kindly put a try. Scenarios where you do a showboat and then you die and go through.
The shark fin is out
like,
at full pace.
He checked back twice and just confirmed, you can't get me. Then the shark fin went all above his head.
It's a good round of applause from his teammates. But it was that injection of pace. You know, the defense is pressing on you at full throttle. And for you as the attacker, you're looking at, you know, injecting that small injection of pace, and that's what he used to beat the two players in the middle. Ball well retained by the Monks. Through the hands now. Back to the short side. They like to use that short side, the Catholic Monks. Through the hands now. Buru Kelvin recycled now to the open side. We would like to see what they can do with the ball in the open side, the Catholic Monks.
Good tackle. The ball is lost in the ground. Yes, and it's advantage to the Stallions. For them, they're showcasing they're also here to play. They're not here for as just another fixture to earn people points. You have to work hard to go through them. Yeah, remember, they may not have scored big in their first game, but here they are just showcasing that we're here to be counted also. They had a tough time against the Oilers, but now against the Catholic Monks, there was that scenario in the discussion we had, and those some of the things you're saying that come from the training ground. But they may not have gone successful, but they were able to execute a couple of moves through it. But what you mentioned is when they're playing the first game against Oilers is what will happen when they come up against teams that don't have players who have similar physique to them. And if I'm not wrong, this is one of the teams.
Yeah, for sure. Monks and Stallions is one of those games.
Very easy way of opening the midfield, and there you can see there's a difference now in the experience between a Div 2 and a Div 1 team. The Monks being able to rally from behind and pull up the score now to Monks 10, Stallions 7 with a conversion to come straight right in front of the upright.
Conversion is good. We'll get an opportunity to look at that try again. There's that cut angle, and now it's a question of technique and how much the defenders are committing into the tackle, because a man running at full throttle, the only way to stop him is not by the shoulders. You have to stop him by the legs, and that was not good enough from the cross-covering defender, trying to rip the ball out, misses the tackle, try time on the other side.
I think he had figured this one is gone already. So it's like what's the easiest they can use here?
Some defenders make business decisions. They think about, you know, if I put my shoulder in
the next game, the career,
what will happen on day 2, what will happen in the next game. So they make a business decision of let me call it ghost work, and then maybe there will be an opening later.
The ball is still in play. It went forward. The player would cut back inside, and then at an instant it looked as if he had been stopped, but then he wasn't. And then I think even from where he was running, he assumed he had been stopped, so he slowed down a bit, and that must have cost him the momentum he had. By the time they got to him, he just threw what I call a hallelujah pass backwards, but he didn't even go backwards as it was declared as a forward. So here we go for a scrum as we finalize a couple of seconds of the first half. Catholic Monks leading 12-7 against Stallions. And I'm guessing Stallions, Quay will just look at it and be like, no, let's take a break.
Yeah, good decision, because they have to work nearly 80 meters on the other side to score, and they have a 12-7 lead at halftime. So it's a good return, it's a good investment that they can take into the break and then see how they can use the final 7 minutes to consolidate their lead. Catholic Monks 12, Stallion 7. Confirmation of that halftime score in this second round of matches.
We are getting into the second half of the game. Lakini kuna form na form ya kichwa rugby. Now, you're able to enter our draw to win a Samurai Rugby Training Smart Chat with a single prize of a Samurai Rugby Training Ball. All you have to do, the Samurai people with the tested spots will be walking around with a selfie frame. So take the selfie and you follow us tested spots on Instagram. Upload your selfie on Instagram and tag tested spots and all your friends. So each post counts as one entry and the winners will be announced on Friday the 30th of August.
You know, instances like those ones get space from nothing. And at times it looks as if they're not there. Oh, they've been able to put it down.
It's a good finish.
Showcasing something today.
It's a good finish, power finish. Well worked by the team. And they have what should be an easy conversion to make.
Slightly on the side, but to the right side. So, as you said, it's supposed to be an easy one. Let's see how this one goes. And successful.
But look at that carry again, the fend and then the side step. He looks like he has gone through. There's a defender coming from the back. He stays aware, grounds the ball easily, and that's a strong finish to level matters in this match. All to play for in the second half early on. And now we get to see, I would like to see now how badly either of these teams needed, the Catholic Monks and the Stallions. There's one in the middle and then one at the end. They are not playing together. But I'll be...
Down, collected by the Monks, who elect to revert on the same end, and the ball is collected by Stallions. That is where this the other one was good as it went backward. Now the return that goes all the way. And credits to the Stallions.
It's an incredible amount of kicking. It's not, you know, usual to see teams kicking in sevens, but the way how I'm interested in seeing how the kicking game develops on this side on this side of the border in this competition, the Kabeberi 7's, because we've seen both teams kick back and forth, but at that point now you're attacking in an open field. There's no offside for the players who are retreating on defense. Yeah, so once you have the ball in your hands and you've been put onside by the chaser, then everyone else is onside. So I would like to see how that develops, especially with teams that are higher up in the rankings, because that means they're doing it in a more structured way. Oof.
And it favors him, so in that scenario, give chances, able to collect that.
Try time, Catholic monks, Philip Walikama.
As a box 17, Stallions 12, 6, 5, right to the center. See how the conversion.
I mean, we keep talking about the kicking game. Stallions literally kicked the ball away at that breakdown, and when the ball got into the hands of the monks, the favor was returned with the kick. It's a good kick and chase behind into space. That's what you want to see from your players out wide, and the bounce also favors him. He charts the right path, gets it straight on under the uprights. Yeah, for sure. I thought
Try time! Stallions Rugby! Try for David Opiro.
play was turned over twice in the same, you should say the same phase of play. The Stallions appeared to have handed it away after being held up, but then they just about fought and regained possession. Then they transferred it through the hands. Catch, commit, pass. That's what you want to see from the Stallions. Do not kick the ball away without structure, without proper decision being made prior. You make use of the ball, you make use of the space, and you get some points on the board. Now they have a chance. This kick goes well. They have the chance to just maybe win the game in the last play.
It's a full time, and Stallions lose by just 2 points. And as you stated, don't forget, this team is coming from the Div 1, Div 2, and playing a Division 1 and being able to hold the Monks, who've been very great in the last couple of outings. It's a major plus, and just seeing how well we can see the next steps of it. Menengai Oilers now taking on Kisumu RFC.
Right up next, Menengai Oilers against the Kisumu RFC. We're getting into the first half of the game. If you're just tuning in right here at RFUEA, this is the Kabeberi 7's year 2024.
Center referee is Duncan Kiyoko. Ball will be kicked from right to left. Kisumu RFC electing to winning the coin toss to kickstart this fixture. The second game of the day. Good 10 is covered there. Ball moving end to end. Wow. Abukuse. And he has wheels for days. And as you stated, Anis, at times you watch these games and you're able to see those players who made it into the national team, and it showcases why. Because more often than not, they have an edge. More often than not, they have an edge against just regular players.
I mean, Abukuse means business. In this 7 series, is the current top try scorer with 50 points to his name going into this Kabeberi 7's tournament. But look at what he does with the ball in hand. Has it with 2 hands, commits the man, and then as his winger is running outside for the switch, he takes that channel, has the pace, has the speed, and the power to go all the way under the uprights. This is what you want to see in 7's, where players are pumping all that they've got and running around and outside their men.
Action continues.
There's a Menengai Oilers player who is still on the ground from the far side. So right now they're attacking with 6 men. And the medics have taken long to get.
That's worrying. They should stop the game if possible, because the player is not even moving. There's no motion. There's no motion. Not. Some fair play would make sense.
I think Oilers have elected to continue attacking with 6 men, but we can still see the player being attended to. The medics have gotten to him, so hopefully he'll be okay.
There's a good in and out step in.
Second try
By Abutwalib Wesonga. And is able to get
Menengai Oilers. Second try for them in the game.
Version is good. Let's get a chance to take a look at that try. Ball moved through the hands easily, and then the offloads now. From those offloads, it's just the side steps from the small men running against the bigger men. At that point, usually when the defense is on rushing, they've been sucked in by those offloads. The spaces begin to open up, especially in the middle, as the players out wide are holding the width.
We're now on a medical break.
Menengai Oilers on the lead with 14. Kisumu RC 0.
There's a first try from Abukuse. He slows down a bit, then engages a second gear to run past his man.
This is the Kabeberi 7's year 2024.
And this is only Pool B in action. You top your pool you're likely to get an easier run through. But given how Dallas 7's went, you have big teams on the other side of the draw. You have in Pool C, you have Kenya Harlequin, you have in Pool D KCB, you have Masinde Muliro as well. So you're now looking at how best do we finish in this pool to get a favorable draw up in the cup quarterfinals.
Not forgetting, like if you look at Pool A, because if I'm not wrong, the fixture, the one Pool A meets 2 Pool B.
That should be for I think that's one. It is A and D, and then you can just check. We have time for this medical break.
Because while I was stating that one was in the scenario of you have Pool A that has Kabras, Nakuru, Strathmore, and Impala, where Strathmore are leading that pool.
So in the quarterfinals,
yes,
it's going to be A1 and B2.
That's what I was saying. A goes to B2, and then B1 gets to A2.
Yeah.
Yes, and then scenario is C1 meets D2, and D1 meets C2. So that's what I'm saying. You have a scenario where a pool like Pool A, which has Strathmore leading,
Against
and then
Kabras.
a scenario is just a heads up, the last Strathmore game is against Impala. And then looking at this pool where you already have, so whoever comes out second in Pool A will, whoever comes out second in Pool A will most likely meet up with Oilers. So as you say, that's day one where people start getting a knockout early in the morning. 10 o'clock, you're already out.
And that's how I think, if given how the pools have been drawn, it's likely that Kabras might have taken the harder path through. But we'll wait to see. The rugby is not played on paper; it's played on grass. So we'll wait to see what it will come of on the grass. But at the end of this medical break, it's very relieving to see the player walking off and not needing the stretcher to be stretchered off. But I think that could be the end of his tournament, given how long he spent on the floor. But again, just out of shot, it's nice to see that he's back on his feet and walking off on his own.
And there is the game resumes, and Abukuse picks it up from where he stopped with a very good run, being able to go round, and there's a knock. It's called as if it knocked his knee. Well located and viewed by Duncan Kioko as the center referee. Oilers truly showcasing that their class way above Kisumu, and it's quite evident with Beldad Ogeta making it so easy from that possession.
Kisumu's certainly no match for the Oilers. They're not doing, it's not much rocket science, it's not much innovation. They're just using the pace, they're using the space, they're using their men to go through those gaps that have been created by moving the ball around. Kisumu are overcompensating for being too slow around the breakdown, getting into their positions late to defend, and that's how they are leaking points.
And from just the kickoff is there's been an infringement by Kisumu RFC, and it's a whole scrum against them. So the last fixture of this pool will pit Stallions against Kisumu, and then Catholic Monks will be going against Menengai Oilers. And once you're done with this pool, moving to Pool C, that has Harlequins, Kenya Harlequins, Nondescript, the Easter Falcons, and the Kenyatta University Black Blood. And finally, Pool D has Masinde Muliro, KCB, Mwamba RFC, and Thika. Also another pool where all teams will be doing their best. And the Oilers have lost possession in the most unlikeliest of manners, that they had great move of the ball, and then an offload that was given, but I'm guessing the recipient was not ready for that one. Less than a minute to play. Oilers totally having dominance of this game. Yeah, Kisumu making a run, not the best of passes. It looks as if he's not moving first, but he's actually gaining ground in one way or the other. Gets himself in trouble, but tries also to get himself out of trouble. Here's a ball coming now from right to left.
Big ball carrier.
You have an overlap. Oh, fantastic, fantastic by Kisumu. And try scored right there.
They've worked hard for this one, Kisumu.
It's the only score they've gotten, so it's not been an easy feat. And Eugene Omuyinzi. Eugene Omuyinzi with the 5 points. And they're looking at adding another 2. And it's successful, and their scores are 21-7.
Like we said, a small man is not a boy. He decided to, give it a short run through the mid of the big men. Those are the spaces that we're talking about that Menengai Oilers have been using against Kisumu. And just one opportunity for Kisumu. When you're a weaker team, when you're a Division 2 team, getting your opportunities up in Division 1, that's what you want to see. You want to see those teams playing. And they've been rewarded with a finish, kept possession. And when the gap opened, the most unlikely of men took it. It caught the defense by surprise. Now they have points on the board going into the break. 21 points to 5. Menengai Oilers lead Kisumu.
Live action happening right now is the Menengai Oilers against Kisumu RFC. On the lead is the Menengai Oilers with 21, Kisumu RFC 7.
And the player is pulled down into touch. Oilers ball. Oilers not really starting from where they left, because the last score was by Kisumu. Oilers are more muscular, more it's called agile. There's an in and out there, and the players really opened up the field. And Oilers just showcasing how good they are, and the ball is handed over to the one and only Denis Abukuse. further points. As stated this weekend, he goes to be the top try scorer from the 7's series. Denis Abukuse.
Conversion successful.
And the score is pushed further.
Kisumu RFC 0.
There's something about Abukuse that I've noticed so far just from the 2 games today. He strikes very early after the restart.
When the opposition is still napping.
Yeah. Did that in the first game. He has done so now twice in this game.
It's a good 10.
Equally good contest from Kisumu.
Kisumu really pushed this one. They were smart in how they handled it. They have many opportunities against the oiled machine that is the Menengai team. Actually, the player had done, he had attempted the Duncan Kioko. They are telling Abukuse, I'm the one in charge. Let me do my job.
It must be fun being a center referee in rugby, especially.
Samuel Maura getting for touch. You're saying it's good being a center referee?
Yeah, I think rugby referees enjoy because you're at the center of all that action. It's exciting on the outside.
On the perspective they get of the game.
Yeah, imagine being in the middle. And your job is to manage, your job is to officiate, not to control. So
Yeah.
you get to see things as they happen in real time, and you're there.
Whoa, he's gone all the way. There were stops that were not really stops, so ground was gained, and the look of things, it's totally a one-sided affair here.
Menengai Oilers have used just one simple tactic just for this try, and we shall take another look at it. They've ensured that all the breakdowns last less than a second. It's either an offload on the floor, or they ensure that they don't even hit the deck. They make sure they offload that ball in contact after getting that first man, and that's what keeps the defenders, working hard to ensure that they have all the bases covered. When you keep transferring the ball through the hands, you can take a look at that on the floor. Does not track, picks it up, then the pirouette, and it stretches over for the try. It's just a product of that quick non-stop goal that Oilers are using against Kisumu.
Imagine you have another 2 minutes of this play.
And again, you can see how quick their racks are. The rack speed is incredible.
That's Elkins Musonye. Who's played on the same ground as Harlequins player back in the day. He now applies his trade for the Menengai Oilers all the way in Nakuru.
Try by Obaye Amos.
Conversion is wide. See, after that Elkins Musonye break, it's still the same thing. Quick rack speed, less than a minute. The defense give away a penalty, give away advantage for offside. You can see just about there, the referee's hand has gone out, and then the big ball carrier decides to cut through the middle. They had the advantage, free play. They get rewarded with the 5 points for the try.
Amos Obaye with that great try there. That was a high tackle that was spotted by Duncan Kioko, and the knock-on ensued immediately after. So possession, as it was for Kisumu RFC, has been turned over and now back to the Oilers. And you can see here, Oilers taking it all the way. Good support. You can see Elkins is right there, just waiting for the opportunity. And he's already picked the ball and he's gone. He didn't have to struggle much on getting that one. So
Try time.
It's a good combination from the big men on the outside edge. They came from the scrum and spread the pitch wide out. By the time the ball came back, they had the numbers. Just
on one
send
side.
it through the hands. And then just that same thing, if you can't avoid hitting the deck, stay on your feet, shuffle the ball through the hands. And that's
Flood
what
it.
Elkins Musonye did. He picked up the ball as the Kisumu RFC attempted to hold up the ball carrier. Elkins Musonye picks it up easily, strolls and scores the try.
there's a unique thing I've also noted this weekend is that I've not seen conversions from the wide angles.
Right up next is Moniz.
I mean, the players the margins have not been any finer yet, but I know once we get into the business end of things, maybe in the final round or in on day 2, maybe then we'll begin to see the kickers working hard.
Playing against Vista Falcon.
But this full-time score of 43 points to 7 Menengai Oilers against Kisumu confirms Menengai Oilers' ticket into the Cup quarterfinals. They have one more round to play, but so far so good for the Nakuru boys.
Is able to collect the ball even after that awkward bounce as they move the ball end to end. Let's see how they're able to execute. Oh, Nondis are just able to power, and there's no stopping them. Totally obliterated that field. That was some great ball movement by Charles Odhiambo. Don't forget, this is a team that has Charles Odhiambo at 11 and Charles Omondi at 5. So honest, it's a Charlie team. None is looking at just how well to capitalize. And we talked about the wide ones, and right there.
Speak of the devil. Well, get another chance to look at that try. What a break from the power carrier. It's very deceptive to see big men running, but you know there's an indication. In 7's, the number 11 jersey is usually reserved for the fast guys.
Yes.
Do not be deceived by the size.
As long as you see that number, be wary of what may be done from that. And a good 10 is covered. I believe Daystar assumed it won't go the full complement of the 10 meter. And here is here's the 11. And he's heavy, so putting him up is not an easy scenario. And then Charles Omondi with the number 5 jersey.
It's a good transfer of the ball from the Nondis. They are looking to isolate the defenders out wide and create those overlaps. You can see slowly but steadily the gaps are beginning to open up. They just need someone to take them at full pace.
The only thing they know they can't do is to try and run it on the wing just to outbeat a guy like Patrick Odongo. If you're able, that was a knock. if you're able to beat them at the center and be able to just to make your points, like the way Charles Odhiambo was able to do, that's just how well you do it.
And I think that's what the Oilers are looking for. They are looking at getting those spaces in the middle. The passes, the final pass was not good enough. But that's what they're looking for.
Not Oilers.
Yeah, Nondies
Oilers
rather.
finished their fixture. They're now resting. May make Gibson Weru be worried whether his boys are back on the field without his presence.
That's what the Nondies are looking for. Get to work on to open those gaps in the middle. But the Easter Falcons, on the other hand, will want the ball to go out as quickly as possible, and then they can get their speedsters running.
So this is their first attempt, and there is Patrick Odongo. Ball is being moved end to end. They've made a stop. How well they capitalize on it. That was offensive from Charles Omondi. He was spotted.
He came in from an offside position.
Yes. And here he is again. Ball going all the way wide. That's Patrick. Not even Patrick Odongo. That's Trevor Pondo was also able to do some magic there. Whoa, favorable bounce, and that's a try right there by a very agile Eddie Wambogo.
He's hurt his shoulder
Trying
trying to ground that ball.
The Daystar Falcons.
But what an incredible effort.
This is that one we're saying a try was scored, but at what cost? Huh?
And I think, you're looking at now teams with their structure. They've moved the ball through the hands from one side to another side, and once he realizes that all the defense, all the 7 men are on the first line, boots it backwards. The result is smiles for his team, but he's in a bit of pain. Let's see where probably the collision could have come from. He goes to ground the ball, and there he landed on the shoulder.
As we're on a medical break right now, we'll await the referee to signal for us to proceed.
They will use a different kicker for the conversion. So
And the time is back on.
I think Falcons are going to be forced to make a change. Then play can continue.
Conversion not successful.
Conversion not
Current
successful.
score, Daystar Falcons 5. Nondies 7.
Good fish eye shot from
The
one
uprights,
end of the try area. I like that. Gives you a bit of a picture on the kind of conditions that.
Did he release the
these
player?
guys
Because
are
I felt
playing.
as if there was no tackle and release by went really well. Now here is Daystar, and the referee, I believe that's a yellow card if I'm not wrong.
It's obstruction, but I'm afraid it could be the same player who scored the try the first time. He's hurt his shoulder again. Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
it's the same player. Eddie Wambugu, eh?
Kicks it forward. He's tackled without the ball. They're trying to block that running channel. The scrum down is going to be, there's an option for a penalty where he kicked from, or a scrum down where the ball first landed.
They took where he landed. Where the ball landed, sorry.
I think the gentleman, Eddie Wambugu, is working so hard. It's the second time he's down. Maybe the coaches might now start thinking about load management, thinking about player management. The tournament is 2 days.
Yeah.
He's an instrumental member of the team for sure, but he has worked so hard in these first 7 minutes.
Very true. I'm looking at Ian Umbwani, the nondescript number 9. Being able to interchange that scrum, which they were playing defense, and then now it's their offense, because it wasn't their possession, but they've been able to capitalize on that. My only issue is for Nondis, if you try and play the wing, is you're playing against Patrick Odongo.
But not much to worry about because
No, I'm saying from that position, there was not really much they would
Yeah.
have done with that one. That's
Yeah.
Charles Omondi there. There was a stretch there. That's Charles Odhiambo. The one who put in the first try. See the big man, he keeps moving. They have an overlap here. Charles Omondi.
I think there's hands in that track
no,
there.
the ball, really, I think he knocked it with his feet while he was trying to get out of the danger, so it remains advantage for Nondis. The ball goes backwards. Ian Mumbwani. Wow, they lost the ball while in motion. Nothing as swift as a player who's able to just step and pass you the way these Falcon players are doing.
It's beautiful to see. We'd now like to see whether it will result in 2 points.
Oh,
and
he's
they're
gone.
doing so well.
He's gone. As long as he stepped back in, there was no stopping him. Fantastic play right there by the Daystar Falcons.
Full team try.
Like, it feels as if most, if not all, the players in the team touched that ball.
I think they did from the tackle on the outside edge. They've moved it through the hands, catch, commit, and pass. It's the simple basics of 7's rugby. And the Daystar Falcons have mastered it. Looks like they went into a lecture room for that.
You're saying at the river-based campus, there's a lecture on basics of rugby, just how well to offload.
I mean, just look at a catch, commit, and pass. He commits his man, then the side steps. At the end, it's left for the finisher.
That's the one
down.
and only Arnold Agonda.
And they've been rewarded as well. It was the last play of the first half. They're now going to take the momentum and the lead into the second half.
Let's see what the Daystar Falcons. Don't forget, this is Pool C, which has Kenya Harlequins, Nondescripts, Daystar Falcons, and the KU Black Blood. I remember Daystar lost their first game against the Harlequins, right? And then Nondis won their first game against Black Blood. But then now coming to game 2, you have a scenario where the Daystar Falcons are leading going into the second half against the Nondescripts, and then the next game following will be Kenya Harlequins taking on Black Blood, and then the final game of the series will be Falcons. It will be a university derby where Falcons will be taking on Black Blood, and then an Angongro derby where Harlequins will be taking on the Nondescripts.
This group is still wide open.
Totally. As I even mentioned, all the games that are upcoming, it's not secure for anyone.
For sure.
As much as the weather looks gloomy, I can tell you the people here are smiling. There's good action of rugby and a very, very good crowd. You'll find people from all, all corners of the city. If you're wishing just for a social hangout, this is the place to be. Don't forget, there's the games and then there's the whole after party later on.
I particularly enjoy those ones here at Ngong Road. After the games, nothing beats an after party at rugby.
Unless
World
that's
over,
declared.
especially on the World Series, the 7's, like in the 7's World.
Yes.
You're doing a tour in your country. You're doing a tour of the world. The 7 Series never disappoints with the after party.
I'm here to do my World Series tour. So honestly speaking from experience, I hope to be joining him soon in one of those ones. We do Tunis?
The Africa Women 7's, I mean, if the opportunity comes, why not?
Super.
And the Lionesses will be there, some of whom are playing today in the women's competition. So
Yes.
they do well there. They book a ticket to the 7's Challenger for next year, so all to play for in Tunisia.
Charles Odhiambo with an attempt to go at it, and he was not successful. And if I'm not wrong, that's Patrick. He's come from the side ref.
Yeah, the contest is not
The
through
referee
gate.
warned them enough times.
The contest from the Nondis was not through the gate.
Ian, they are trying to negotiate his way through Joseph Mumo. But Mumo is not having any of it. And here is the kick. He doesn't find touch. Goes all the way deep down into the 22. So here is an opportunity for Ian to kickstart the game all the way back from their 22. They're moving the ball end to end. Who's playing at the wing? Good ball carry right there. That one has gone forward. That one went forward. Benjamin Wanimo had a very good ball carry there. Charles, you can see Charles Omondi is now seated. The team manager there, Sinaida. Joseph Mumo, the center referee. And here we have this scrum. 4 minutes to play. Give 10. He's playing advantage?
Yeah.
Because there's no release, that's what I was wondering. Smart play, smart, brilliant play. He figured with my back on this side, you'll not be able to figure which side I'm moving, where I'm going to. And here is the ball movement, let's see. And it's a maestro himself, Patrick Adongo, not given much room to play around with, but he offloads it to his counterpart who goes, he's going for the center. Such a cheeky try.
I think this is why we mentioned in the first game that Daystar Falcons need to play as a team of 7 on the playing field. Patrick Odongo might be the star of the show, might be the one that grabs the headlines and all, but teams will come with solutions to what he has to offer.
That's
and
true.
it is the players around him
Who
that
need to step up.
Yeah, they step up. You run good supporting lines like this one, opportunities will open for you.
Because actually, had they just let him be the only one going, assuming that he'll have made the run because he was stopped, they'll not have been able to capitalize on this one. So yes, very, 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 very well spotted there by Ernest.
That's what Daystar Falcons needed to do, and now Nondis have questions to ask of their defense. They need to start. The Daystar Falcons have stepped up. Nondis now need to engage a different gear. They've squandered the lead. They now need to come back and fight for a place in the Cup quarterfinals.
And here they are already playing on defense because they're already deep into their.
I think that player is hurt.
If you could stop that game kindly, yes. Well, not a ref. I'm not sure what happened there, but I've noticed that it's Ian.
It's another one of those.
We're on a medical break right now, until we await the referee to give direction on the continuation of the game.
He landed badly, I think, in that contact. The hand is stretched out.
This is the second half of the game. Daystar Falcons 19, Noni 7. If you're just getting
the left
into the
hand
RFUEA, this is the Kabeberi 7's year 2024, the 35th edition. This year's Kabeberi 7's has been proudly sponsored by the KCB, Sport Pesa, Tusker, 7's, Reality Media.
So how would you describe the National 7 circuit so far in terms of the rugby, the way the teams have been playing, and what have been the key talking points from the circuit this year?
I believe it's quite commendable seeing the organization by teams, because we started off with Christie 7's, then went to Kakamega Ingo, then went to Kisumu for Dala. We're back here for Kabeberi. The last, if we look at the four, including this one, it's on the level of rugby being played. I believe the first two, there was what's called quite some rust, considering most of these players are just coming back from playing 15. So now switching back into 7's, there's some rust. But as the tournament progressed, seeing teams, I'll give an example. Looking at teams like Harlequins making very good impact. I would say the last couple of years, they've not been, like in the top 3. And for them to be series runners-up, it's quite commendable. To look at what Kwea Monks have been doing the last couple of series. So it's been, for me, those have been the things which I've noted and are quite commendable in terms of how well teams have been able to execute. As it stands, we have a minute to play, and this is a scenario where may have been an upset. Still, an upset is rife for happening. We are looking at the player won't be able to roll away from this one, and it'll have to be a penalty against them. And quite cheeky and smart, and I believe this time round the boys from Athi River, the Daystar University Falcons, have taken this one. It's in the bag, 24-7 with a conversion to come. Those are 17 points with by the time they're finishing this one, going to the next conversion not successful. 24-7 with a minute to play, and still it'll be their possession to kick it off.
Look at that quick restart from James Odiambo. He realizes that 3 men are, 1 in an offside position, 2 they've turned their backs on him. Just taps in front of the referee, so he's on the mark and goes. Couldn't have scored an easier try. But
I believe now that's the easiest try for today.
But this is what we've been talking about again about the Nondis. That ball was first carried in by Patrick Odongo, and the players around him are stepping up for the Daystar Falcons.
Kicking it deep, and let's see what Daystar are able to do with less than 30 seconds to play. The best they can do is get one more score, and let's see how they're able to execute this one. You're going against Patrick Odongo. That was a bad tackle, but it was not spotted, or it was left.
It was spotted, but they had the advantage.
You can just drag it off. Go to the...
Yeah, I think now Daystar Falcons can just put it into touch and take the win. But the referee has some consultation with his assistant referee.
It's actually
the ball the other way around now.
It's actually a Nondi's ball.
So Nondi's, we get to hear what the referee has to suggest to him with the options that he has available.
And it's actually, it's a knock. Or it's a penalty. It's a knock because they're going to a scrum.
The best that the Nondis can get from here is a reduced points difference. Maybe it could be what keeps them in third or sends them to fourth.
Oh, and I believe that was where the problem went into. There is no getting him out of there. And if you try and push, you've created a mole kick, and Daystar Falcons secure this win 24-7, causing an upset.
Full-time score, Daystar Falcons 27-24, Nondis 7. Full-time score, Daystar Falcons
Very much an upset. Daystar Falcons 24, Nondescript 7. And onto the playing field now comes the other 2 teams in that pool. Kenya Harlequin up against the Kenyatta University Black Blood. Kenya Harlequin won the first round tie. Black Blood lost, and we've seen the tables turn on the Nondis against the Daystar Falcon. Maybe another university team will have something to say against some of the top performers in this National 7 circuit.
These teams are usually rivals when it comes to the, what do you call it, when it comes to the 15th game. And the Kenya Harlequins team has not been able to get a win at, what do you call it, last in the recent past at the university grounds. They call it the blood bin. So let's see how they fare off in the 7's scenario. Kenya Harlequins taking on Kenyatta University. Kenyatta University Black Blood. That player can't roll away. This is there. There was a leading, and he's knocked that ball. Ernest, you just missed. Amon Omalo's trying to do a quick penalty take, and when he went for it, he knocked the ball, and referee was not any sympathetic to him. The rule is the rule, and Linus Kamande just looked at him and just informed him you knocked. So let's see how KU responds to this one. And there's a penalty. There's an advantage. Arthur Gwandaru there starts it off. Wow, the player has been kept up. There is no getting to the ground. That's a very simple turnover.
And referee urges them, it's open play, so the only way Harlequins will have to win this contest is by taking the ball out. Black Blood realize,
and I've realized
we're going to have to lose this one and decide to contest and make it a scrum. Save time, restart the whole play.
Wow, how comes? But like you see, it's a scenario I've also observed, Ernest, where there's some referees who call it early, others wait a bit. Is it at their discretion?
No, it's not at their discretion. It can only be a maul when...
Not at a maul, but like if someone is held up and the ball can't be on play.
Yeah, it's open play. It's still open play. You can hold the player up for as long as you want.
That's what I'm saying. Some refs call it early into a scrum, others wait slightly longer.
They only call it when two players from different teams join inside with the ball carrier. That's when it becomes a maul.
The ball inside the rack, I may be called. Good movement of the ball right there.
But otherwise, it's just what?
It's just an open game.
It's just open play. You have to keep playing, and the clock keeps ticking.
As I'd informed you, Ernest, this was not going to be an easy fixture for whichever team. I believe the time had been stopped. It's still on a stoppage. As you await the referee to ensure that the player who's on medical check is well within, and we're back on.
Tagging attested sports and your friends. You will get away with a samurai rugby match shirt and a samurai rugby ball.
Arthur with the ball, taking it in. And there's a yellow card against
Kenya Harlequin.
Kenya Harlequin player. I'm just trying to see who's the player who's gotten the yellow.
It's for an infringement at the scrum. That's driving upwards was the call.
Let's see whether these guys are able to capitalize on this one. Because they have a man advantage now. End-to-end ball movement. Sin space. That was Arthur. Haman Humo. Strength of a big man. He meets up with Obat Kuke. Not much ground for him to play with. Smart tackle there. That was smart. That's an infringement while you're playing on the ball while on the ground. Those are the ones you're saying. Some a player is assuming the referee won't be able to see this.
Yeah, Haman Huma was isolated. He ran outside
Whoa.
on his man. And now the Black Blood will make them pay. With that power play, they have the numbers advantage, so it has counted in defense. It is now counting on attack.
Oh, very true.
Try time. Black Blood.
And they risked, not making use of that advantage. Black Blood, 7 against 6. Ball is turned over by Haman Huma, and the next time he gets the ball, you turn it over from him. That's a good way to earn your points. That's good offload as
Got
well
into
after
contact, then offloaded. Very good run there. It's a replay of it just to see what took place there and just to appreciate the player. That is Major Mulongo. And here we have Folk.
Black Blood players not releasing before
That's
contesting
lucky.
at the breakdown.
To Amon. Ball is moving end to end. Still shot, a pass on shot. He went around it and the referee was able to spot it. Harlequins knowing and being real to themselves that they are man shot. Lucky with the first exit of the ball.
And now they are attacking with advantage.
But why would you? Well, that was a heavy tackle, but I didn't understand why the player came back back into center. But you can see Kenya Harlequins with the 5 points and Emon Wamalua to add that complimentary 2, and it's 7-all.
Time, the Kenya Harlequins.
7-all score.
Queens must have forgotten that they were 6 men against 7. They were moving the ball so quickly. And it can be deceptive. They call them pseudo gaps. The defenders will put spaces between themselves that they can manage. And when you cut in against the grain, that on-rushing defender is going to make the tackle. Unfortunately for the Black Blood, they committed 3 men into that tackle, and that opened up spaces now for the Harlequins to strike them under the poles.
Because the try was straight through the center. It wasn't even overthought or underthought. It's just an easy way to execute. So that was quite something. Well, they blundered with the kickoff, so for a minute I was wondering why. And what Kenya Harlequins have been good at is to ensuring that people make mistakes. They knock the ball out of you. That's what they did to KCB last weekend in Kisumu. Create spaces for themselves, and you see with the wall. That was a heavy.
Now let's see how the Black Blood will be able to turn defense into attack. They had a try-saving tackle. And now, but they have to work from deep inside their own in-goal area.
That was a smart, deceptive kick. And if he has wills against his compatriot, he's going to tap it again. Now wait for the bounce.
Yes, pick it up.
Bounce.
Oh.
Try.
For a moment.
It was really deceptive right there.
I thought he had missed the opportunity to get the ball on that bounce. And then throw in that segue of the pole and then the twist of the other bounce. There's a defender chasing him.
That's the one and only Major Mulongo tries in this game. Both of the Black Blood tries are from him.
All that in the last play of this first half.
Conversion successful.
And then Daniel Oyo Jadibo.
7.
That was the bounce, but maybe he still had a few meters away. I think Amon Wamalwa could, if he was willing to take the risk, at that point there, Wamalwa could have got his hands on the ball, or at least
But
disrupt.
don't forget, he still went forward when it hit his leg. He didn't stay backward, so that was a scenario which was tricky. But yeah, it's happened.
What a half of rugby, 40 points to 7.
That was quite something. As I was telling you, these teams are 4s when it comes to 15s, and they brought the same energy into the 7's game. And let's see how the second half goes. And we kickstart the second half. Moving from left to right. As KU Black Blood taking on the Kenya Harlequins. Action is end to end. I felt that neck tackle all the way from here at the commentary booth. Honest.
Just unfortunate contact above the shoulder.
Yes, lucky. He was very instrumental in the win for the Harlequins when they won Ingo 7's against KC, because actually that match was won in extra time, and he was the one who put down that try that consolidated.
Advantage for tackling the man without the ball.
So let's see if there's an advantage here. Well executed right there by Kenya Harlequins. They just didn't put well in their defense for the Black Blood. They overcommitted.
Try time. The Kenya Harlequins try.
The scores as it stands before the conversion is the Harlequins are trailing by 2 points with the conversion attempt to come. Eimono Malwa. The name goes Harmony Malwa. And it's successful, and we are all tied 14-14.
Conversion successful.
Haman Huma's long pass has cut out 3 men. It gives Leonard Fogang the opportunity, and it's an easy decision to make there. When you're at the wing, you have space on the outside, but the pass has cut out 3 men. They are all compensating to come and stop you on the outside. Cut back inside, easy finish in the middle. And like we said about 7's rugby, 1 try is no longer enough to maintain the lead. You need about 3 now. with 5 minutes on the clock,
There's no...
Queens knew all they need to do is just touch down, and then we are back in action.
There's a kick. The bounce was not as good. Major would have been a favorite for that one. And then so would have been Haman Humwa. Whoever would have gotten the good bounce would have capitalized on that one. It's a Harlequins inside the 22. It's a Harlequins line out. Harlequins looking at going ahead.
Oh, what a contest. But the
It was a good contest.
the extra player not coming through the gate.
Step. I was expecting him to step, but then he figured there's a man advantage. You take the, you're not taking the 7, but if you can get the 5 and look for the extra 2. But if not, just take the 5 that is available immediately. Now Harlequins are leading 19-14 with the conversion to go. Conversion's a bit tricky for Amoni Omalwa.
Conversion not successful. Current scores: the Kenya Harlequins 19, Black Blood 14.
Good flow of the ball by Harlequins. And David William is able to execute on that one. Lucky starting it off. Lucky the world. It's well collected. Good flow of the ball. The man on the side. Whoa, this kid is able to just do some, whoa, not the best of passes coming out from there. That's a knock.
Unbelievable. After all the hard work that Harmony has done on defense, wins the possession. Slacky is also there as well to get the ball and win it back for the Harlequins, and you lose it forward. No man in front of you. You put out one hand to gather the ball.
You have, like, there was no hurry in collecting the. There was no one who was rushing against you. Collect the ball, set the play. You can now execute from there.
Sacrifices that have been made by his teammates have gone to waste.
But you see that they're very strong with the scrum. Let's see how they attack this one. Look at this scrum. They will try and execute. So, whoa. He's lost the ball.
It's been ripped out like a thief.
Oh, it's a penalty. But see, I told you about how Lucky is a very good player. They've asked for a scrum. That's Obat Kuke marshalling his team, because they know, as you stated, with a scrum you can be able to execute all the things that you try out in the training ground. Because you can be able to say, okay, so play 2 when they overcommit, because the 12 here can always run to the left. And the scrum, when it's coming, the ball is coming out, the scrum off can just get it off and offload it to the 12 immediately. Let's see how they execute. There, now turn left. Whoa. Strike. And it's close for them to execute.
That was the hooter as well, meaning the conversion. Successful will mean Black Blood have beaten the Kenya Harlequin. Unsuccessful, we take the draw in the second round, and now that sends the pool into mathematics. But
this game is still on play. It's not really over.
Had the hooter.
That's Dennis Opio, OTG himself, not able to execute. That would have been such.
That was the hooter, so
the Kenya Harlequins 19.
Maybe there's just one more opportunity for the restart. And all to play for both teams. What do Kenya Harlequins do? They won their first game. Do they take the draw and look to fight in the last game of the pool? Black Blood have a lot of work to do because they need the win.
Robert Kuke there, number 8. Monomalo taking it wide. Ball going end to end. You see what the Harlequins are able to do. But Kuke taking him all the way to the ground.
Advantage
lost possession
to the Black Blood.
Going straight into contact. Is this another upset? Whoa. I feel like the game is over.
It's the last play. Referee says open ball, play on. Ball has been turned over 3 times in the last play of this game.
You didn't capitalize against Harlequins, they're going to punish you. Whoa, whoa.
Still open play, says the referee. Breakdowns are as open as daylight. And teams are making sure they contest as much as they can.
Come on. And he got the try?
So the chalk bounce up, so it should be a try. We'll have the benefit of the reverse angle on the replay. But
I'm seeing the assistant referee already going to check on the conversion. Yes. Best indicator that it was counted.
That's the match winner.
What did I tell you? If you don't capitalize it against Harlequins, they'll punish you. That's what happened to KCB when they're playing the final. They were leading by 2 scores, and then they had an opportunity to make a third. They didn't make it. How Harlequins were able to marshal back to make it 14-all, and then to push into the extra time in second half. That was some breathtaking game right there by both teams. Amono Amalwa with the brilliance that distinguished who were the winners and who was second.
There's that choke that you'd be looking for the finish. He gets a good catch off the bounce, frees his hand, stretches out and grounds the ball. Clear try. Queens live today another day against the Black Blood. They have won this crunch tie by 24 points to 19.
KCB taking on the hosts, Mwamba. Game moving.
Big ball carrier, dropping shoulders.
KCB with the rush of the game, going end to end. And there's a fast blood drawn by KCB.
Try time, KCB. Try by Floyd. Action happening in the first half of the game.
Tony Mondi trying to marshal his teammates. A deep kick from the wide angle. I'm not sure whether that's Levi Amunga is the one who's kicking last 2 weekends for KCB. And the try right there was by the one and only Floyd Wabwire. Floyd has been very instrumental and very key, and especially if you remember the first game, he was very unique cuts, getting open spaces and making ground of it. I believe so. He's a totally new player. And here we have Mwamba playing from deep. It's Jacob OJ. You have to be very smart when you're going for OJ, because whatever you can give to him, he can give it to you back twice. Very good ball cut. Great ball movement, and that's Tonio Mondi.
Beautiful rugby from Mwamba.
Oh, Mwamba, very well executed. And an opportunity for them to take a lead in this fixture. Scores 5-0, and this is an opportunity for them to add 2 points to it. Joseph Odoyo to add the 2 complementary points. Whoa.
Misses in front of the uprights.
Whoa. Bro, you know the things you can draw, the opportunities, like that's right there.
Look at that use of the soft skills. The basketball pass to Tony Omondi into space, beats 2 men.
I seen Vincent Onyala overcommitted, because there was already someone covering that angle, and then he followed, and the offload goes to his opposite co-captain of the Kenya 7's team, Tony Omondi, getting the try. So scores are tied 5-5, and that's Andrew Amonde alongside Shams, Mike Shamia.
Mwamba have finally decided to play in this second game.
Fully woken up compared to what they did the first game. Or is it that scenario where people say you only wake up when you're playing against your best rival?
Perhaps.
You can have tricky days on other days, but against your rival, you show up well. Stepping, but not gaining any ground.
Advantage, I think,
It was through the
KCB.
side. He came through the side.
Working too hard on defense, yet they are already forcing Mwamba backwards with the ball, so just be patient, keep doing the good work, and Mwamba will be forced either to kick the ball away to you, or they'll be forced into an error.
They're already retreating, so how well do you capitalize on that? So scores, it sounds like less than 3 minutes to play. The scores are tied 5-all, and it's a scrum opportunity. Wahinya against his compatriot Daniel Tabu. Sorry, Asati. And it was the 9 position. He was definitely getting caught. And here's Jacob Oje.
Same thing, same scenario as in the first phase of play before the scrum. KCB are forcing Mwamba to work backwards with ball in hand. Mwamba will now either be forced into an error like that, or they will have to kick the ball away.
That becomes a knock.
Yes, that's the error. The defense is pressing hard on you. No time for you to make the decision. The pass is not the best. You will be forced into an error. Good defense from KCB. Looking to see what Festus Chiasi is able to do on the wing. Samuel Asati Tintin alongside Daniel Tabu. Tabu's also played and done time with him in the Kenya 7's team. Yeah, it's all brains right there.
Ball is taken wide. Who has the ball? Good stepping. That's Onyala.
No advantage gained from that phase of play. High tackle, the call.
That's Onyala is going all the way. It's not stopping him. Oh, he didn't commit the ball until... Don't forget, just to wind up this second round of matches, will be Masinde Muliro University taking on Thika.
Let's take a look again at that quick restart. And then the chicken wing pass to Onyala. Onyala goes with that quick step on the outside. Appears to have grounded the ball on the first attempt. But
Actually,
no, it was his elbow. He's not held, so he's able to get up without releasing the ball and then grounds it properly under the poles.
If he releases inside the try line.
That's a try because he has released the ball.
So
Yes.
there's no, he can't be allowed any other movement. Are we going into the half?
Yeah, that looks like it's the final play of the half.
The conversion was not successful?
It was successful, the conversion.
Halftime score KCK 14, Mwamba RC 5.
All to play for in the second half. Mwamba lost their first game against Masinde Muliro, and KCB won their first game against the team from Thika, MKU. Of the halftime scores: KCB 12, Mwamba Rugby 5. Was kicked high. KCB running. There's a knock. Went into the ground. There was a knock on. Opportunity for Mwamba. Daniel Tabu with the responsibility. The ball came through straight through the tunnel as it went in, so Has to be a reset of the scrum.
Look at all those 6 men engaging their shoulders in that scrum. I wonder why Tony Omondi's arm is up. The ball was knocked backwards by a KCB hand.
Oh, that was some brilliant individual. That's the same kid.
Floyd Wabwire.
Same. Like, he's a star. I'm loving the way he's playing his game, and he's just taking any opportunity that's given at him. Because to look at a team like ACB, especially for a new player and to be in the starting lineup and to have an impact like this, that's quite something.
He has slotted in really, really easily into this team, and I think Tony Omondi for a moment forgot that he was a player, tried to be a referee. The KCB hand was out, knocks the ball in front of Omondi, but it's backwards.
It's backwards for KCB.
And that's the resulting turnover. Ball pops up into the hands of Wabwire. He has wheels for days.
And he can step in and out. The kid is playing really well. That's very commendable. Look at how the kid is playing, and Elvis Olukus is now in. The guys are playing backwards. It's really risky for them. And they're making an advance forward. Oh. There was a forward pass. Spotted right there. Spotted very well. The center referee for this fixture is Rodney Kipkoech, assisted by Joseph Momo and Robinson Kiplangat. Second last fixture of the second round of games, and you can see Asati stepping out. And in comes Davis Nyaundi. Quite a good rotation. When I look at the rotation being done by coaching staff, to enable every player who is in that who's in a lineup to get a feel of the game is quite commendable.
I mean, that's the load management that you need to make. You have played 2 games today, 1 more, close day 1, and then day 2 you need all men to have at least got a feel of the game, and then after that you can present your best men for the cup.
That's Jacob Oje. There is no stopping him when he's in full motion.
Try time, KCB. Try by OJ.
This is Pool D. It has Must, KCB, Mwamba, and Thika RFC. Mwamba losing their second game.
Mwamba RFC 5.
I mean, for a moment I thought Mwamba were here to play, but that energy got dissolved within the first few minutes of the first half, and now KCB are simply strolling through their defense. That Jacob Oje finish is a characteristic of what has been the story of this game. One player commits and the entire defense goes with him. The gap opens up for the finisher.
2 KCB players committed without good communication, at least, so that at least there's better management of that. And I think there was a forward pass, if I'm not wrong. It was their possession. I doubt it was a penalty, but let's wait and see. Yes, it's a scrum opportunity. Davis Nyaundi, scrum half duties, comes out well and he runs off with the ball. He can fake that and go all the way. He was caught in that. Maybe
That's good defense from Mwamba.
maybe the offload would have been a better scenario because he stayed on the ground. It's a guy with good wills. That's Daniel Tabu. Has offered the ball to Tiok, but that's a leading arm. That's a leading arm. Elvis Olukusi.
KCB attacking with 6 men as Nyawundi is still on the floor after that tackle, that try-saving tackle from deep inside the Mwamba's area. I think that's another elbow, leading with the elbow. It's quite a plague here in Kenya Sevens.
I told you, drastic measures need to be taken because players from both sides have committed it, and it's more of if there can be scenarios where people are handed. I feel like it ought to be escalated.
It could be the solution could be national, you know, through the let's call it the structure, the national structures for training from school, from university, and now through club. You ensure that, because there's a unique way in which Bling wants his team to play at the top level, but he is not working from the top only. It has to come starting from the bottom.
That's very true.
That same way that he wants his team to play is, I think, can be transferred in the safety calls, in the discipline, in how the players approach contact. We were talking about earlier about being held up by Kenyan defenses is a trademark move that the whole world knows about, and so it can be the same way Kenya can be known as the team that when it reaches the contact zone, they come in clean, they do not lead with their elbows. I think that's going to be the solution. It will take some work, but patience will yield very good results.
Is Tony looking for, collected that ball? That's Nyaundi. Very good offload. That's Festus Shiasi, if I'm not wrong. And didn't really capitalize it for Mwamba with that attempt. I think because time had already gone, they'll have just gone for touch and just wind it up. So now KCB lead 29-5. That's actors Festus Shiasi, 29-5. And we go into the last fixture of the second round of matches, which pits Masinde Muliro University taking on MKU, Mount Kenya University, all the way from Thika. It's a total university derby.
Conversion is not good, so KCB march into the Cup quarterfinals with a match to spare. They now need to play for number 1 or number 2, but they will take this 29 points to 5 victory over Mwamba in the bag and await the third round.
You see, let's not forget that for this Pool D, the seeded number 1 seeded team is Masinde Muliro, who already have a win. So it's Masinde Muliro looking at how well do they capitalize when they're playing against MKU. Then going into the third fixture, because the last game of the day will be Masinde Muliro playing against KCB. So it's still all to play for into the number 1 and 2 position.
And just another reminder is that they will be facing the teams from Pool C, Kenya Harlequin, Nondescripts, Daystar Falcons, and Black Blood. So it's an interesting. The results from Dallas 7's have thrown the Kabeberi 7's wide open for almost everyone, because you'd expect these teams to be on one side of the draw, then they will on different sides of the draw, then they will only meet in the semi-finals. But now they are on different sides, so they are going to have to meet earlier on in the Cup quarterfinals.
And here's the action from the last fixture of the second round of plays, and this one pits Masinde Muliro University going against the MKU of Thika, a university derby. MKU already lost their first game when they played against KCB, and now here they have an opportunity to try and showcase what they're able to do. Center referee is Oscar Ndereva. That is the Masinde Muliro with the light blue top and white pants, and then MKU of Thika with the black pants and black shorts and dark blue shirts. And you can see Masinde Muliro have drawn fast blood, taking the lead 5-0. Conversion not successful. But you can look at the run of play in the way Masinde Muliro are able to execute their offloads, and the try is executed the far end by Kevo Bukhala. And here we go again. Kick off of the second. MKU able to hold, and here they are making their move. Moving from right to left. Let's see what MKU are able to execute on this one. A good in and out run. Did he go into touch? Yes, he went into touch. Idea was great, but the execution was tricky. The chalk was what betrayed him, because once the chalk goes up, Boniface Mbok had a good run, but then the chalk betrayed him on going into touch, and now we have a whole reset. Oscar Ndereva, center referee. And just like that, MKU with the opportunity to get off from where they were, they offload the ball to the opponent. It can't go bad than that. It's quite an unfortunate scenario. Looking at the players dejected. Still, it's the first half with 2 minutes to play. Oh, fantastic. Good conversion right there by Kelvin Bukhala. Or was it Cyprian Ombaso? I think it's Cyprian Ombaso. This was the scenario. And how they lost the ball. Simon Odhiambo did an offload that was not really going to anyone in particular, and he was picked up very easily by the Masinde Muliro University player. Here's an opportunity for MKU to get themselves out of the danger zone. They're deep inside. An infringement by MKU, and they've lost possession again. Now they're chasing the game.
Let's sit here for a while.
Not the position they would have loved to be in. And here's another opportunity for Masinde Muliro to just showcase of how good they are. And there's a run on the wing. And I'm not sure whether that one counted. Was not successful as it hit.
I'm not sure which teams are playing, so I can't tell which is which. Team 6 better than the other team. It doesn't help that both teams are playing bad. It seems to be together. Oh shit. Somebody broke the ankle.
Are looking to turn the wheels. And there's an infringement that has been called. I believe it's a penalty. But this consultation between Oscar Ndereva and Duncan Kioko in the touchline just to get clarity on what has transpired there. The player being summoned as a leading forearm. So they've lost possession. It's Must possession. Must have been very clinical. I believe one of the last plays just before you go into the halftime break. And here Mosinde Muliro holding the ball. And here is MKU with an opportunity to run it. Don't know why they're not electing to kick in some instances. Shouldn't lose this possession. And there's a yellow card being presented right there. Fans of gathered are enjoying their time here at the RFUEA Grounds. If you're at home and wondering what's happening, this is the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial 7's happening at RFUEA Grounds here on Gong Road. Can get yourself here. This third round of action will be starting maybe the next 20-25 minutes, so just stay away and prepare yourselves well. You can always get here, and there's definitely, this is rugby, there's definitely an after party after. There's an advantage of a man by MKU as must have been reduced to 6 men. Let's see how this advantage is used. They have a runner here. They lost the possession, lost the ball on ground. So an MKU ball. Tap and go. He elects to kick. The ball is picked up by Masinde Muliro. Cyprian Umbaso figures. Let's take a break for now. Kicks the ball to touch, and that's the end of the first half. MKU trailing by 12 points against Masinde Muliro University.
they expected to beat us.
As Masinde Muliro University take lead. And here goes, ball moving end to end. Very good carry. Player is taken down. Not able to secure the ball. And MKU with an opportunity to get onto the scoreboard.
Sahani should have been there. He was a really good player when in high school.
But they've lost it, and position is turned all the way around now. It's quite a very contact game here. As you have instances where MKU is committing on defense.
Yes, Sahani!
And here,
Nice.
and now here's the opportunity for
Now it's really good back in the days.
his opportunity for Masinde Muliro to deny MKU an opportunity to get on the scoreboard. Some little patience will do for Masinde Muliro, who've capitalized on it, and they're going for it. Kelvin Bukala going all the way end to end. Born on the 1st of August, the year 1996.
Masinde Muliro. Try by Bukala Kelvin. Current score, Masinde Muliro 17, MKU Thika 0.
So most ensuring they're putting this game further and further away, as the scores are now most 17, MKU 0.
Oh, now it's here. It is on national TV. Fun days. Oh, it's the 7's.
Masinde Muliro still on the lead against MKU, and we have this call. MKU with an opportunity to try and to get themselves onto the scoreboard. The ball is offloaded off, going to the left. Doing an in and out. Tries to throw the ball back into the field of play, but then gives it straight back to Masinde Muliro, who you know very well do not miss the opportunity to capitalize. And the favor is returned. The mark has been set. Here is Masinde Muliro from left to right. Let's see what they're able to capitalize with that. And here they go. And there was no stopping him. He's gone all the way. All the way. That's the big, powerful Ian Odwora, or as they call him, Buga. Ian Odwora is a player who's just trying to look at his date of birth.
Try by Otwar Ian.
Player was born in the year 2000. Times you try and contemplate what you're doing in that year, and you realize that someone was getting born, and right now they're making the mark on the rugby field. Quite commendable, Ian. Scores are now 22-0. MKU not really having the easiest of days as they trail 22-0 with a minute 36 to play.
Current scores Masinamo 22, MKU 0.
Very powerful carry right there by Ian Buga. And he has an opportunity for MKU to do something with their possession. Very big difference in the build between the players playing for Masine Muliro and the players from MKU. Both are university sides, but then, as we had mentioned earlier with Ernest, there's a difference in the build by players from the western part of the country compared to other parts of the country. Let's see how far they can move it. Trying to move the ball end to end. And Ian Buga, it's been called against him. MKU with an opportunity to make a run. The ball's still being moved side by side. How well do they keep it in possession? How can they be able to capitalize on this? And this is still MKU all the way from Thika, trying to look for a way to get into the scoreline. Cheeky play right there. And here they are making moves. Boniface Ombok had done lots and lots of stuff to execute that, and there's a knock that has just transpired which throws the game totally out of play, and the game is done. Final score, Masine Muliro University 22, MKU 0. And we're going into the ladies fixtures, and coming up, this is the Western Spears taking on the Kenya Harlequins.
Vipi wewe?
Jao umekula kuku yetu katoroka.
Sasa. Papa mwenyewe
kula kuku yetu katoroka. Okay, congratulations. How did you do it? Where's the M-Pesa?
Try time! Big Kenya Harlequins. Ladies.
So I tend to meet wash.
Conversion successful. The current scores: Big Kenya Harlequins ladies 7, Western Spears 0.
Oh, nice. I like that. That's good rugby. Beautiful rugby. Go, go, go. Offload, offload. Dr. Bryce.
Conventional successful Western Fields 5, beginning higher than ladies 7.
Okay. Strathmore. Zain, saidi hapa. Please. And this is the final leg of fixtures for the day. Strathmore commencing against Impala. Strathmore have already won their first 2 games. That's George Oro. They've lost possession. Impala joint, what's it call it, leaders in terms of having won the most number of this tournament, alongside the hosts who are Mwamba RFC. And Strathmore with a very clean exit of the ball. And here we go. Good counter by Impala. Are they able to hold it? No. Here we have very good dummy right there, sold by the Nigel Amaitsa. Nigel Amaitsa is a gem.
Try time. Strathmore.
He opens the scoring for Strathmore.
Conversion successful. Strathmore Leos 7, Impala 0.
The conversion was successful, so 7-0 lead. Strathmore still with the onslaught. Impala able to collect the kickoff, but they lose it within the first point of contact, so it's a Strathmore ball. Ball moving end to end, and a slice, like a slice through butter. You have a scenario where Barnabas Owor, aka the lecturer, just there with Nigel Amaitsa, is able to slice through and be able to extend the scores for Strathmore to 12 points against Impala. And the conversion successful, so scoreline moves to 14-0.
14, Impala 0.
Very good crowd, ladies and gentlemen. If you're still at home and you're wondering what to do for the remainder of this Saturday, please just make your way to the RFUEA Grounds and get to catch this action. Was it? No, it was not a full complement, so he didn't go 10, so the ball is reversed. There's a half penalty for Impala. Ball is moving left to right. Impala attempting to make their presence on the scoreboard. Very good dummies right there. And he hands over the ball straight to George Oro. Another clinical, most clinical of moves. And that's Gabriela Imba Gabi.
Try time. Ayimba Gabriel for Strathmore News.
Having all the fun on it, Gabriel Ayimba. And quite the moves right after. Cemented for the university. All their three conversions are successful as they lead 21-0 against Impala. Impala able to collect the kickoff deep inside their own territory, looking to escape from here. It's an uphill task, but let's see how well they capitalize on it. Trying to move end to end, and that becomes a tricky as you go steep. Go further in. And Impala get the score. Quite the move right there. The bounce was in their favor. The knock by Strathmore backwards was still in their favor. And as the ball kept moving and moving, the advantage was on them. And there's a knock to his knee, which is not illegal. Impala state that they're not here to rubber stamp the tournament. The conversion attempt not successful. The scores remain 21-5 in favor of Strathmore. And we're into the halftime break. There goes the second half action coming your way. George using all his experience to get the ball off, to get the defenders off from him. And here's Strathmore making their move. Nigel Amaitsa, boy, is playing good this weekend. Simple dummy pass and he'd open up the entire pitch. And perfect score from the Strathmore Leos as they push the scores to 26-5 Passes the ball to Gabriel Aimba. Everyone's trying to catch a breath through this moment. And you know, there's no obligation for him to put the ball down. It's all about whether
Try time.
the defenders can get to him and make him to put the ball down. And the conversion is successful. They've had 4 tries, 4 successfully converted. When Gabi takes his rest, he's done his time. Impala with the very good flow of the ball. They make a change in their movement. Good line break. Ball is moving well. They're here in the middle of the pitch, making headway. And if you look at their movement, they really are causing the Strathmore defense to move end to end. And you can see the movement. An offense that has been called right there. And here they are with the opportunity. And look, the player came. It's a Strathmore ball. 4 minutes to play. Opting to go for touch. So Strathmore line out. They're able to collect it. And yes, Strathmore making ground. Good ball movement end to end. Steps back in and he's able to execute, taking it back. There's a knock right there. Huh? Strathmore scrum. And an offside position is called. Strathmore go for quick tap in. Game management being called there by George Oro, forming his teammates. I'd say there's no hurry in executing this one. Guys have to figure how well to manage this part of the game.
They have actions happening right here at the RFUEA Grounds. Kabeberi 7's.
A minute 40 to play. Strathmore still in the lead with the 4 perfect tries because they're all converted.
Right now, the Strathmore Leos against Impala. Current scores: Strathmore Leos 28, Impala 5.
The referee calls for a stoppage of time. I believe there's a medical break that needs to be checked on. The Strathmore scrum, well executed. They've had a perfect run with perfect scores. 7 converted tries, no, 4 converted tries. Now that's a 5th try.
Try time. Strathmore Hills. Another try by Matoka Andrew.
Let's see whether they're able to capitalize on this one and to make it to 35. They've been perfect the whole game. 33-5 as the score stands.
Conversion unsuccessful. Current scores: Strathmore Hills 33, Impala 5.
Not successful with that conversion, and I believe this one is final play, and it ends Strathmore 33, Impala 5. As we come to the end of that fixture, looking into the next one is we're having a scenario where Stallions will be going against Kisumu RFC. The 3rd place and the 4th place seedings. So a very good run right there by Stallions. They take on Kisumu. Change the ball from one direction. See the scrum off indicating to the center on where to go for that offload will be placed. Can go in, but can you use your hands inside the ruck? That's the question, and that's what is called the center referee, ensuring that a fair game is played on both ends of the field. Very good running there. Stallions with the upper hand at the moment. making ground and looking for opportunities from whichever angle that comes their way. And he slices through the defense. Izikoti offloads the ball to his compatriot right there. And they're able to make crazy run there as Antonio Nyango is able to get into the scoreline. Stallions lead Kisumu 5-0.
Conversion successful. Stallions Rugby 7, Kisumu RFC 0.
Conversion successful, so kickoff coming from Stallions to the Kisumu side. Let's check on how well to execute this particular fixture. To follow this one will be Daystar taking on KU and Mwamba FC taking on Thika. Players pulled out into touch. How well are we able to execute the last three fixtures, the game three of each and every team? It's more on how well you're able to capitalize and execute this part of the game. Kisumu with very good possession, going in and out. Does he stay in the field of play? Yes. Moving the ball one end to the other. Good flow, but the player is not well executed as a defense comes, but the defender uses the wrong path of entry, and the ref calls the game into a halt. It's a medical break. Medical break as we await the player to be attended to.
A big thank you to the League team. This year, Kabeberi 7 has been proudly sponsored by the spokesperson, our title sponsor, Tusker, our official foreign partner, CSC official insurance partner, KCB, our official activity.
We're back in play.
Sports, Reality Media, and the Kenya Rugby Union.
And it's a scrum. Innocent Kimathi is the center referee, being assisted by Oscar Ndereva and Linus Kamande. Kisumu were able to get the ball off the scrum well. Let's see what they're able to execute with that one. Still being able to hold them to the ball, moving from one end to the other. Looking for space, and there Beverly Cheng running all well, but then stopped on his tracks after a good ball carry. Kisumu still with the possession, taking it one end to the other. They're able to secure the ball. The ball is in the middle of good sidestep. Knocks the ball, but knocks it backwards. Very good running right there. Are they able to maintain possession? No, he's into touch, and the ball changes And it's now Stallions ball with less than a minute to play. But into a stop clock. Very good kick. Let's see whether they're able to capitalize on it. Follow-up kick goes out into touch, and Stallions are not able to capitalize on that. See whether Kisumu are able to do as we get into maybe the last play of the half. It's a call that has been made by the center referee, and the ball is called back on infringement, which is a penalty, most likely an offside. Here we have Kisumu making the run. Movement of the ball from one side to the other. Ivaluching, a good ball carrier. Not an easy play to just put to take him down, and with that he helps his team to gain ground and keep the ball moving. And here they are splitting the defense. Kisumu able to capitalize on this possession and go all the way. Kisumu still with the ball. The penalty at the 5, he's slightly past the 5. He's held up, he attempts to go all the way, and I believe that will be the last play of the half, with an unsuccessful attempt by Kisumu to go for trying the last play, and he's totally held up and denied the opportunity. Take a break. Back for the second half. Second half is underway. We have an instance where Stallions are showcasing their prowess. Very good offload straight through the center.
Try time, Stallions Rugby. No Lawrence. Second try for Stallions Rugby. Conversion successful. Stallions Rugby 14. Kisumu RFC 0.
Get the complimentary 2 points as it stands. Stallions 14, Kisumu 0. This is the George Mwangi Kabeberi 7's Memorial 7's taking place between today and tomorrow here at the RFUEA Grounds, Nairobi. Stallions are really showcasing why they ought to be part of this Div 1 entity with how well they're playing. Look at the ball movement end to end. How well they've been able to just pull players, and before you know it, that's the third try they're striking against the Kisumu side. Less than 5 minutes to play. They're already leading 19-0. They're able to keep up this momentum. This will be a very good win for them against the Division 1 team.
Stallions Rugby. Sore Obadia.
Good replay of that try that was well executed right there.
Current score, Stallions Rugby 9, Kisumu RFC 0.
Try was by Obedia Sore. And Kisumu with a very good line break and an opportunity for them to get on the scoreboard. There's a chase that is being executed here. Will the player be able to go all the way? He's a bit short. There's a knock. He really didn't have much support. He didn't have anything else he'd have executed. That was totally on his support. Supporting cast would have come in early and been able to collect the ball at the offload, because he tried to offload, realized nothing, he can't offload it. Tried to put the ball down and pick it up again, but then as that happened, he knocked that ball while tried just to pull the ball down, pick it up, knocked. He was shoved just a bit and he knocked that ball, so quite unfortunate for them. And here you have Stallions making yet another run. There's a ball lost there in possession, was not seen. How are Stallions being able to execute this one? Very good runner. He does not leave the field of play. Good movement. It's taken all the way back. There's a kick executed high. Let's look at the bounce. Not the favorable one, but then two minutes to play. Stallions are leading Kisumu 19-0. They're able to execute this and finalize it. It will be a big plus. Let's see how well they handle it. On a time stoppage, as the player was just closing up his shoelaces. We avoid an injury being caused by someone tripping because of the shoelaces being loose. And this is a Kisumu line out, not well executed and picked up very easily by Stallions, who are not able to hold on to it. They knocked the ball. Less than 1 minute 30 to play, and it's just moving south and more south for the Dala-based Kisumu RFC. Very good team, but they may need to pull up their socks in the play tomorrow. The ball comes. It's an infringement twitch. Kimathi has noticed and called the game back. So how well do we execute this? So we execute a very good scrum, and here they are. Stallions with yet another opportunity, pushing hard. The player, the ball comes out amidst all the attempts by the opponents. Tackler release. Call was made by the referee. Ball offloaded wide. There's a winger there, and no one is catching him. Dives into the try box, and with very limited time remaining, Stallions are able to execute.
Time. Stallions rugby try by Kabeberi.
Let's look at this conversion. Not successful. I'm guessing this is a wrap-up of this fixture. Final score, Stallions 10, the Division 1 team for Kisumu, 24 points to nothing.
Now, to Pool B, the Star Falcons in blue on your right, on the right of the screen, on the left side of center referee Victor Odwall, and Kenyatta University Black Blood in brown. Some will say maroon, others red, but that's the color on the left of the screen. This is action in Pool B, the final round of matches, as we get to wrap up what has been a chill and relaxed day one of the 2024 George Mwangi Kabeberi 7's. Kickoff is long and high, and it's well received by Mulongo Measure. Black Blood sending it out through the hands. Throws a good handoff there. Got to Kelvin. And he's still working on the outside edge. Caught by Patrick Odongo. Odongo putting up a contest at the breakdown, but well secured by Black Blood. Now recycling. Long ball out through the hands in to the outside the 22 into contact. Obert Kuke has gained good ground for KU Blood, and now they will attack against a retreating defense. They need to make use of this ball quickly, but the contest from the Star Falcons ensures that whole defense has stepped up in shape. Back into the contact zone. Kuke, too eager, loses the ball into the hands of Daystar Falcons. Now with first possession, can they strike hard in this University derby? Through the middle, the break goes. The Daystar Falcons look like they will be having the first strike. It's Agonda Arnold with wheels and pace and a smile at the end. What looked like an easy break through the middle, he needed to put in the work and ensure that he makes the distance, dives under the uprights. Try time for the Daystar University Falcons. Arnold Agonda, the man, with the 5 points. And the 2 from the converter ensures that it's a full complement of 0.7 on first possession. This is the efficiency that teams need in the game of 7s. You have one opportunity on the ball, you score, your opponent gets the ball, they need to score. If they don't, then you've got one up on them. Black Blood have another chance at the ball. Their kickoffs have been well received. But what can they do with possession? They decide to kick it across to the Gasman at the wing. It pops into touch. Wesonga Schweib is not able to gather. Referee says play on. From that quick restart, took my eyes off the screen for a moment. I thought it was a Daystar ball, and now Kenyatta University Black Blood will make them pay with possession. Mulongo Major. With his pose, you might think he's in the ranks of the armed forces. But that was a commanding break through the middle, and he glances at the chasing man, then to the open side, and realizes that there's nobody going to deny him that score, and Black Blood have labeled midway through this first half. 7 apiece.
First try to Black Blood. Major Mulongo.
It's good to see the stands filling up as we get to the close of day 1. We expect more to show up on day 2. And then the energy can pick up in the stands as we get through the real business of things. But that will only be after these teams have ensured that they book their slots in the Cup quarterfinals, in the Challenge Trophy. And my, oh my, what a contest from the Black Blood on kickoff. It looked like it was long, but the chase was fast and hot, and they've been rewarded for their efforts. They have advantage as well. Kick chest through on defense. Advantage does not materialize. They have a penalty just outside the 22 Black Blood against Daystar Falcons. That kick through by Steve Odiambo was, or rather, Daniel Oyo was good awareness, but the sweep was up to task as well, and they have to return for this penalty advantage. Black Blood opts to go for the scrum, attacking on a split defense. They go to the right side, long ball out. Inside, outside, good chop tackle. Ball is left open for the contest. Black Blood have, rather Daystar have their hands on the ball through Tony Ogoma, and he's won the turnover successfully. And now Duncan Olile inside the 22. Daystar Falcons need to exit through the hands. Patrick Odongo in that center position. Ball in 2 hands. Goes for the switch. Now puts the ball in 1 hand. Carries just outside the 22. Looked like a double movement. He was isolated. Contest at the breakdown is legal, but the arriving support players ensure that it results in a handling error. Tongo was isolated there. Support delayed, but still possession for Daystar Falcons just outside their 22. Set piece play with a whole open side to explore. for the Daystar Falcons. They send it through the hands. The gaps open up in the middle. Not the best of passes. Looking for your gas man there. Daystar Falcons. An attempted basketball pass does not go to hand. It sails forward as well. So we'll take the line out for Black Blood. We've not had many line outs here on day one. It's a scrum, actually. Yeah, that forward pass, the decision is easy for teams to make between a scrum and a line out. That set piece platform usually has higher returns, the scrum, compared to the line out, especially at this level. And they've got the free kick well and quickly restarted by Captain America, Arthur Gwandaru. The little halfback is quick on his feet and it's shuffled through the hands. Looking for that space on the outside. Cutting back inside is Ian Odiambo. And now Obert Kuke, the big man, offloads it to the Captain America. His nickname, actually, but goes by Arthur Gwandaru on his national ID. And now Obert Kuke under the uprights. Good ball retention. Good utilization of the space. Black Blood extend their lead.
Conversion successful.
Conversion is successful.
Black Blood 14, Daystar Falcons.
Obert Kuke's try is going to be the last play of this first half. Lots to ponder on for both teams. It's been end to end. Daystar Falcons look like they were more efficient with ball in hand early on, but the Black Blood have enjoyed possession, they've enjoyed territory, and they will take a 14-7 lead against the Daystar Falcons into halftime. Getting set for the second half.
Please visit Total News on Facebook, Instagram, X, TikTok, and YouTube.
The next match in this pool will come after these 7 minutes. But Daystar Falcons have lots of work to do against the Kenyatta University Black Blood, who are ensuring that they contest every breakdown in this game. Pass wasn't the best. Ideally, you'd prefer to pick the ball, to receive the ball between your neck and your waist, because that's where the hands, you've spread your hands out. So when the ball goes below your knees, even for a short man, it's a hard ball to catch. And that's why clearly you can see James Odiambo is disappointed that he didn't get the best of passes. Kelvin Gato to feed, goes to the short side, drags his opposite man, does not come with him, throws a few fends left, right and center, and grounds the ball with power. That's a statement of authority from Black Blood. All attempts to be stopped were futile, and they've extended their lead even further. Now Daystar Falcon need to score twice, pending the conversion.
And it's how does this group look? I'm looking at Daystar have won a game, right?
Yes, they have.
Daystar beat who?
Daystar beat.
Nondis.
Daystar. Oh, it was close against Kenya Harlequin, and then they beat
Nondis.
They beat Nondis, I think. Yeah. We'll check. We can check.
Or did they lose? But do they have a win? And who is it against?
We can check.
I'm just wondering how this pool looks up with Black Blood.
Current scores, Blackblood 21. Daystar Falcon 7.
Daystar Falcon have a lot of work to do with ball in hand.
And the comments on the onslaught right there. Whoa. Great running. Whoa.
Augustine Owino running, should say, in a wave formation. The chaser about to catch him, he cuts the crest. Another chaser about to catch him, he cuts the trough, and good try from the Falcons. They are slowly cutting that deficit, and they need to even be quicker with the conversion, get the restart going, because they have to score twice.
The first chaser was actually a Major.
Daystar Falcons.
There, the number 22, that's Major.
Blackblood 21.
Then the second one there. Victor Dwyer, the center referee, signals for a try. That's just a replay of that play. And here we are kicking deep. Daystar Falcons opting not to play just a simple 10, but to go.
Did that ball sail forward?
Yes, it did.
Yeah, forward out of the hands. It looked like it was going to be a good break for Kelvin Gard to.
There was a runner to his right,
away.
But I'm guessing the runner didn't really make the call. Yeah. We're on a medical break. Medical break as a player gets to be attended to.
I think sometimes players get hurt. Like in this case, it's the try scorer, Augustine Owino. But other times they just need to take a breather, because that end-to-end stuff in sevens is really, really painful. Free kick at the scrum goes against the Daystar Falcons. Ball was fed straight through, and the hooker had no input in it, standing up on the other side.
Very smart play right there. Patrick Odongo
is guilty of tackling above the shoulder plane.
He had gotten the defender, but how he held him became a whole issue. 2 minutes to play. Here's a ball. Oh, took the eyes off the ball just for a second.
Kelvin Gatu, with no man in front of him, no pressure. They have just one try better against the Falcons. Brought his hands back into his body and lost possession. And it's the soft skills that coaches be emphasizing, you know, at club level, can be at national team level. The time that you take, you put your hands out, you get the ball, you bring it to your body, and then you send it out to make the pass. You're losing maybe half a second, or let's say quarter a second. So if those are 7 players, that's more than a second, and that's how much time you're losing. Sometimes it results in handling errors and opportunities for your opponents to strike you hard. Good individual brilliance from James Odiambo. He's come from all the way, selling a few dummies, ball in 2 hands, the soft skills that we were talking about, and the pace for a full complement. Good try from the Daystar Falcons. It's game on. Conversion in or not, there's enough time for the restart.
A tricky situation which Blackblood has put themselves in. They had a comfortable lead. They were going at it, and then a slight what's it called? How do I put it? How to say? Just slight
For a moment,
lack of concentration.
Yeah. And there's that's
That
the
dummy
break.
was well sold. We should be looking for that number 10, maybe somewhere close to the junction area. He may be there getting some stuff from Carrefour, because that was cleanly executed.
James Odiambo, we've seen a couple of individual tries, and the beauty about it is that they're being scored by teams that are outside the top ranks of the series, of the circuit.
Just goes into a scrum. It's a knock. Is it?
You have the option to take the line out of the scrum, but
No,
the
it's a
decision
wrap.
is going
It's
to
a
be
wrap.
easy.
Oh, okay. Oh,
The decision is going to be easy for Black
Black
Blood.
Blood.
Take
You
the
hold?
scrum, kick the ball out, take the win, go home a happy team. They lead by 2 points. Any team, especially the Falcons, to score, the lead will change hands. So Black Blood need to feed it properly and then kick it out into touch.
and here it is. It's usually disheartening. It could kill you as an opponent, just seeing someone slow it down fully and just kicking it away.
I mean, that's the only way the game has to end. Get into touch.
When you're trailing, you were looking at them coming at you still, but you know, for them, they're also being smart about it. So.
Well, that brings us to the end of this game. The Easter Falcons close, but not close enough. They lose against fellow university side, Kenyatta University Black Blood, by 21 points to 19. We will shift again quickly as we get to wrap up day one. Our attention to the next game in the pool. Mwamba RFC against Thika. The home team need to get a win at least to close their day one.
Mwamba RFC against MKU Thika. In the spirit of oneness, I'd love to bring to your attention one of us, Harold, famously known as Rondi, from Stratford Hills, who's diagnosed with nasopharyngeal cancer, and he's seeking for help. Details of that will be showcased on the screen. Harold Rondi, who is currently suffering from cancer. So in the spirit of oneness, we're going to put up the pin number.
Mwamba will be kicking us off from left to right. It goes short, but it goes high, giving enough time for the contest. It pops up backwards, but they have their hands on the ball, Mwamba. Unfortunately, ball carrier is isolated and penalty goes the way of the Thika Titans. They have to work though from deep inside their own 22. Running across was Samuel Patrick Motua. Not the best of passes to his winger, and it's been lost forward. Possession turned over again into the hands of Mwamba. They now have a set piece. Daniel Tabu picks it up. He will be attacking with the whole open side as that scrum is going to be taken on the 5. Tabu feeds. He has Umondi standing in at 10. He carries it forward onto the gain line. Goes all the way to the outside backs, shuffled through the hands. Now it's with Brian Mutugi on the outside edge. Well secured by Kulabu. Reshuffled quickly through Dennis Ndayala. And then now back to the short side. That is Sabala Tendwa. He's lost it to MKU. They have been ruthless on defense against the home team today. Still level and square, but most of the territory enjoyed by Mwamba. They now have a chance to go into, to have their first foray into the Mwamba half. Ball playing with some football on Simon Ojiambo Ocheng, and it pops up into the hands of Abi Omondi. Boys, they call him. Boys will score the first try of this game. Look at his smile. It's been served to him on a platter. All the hard work had been done by Simon Ojiambo Ocheng. Kicked it into space on the cross kick, then entered the half and gave it a good hit as well. It popped up on the outside and into the hands of Abi Omondi. MKU Titans from Thika have been rewarded for their hard work on defense with that try. 5 points they lead against Mwamba. Kickoff goes long and deep into the 22. Chase shaping up on a blanket, but they had loaded on the right side, so Mwamba have an open left side to attack. Brian Mutugi recycled quickly through the hands. Daniel Tabu. Big curry and chicken wing pass into Tendwa Sabala, but he's not able to gather, and Mwamba have been forced back inside their own half. 2 against 1. Idris Kaikai of Mwamba was second best against MKU, but it's been kicked into touch. Wasn't a cynical play, he was only trying to maintain possession, and what a sidestep from Samuel Patrick Mutua under the uprights. Try time again, MKU Titans.
Try time.
Idris Kaikai, in trying to rescue Mwamba, has pushed them from just the halfway line into their 22. Line out taken quickly, and MKU Thika have doubled their lead against the home team Mwamba midway through this first half. Look at that sidestep again. Samuel Patrick Mutua. We've barely seen the sun today, but this is not weather you would complain about in 7's. Clear skies, and the fans enjoying themselves as well. There's KCB's new coach, Oliver Mangeni, in the stands enjoying. He's not in charge of the short code of the game. Omondi now onto the outside. Hands it over to Sabala Tendwa. Is isolated, pops it up, and it's been chanced upon by Wycliffe Angatia of the MKU Thika Titans. Good contest from Mwamba, and they've forced the penalty at that breakdown. Ooh, I think that's cynical play in an offside position. The referee there quick to award the penalty. Robinson Kiplangat, the double blow of the whistle, and he sends a man to the bin, reducing Thika, who looked like they had the advantage in the first half, to 6 men. Hopefully now the home team can make this power play with the man advantage count. Tabu with no opposition at his hands. Ball goes in and out of the tunnel. Mwamba will be happy to take the restart. They nearly squandered possession freely. Tabu again, this time making no mistake. Picks it out. Goes to Joseph Odoyo. Odoyo for Tony Omondi. Omondi now back to the open side. Goes to Tabu in the pocket. Tabu running across, ball in one hand. Sends it out to the gas man at the wing, Tendwa Sabala. Sabala cuts back inside, frees his hand. Or rather, that's Brian Mutugi in the 23 jersey. The bounce of the rugby ball favors Idris Kaikai. He was in trouble on the other side of the playing field. He's in position to ground, but the try is not awarded. Call is that there was a forward pass in the build-up to the try. And so MKU Thika, with a man down, have a scrum feed just outside their 22. Ball goes in, well fed, carried through the hands into the outside backs. They're back to a full complement of men at the end of this first half. The offload is not successful. Loose ball chanced upon by none other than the captain himself, Tony Omondi, at the stroke of halftime. wasn't much of an offload. He was trying to maintain possession of the ball and loses it into the hands of Tony Omondi. And Mwamba will have just a try in the first half and a try to chase in the second half after this conversion. Dennis Ndayala not able to split the uprights, but we shall have half-time between these two teams, Mwamba and MKU Thika Titans. Home team Mwamba trailing by 5 points, 12 against MKU Thika. We'll be back on the other side of halftime. Back for the second half. Quickly restarted and quickly contested by Thika, but they have not done that legally. Onto the playing field comes a couple of changes for Mwamba. They are looking to come from behind in this second half against a tricky MKU Thika side. Good running from Brian Mutugi, inside, outside, and then defend. Cuts the corner and gets the try for Mwamba early on in this second half. Look at the work that he puts in. Breaks the first tackle for pace and then the fend off. He uses that momentum to carry himself beyond the cross-covering defense of Simon Ojiambo and scores the try for Mwamba to level matters after this conversion. 12 points apiece. 6 minutes in the second half to play.
Current scores, MKU Thika 12, Mwamba RFUEA.
Back to square one. Kick goes high and short. Well picked up by Mwamba. Idris Kaikai. Support was there, but the defense was there as well, and they've swept that rack. MKU Thika 3 men against 1. There could have only been one outcome, and what a carry from the little man Derek Onyango. MKU turning defense into attack quickly from inside their own red zone. Playing on a start-stop is Simon Ojiambo. Offloads the ball to Derek Onyango. Onyango offloading in contact through the hands and now onto the boot. Mwamba defending with 6 men plus 1. It's still the old-fashioned style of defense that pulls out Dennis Ndayala from the front line. He sends it through the hands to the try scorer, Mutugi again. Back to Ndayala. Ndayala now can run. If he can do it faster than Derek Onyango, he'll have a try in the corner, and yes, he does. Ndayala, good counter attack from the number 10. He kept alive in support, got the offload from Mutugi, and he was just in the right space at the right time to score the try that puts Mwamba in the lead for the first time in this game. Tony Omondi now to convert from wide and deep. I've seen him do this on the World Series. He does so on the national series as well. Tony Omondi extends the lead to a full try. MKU will need to score and convert if they are to level matters against Mwamba. What a try and what a conversion as well.
For scenario which looked as if Mwamba were totally dejected. They looked as if they were not having a good game. And just from one bad offload that was by MKU, Mwamba fully back into the game. They had the first try, Brian Mutugi, and then the second one, and they've gone for a third one. So things are looking tricky, not for Mwamba, but now for MKU. There was an infringement, there was a block,
obstruction,
and now Sikuta.
Tabu for Mondi, a man on the outside could have gone for the dummy, decided to offload it out wide to the man with pace on the outside, Joseph Odoyo. Mwamba are going to take this one home.
2 tries
in a space of a minute.
And they push the game further away from MKU. But you look at the scenario and say that what you're talking about earlier today with regards to game management, or what MKU will be able to learn from this one, because if you look at it, they may be able to learn on how well to manage a game. When you're leading, what do? You don't get your foot off the gas. You still have to press on, because your opponent is not just going to sit down and wait for you to come.
Yeah, for sure. And one of the other things they can learn is how that try has been scored. You can see how the passes have gone through, but all the players are straightening and running it forward. That's what has created the space on the outside. If you run across, then you're going to kill the space. You're going to close the space for your winger.
Tony Omondi, the good kickoff, does a good 10.
Kai gathers.
Goes onto ground. There is Tony Omondi, very experienced. All the players there, alongside Daniel Tabu, who's done a stint with the Kenya 7's at the World Series level.
Tony Omondi into space, but the pass to Moses Keragori does not go to hand. It's been lost forward. Okay, you have a minute to score 2 tries. They trail by 12 points.
2 tries and 1 has to be converted, or 2 converted for them to take the lead.
Just over a minute could carry there from Samuel Patrick Mutua. And the flag goes up, double blow for the whistle. We shall see what the consultation is with the referees.
This is a stretched forearm.
The player has been summoned.
Yeah, it's a stretched forearm, yes.
Samuel Patrick leading with his elbow there, just in contact. And I like how the referees are being strict at it. They know, maybe we've noticed that it could be across the board, it could be a national problem, a national challenge, but the referees are not being any lenient. They are punishing every call as they should. Kai now on the outside edge for Mwamba. Good contest at the breakdown from MKU Thika. That was Charles Musimbi. Is the last play of the game. MKU will only get a consolation point, that consolation score that cuts the deficit by points difference. Through the hands, they have a 2-man overlap. There goes Boniface Ombok, dropping men for fun. And now recycled. David Milimo cuts back inside, offloads it out to Derek Onyango. Onyango isolated, but that was a high tackle on the short man. He gets up, restarts quickly, offloads it out wide. Through the hands first was Ian Mwendwa, and now it will be Ian Jack in the corner. He pulls some moves as well. That start, stop and defend makes for an easy finish. NKU Thika have got the consolation score against Mwamba. The conversion can bring them even closer. this very last play of this match. Conversion sails just wide of the uprights. And that brings us to the end of this game. Mwamba have finally put some points on the board, some wins on the board for themselves to look forward to an interesting day too once we get confirmation of the standings in this pool phase. They have won, Mwamba, the home team, by 24 points to 17 against MKU Thika. And now on comes the series leaders. Cabras had a shock result in the first game. They won the second, and now they're looking to close out Pool A. They will be taking on Nakuru in this Pool A encounter. Cabras in that bright and light neon green with yellow. Nakuru in the dark green and black. Both of them have one win in the pool. It's now a battle for who takes that second place behind Strathmore Leos. And you can see the fans beginning to pull the moves, preparing for the after party. Nakuru will be taking the kickoff from right to left on the screens against Cabras. Our center referee is Duncan Kiyoko for this one. And underway we go. Good contest in the air from Felix Okoth, but he loses that ball forward in the air. The kick went long and deep. It went past the lift from the Cabras at that pod on the outside edge, expecting that high ball Cabras were, but they were not able to get it through the hands, and it's been lost forward. They will start their attack with a scrum feed from just outside their 22. Cabras through the hands now. Skater Jackson onto the outside for Humphrey Asiligwa. Humphrey Asiligwa has found some space on the outside, but he's been brought down by the cross-covering defense of Gilbert Ochieng. Recycling it through the hands, and now onto the boot, kicking in open play is Cabras. They want to attack in this open space. Nakuru are there to gather. Barry Opondo. Now for Chris Santojong rather. Good contest from Cabras, and they've won the penalty as a player trying to secure the ball comes in from the side. And now the big man in the number 11 jersey, Derek Ashindu. Cabras strike against Nakuru. 2 minutes on the clock played. Look at how easy he makes breaking tackles look, Ashindu. This is the match that will determine who gets the second win in the pool. And as we await to see what the Strathmore, as we await to see the result, we get a confirmation of who will be joining the Strathmore Leos into the Cup quarterfinals. It's a much junior squad for Cabras compared to how they present themselves in the 15s game. I think this is an opportunity for the young men to make their introduction into top flight rugby, but then also join now the big boys at the bull ring in contesting for the Enterprise Cup and the Kenya Cup. Kuru go for touch. The attempt was for a long one from playmaker in the number 10 jersey. Can't seem to get his name. But the attempt went short and the line out does not go straight. Cabras not having to work hard to regain possession. They will attack with a scrum from the outside edge. You can put a man on the outside, on the short side as well, for Warren Kamadi in number 9 to use. But given that he's feeding it from the right side, it's a clear indication that he's going to go to the open side for the backs to attack. And he does so. Switch play from Skater Jackson to the big man running on the angle, and now recycled through the hands. Brian Mutua. Then again onto the open side. Chip and chase from Patrick Lumumba. The bounce of the ball favors Cabras. The bounce of the ball favors Skater Jackson, and it's a try for Cabras again. At full throttle, the momentum carries him over despite the tackle. Cabras have doubled their lead against Nakuru. You know, sometimes you're looking for a clean finish. You're looking for beautiful set plays. But 7's is a game of opportunities, and whether you win it clean, whether you get it dirty, whether it's a lucky bounce like that into the path of Skater Jackson, the most important thing is grinding the ball over the whitewash and getting the try, and that's what Cabras have done. Skater Jackson with the wrist that goes long and deep. It's been kept in the field of play by the chase, and now Cabras have an open side to attack. Humphrey Asiligwa bounces it through the hands but finds Derek Ashiindu, the big man. This time he's not able to make the breakthrough. He's been forced into touch. Good defense from Nakuru. We've not seen much of them from attack. They've been doing a lot of defending, and this time it pays off for them. They have a line out to throw from inside their 22. Cabras go up in the air and contest that line out. They win it and throw it back to Patrick Lumumba. Nakuru attempting to contest, but well secured by Cabras. Good leg drive from Alfred Orege. And back to the short side goes the little man, Warren Kamadi. He's seen that space and he's exploited it at the fringe of that breakdown. Try time, Cabras. 3 tries. 2-0 for Cabras. You can see him just open his eyes and see the space. He looked up and the space was there for him to exploit Warren Kamadi. Conversion this time is good. Cabras now 17 points on the board. Nakuru yet to open the account against the Sugarmen. There goes the halftime hooter, so we shall have just one more restart before going into the break. Can Nakuru put something on the board and perhaps have the momentum swing their way as we get into the second half? Chris Antojwang decides to take matters into his own hands, runs into the path of Brian Mutua, and he's been forced and dragged into touch by Alfred Orege, but tacklers did not release in time. There's Chris Antojwang. He puts a knee to the ground, or rather the Nakuru player puts a knee to the ground and is forced into touch. Tacklers needed to release as soon as possible. Nakuru now from just outside the 10-meter territory. Ojwang against the grain, goes back into contact and traffic rather. Good offload from Barry Opondo. They've gained a couple of meters with ball in hand. Opondo again for Juang. Numbers are plenty on the outside. They need to make use of this overlap. Gilbert Ocheng, inside, outside. Oh, he loses that ball forward. It looked like it was beautiful attack from Nakuru, but the defense from Kabras was up to task. Ashiyindu puts the shoulder in. The head forces the ball out of the hands of Nakuru, and that will be our last piece of action in this first half. Kabras flawless against Nakuru. They lead by 15 points to 0. Three games left to play on this day one of the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens. Kabras and Nakuru have 7 minutes in their final match on the day, and later we shall have Menengai Oilers against the Catholic Monks in Pool B, followed by Kenya Harlequin against the Nondescript, and the defending champions KCB against Masinde Muliro University. Most of the teams and the players who have completed their day one action have backed up and are retreating to their hotels for a recovery session, for a meal to replenish, to get fueled for day two, and then they can rest. A little analysis is going to be done by the teams to see how best they've utilized their day one and how much more they can get for day two. Good kickoff from Kabras. They have the advantage. Ball not gathered by Nakuru. Scrum on the 5-meter line, just past the 10-meter territory. Oren Kamadi feeds, carries, and then sends it out wide. Skater Jackson, ball is shuffled through the hands and goes to Derek Ashiyindu, the big man in the number 11 jersey. Do not be deceived, he has wheels for days, Ashiyindu, and he makes no mistake, beating his man for power, Gilbert Ocheng, and using that leg drive to power himself over for the try. 20 points on the board for Kabras. Derek Ashiyindu with the brace. Conversion is not successful, so score stays as is. There's Skater Jackson committing and then sending it out wide to the big man. 17 plus 5, 22 on the board for Kabras. They go to the open side again. This time it's well gathered by Nakuru. And he's done well to force a knee to the floor and prevent that turnover for the Maul. Good break through the middle is Nakuru. That was Habaku Kouma getting Nakuru into the Cabras half, and there's space to utilize for the men on the outside. What a carry from Oma, and now the team have scored a well-deserved try. Nakuru through the hands, utilizing the quick men on the outside. Conversion is good as well. 7 points on the board for Nakuru. Look at that catch and commit, leaving men on the floor. And then others just beaten for pace. Nakuru need to keep this shot high and contestable. Then they can see if they will win the ball and put up another try that brings this match even closer. Well won there by Felix Okoth into the 22 Nakuru goal. The kick was good, the contest was good as well. Now they have the ball inside the 22. Another break through the middle by Joel Mboya. Put to the boot for the Gasman on the outside. Cabras just about maintain possession. Well gathered by the winger on the outside in the number 22 jersey, James Olela. Nakuru have put up a contest and they've won the turnover. Player held up, ball not playable. Turnover well won by Nakuru. They are playing midway through this first half, 2 minutes and a half on the clock. Trailing by 15 points, so they need 3 unconverted tries or 2 converted and then 1. They can make the finale of this pool match exciting if they get those 2 tries. Joel Mboya through the hands. Ooh, beautiful steps from Habakkuk, and he offloads it out wide to Bonaventure Opande. Nakuru are toying with Cabras and they have been rewarded with a try in the corner. 22 points, 12 conversion to come. It needs to be taken quickly by Nakuru. Conversion not good enough. So still 2 tries needed by Nakuru to level matters against Cabras. They convert any of them, they might as well have pulled off the biggest comeback in the series today. Another high kick, but this time it goes deep. Cabras will have an easy pickup. Well gathered by Hilary Salano. Long ball out on the floor, not the best of passes. Nakuru forcing Cabras to attack from inside their own in goal, and they forced the handling error. Forward pass thrown. 50 seconds on the clock. James Olela forcing his teammate to throw a forward pass. The pressure was on from Nakuru, but the clock is slowly ticking away, and Cabras might have just done enough. There's the full-time hooter. Nakuru can only settle for the consolation score. The space on the outside, they do not need it, Nakuru. As Joel Mboya appeared to have taken a half gap, it was a pseudo gap that was quickly closed by the cross-covering defense of Cabras, and now they are piling on the pressure to Nakuru at that breakdown. Numbers overloaded on the short side, but ball goes to the open side. They opt to go for the drop goal. It's the first that we've seen of its kind. Not successful. There's that full-time hooter. Desperate times for Nakuru, called for desperate measures, but the results are not in their favor. And Cabras have taken a 22-12 victory against Nakuru at the end of this pool match. They have sealed their space, their slot in the main cup quarterfinals. Coming up next now is the Menengai Oilers against the Catholic Monks in Pool B. Menengai Oilers leading Pool B, taking on the Catholic Monks.
This game for the winner most likely to end up playing the loser of Pool A, who's the second place most likely, which is
Cabras.
So win this game, beat Cabras. So prep yourself well.
Maybe for some teams, if you have a cunning and a smart technical bench, you will take the loss, finish second in the pool, so that you can avoid the big team. But if the big team have finished second, it means that whoever beat them is probably a bigger force. So most teams will opt to go for the win all your pool games, and at least you'll have put your best foot forward going into day 2. Menengai Oilers. Crispin Shitundo into the half, and he's carrying straight forward just outside the 22. A good contest from the Catholic Monks. Didn't look like they had released the tackled player before putting their shoulders in for the contest at the breakdown, but it's well maintained by the Oilers. Through the hands now. Long passes to the men on the outside. Offload into the space to the man running on the shoulder. Good supporting line from Samuel Maura in short there. He made the pass, followed it, and once the break was there, he was on hand to pick the offload and score the try. And the conversion is just wide of the uprights. But there's that pass from Maura into the hands of Amos Obaya, and he stays alive, Maura, to go pick up the offload and get the try under the up, just to the right of the uprights at full throttle.
Current score, Menengai Oilers against Catholic Monks, 5-0.
Both teams have had a good start to the weekend with the respective wins, and this making their third win table team. Which comes out second of this pool. Will be playing against Strathmore University also, who have been very good this weekend.
Osundwa.
Perfect score of 3 wins.
Catholic Monks looking for their third win. Ball is in the hands of Felix Omondi. He's running across, and he finds some space on the outside edge. The cross-covering defense just about stops him in his tracks across the 10-meter line. Now there's spaces that have opened from the cross-covering defense, and an attempt from Kevin Buru to go for Braun as opposed to Brains. Ends up losing the ball forward. Sent the fend out, but my, what power and response from Stephen Arunga to force that handling error. And you can see the result of that. Kelvin Buru is on the floor in pain. There was only one winner from that contest, and it wasn't him.
Definitely. And as we have a medical break, hold on to the time. The teams that are already done with the A1, as we await fixtures from, the next fixture will be Kenya Harlequins taking on the nondescripts and Sinimuliro University taking on KC. Complement this one and get the 5-pointer. Easy does it for him.
It's not the first time we've mentioned it, that Abukuse is the first to strike for the Menengai Oilers. This time it came late, 5 minutes already played, but he's finally got it. That was his first touch on the ball as well.
And see the Caleb right there on the bench, technical bench for Catholic University of East Africa Monks. Caleb was my junior in high school, and he's done really well for himself with that university side alongside Jawich Ray.
Jawich Ray led the Kenya Chipu through. Results aside, I think that was like a show of improvement from Kenya under-20 at the World Rugby Under-20 Trophy in Scotland.
That was they did super well considering how the setup was. These guys were coming in, first and foremost, they'd shocked the, what's it called, the perennial, quote-unquote, African representatives. That is the Zimbabweans, who knew that this is already theirs. Shock on them, and to go all the way to Scotland, they're not able to get a good outing, but I'm guessing the exposure was also good just for the young boys. They'll speak about this for years to come.
And you can see what exposure on the Kenya's Shujaa team is doing for Abukuse. He's playing like the star he is. Needs just one touch on the ball and he scores the try. This is his second touch on the ball and he scored another try, Abukuse.
Try by Abukuse Dennis, conversion successful.
He's been very dominant across. Whenever he's called upon, he's taken up the position and done his best. Dennis Abukuse.
3 tries on the board for the Menengai Oilers against the Catholic Monks. It's the last play of the first half. Kicked straight into touch is the restart, so the Monks have a free kick at the halfway line. 2 balls on the playing field. We'll need to first kick one out and then we can get the restart going.
And here we go.
Samuel Omolo onto the outside for Dennis Mulinge. Switch play into the hands of Philip Walukana. He had 2 shoulders awaiting him but released that ball. And
now he used the space that was in between well.
And now onto the open side. There goes Felix Omondi. Contest from Cabras at the breakdown. They forced a handling error and got the full turnover, but tackler had not released fully. Quickly restarted by Omolo. He sends it out.
I know both teams are by the Rai brothers, but this is the Menengai Oilers and not Cabras.
Oh yeah. Apologies for that. Menengai Oilers. And now there goes the Monks. Philip Walukana.
Abukuse turning offense into defense.
Walukana is making his appeal to the referees. Maybe he has a case. There's Walukana against Abukuse. Foot race. He loses that ball forward. The claim that he was tackled without the ball will not stand, and that's going to be a handling error in my view. But the sole judges of truth and fact are the referees. And now we await their decision. Abukuse kicked it out of his hands.
While in his possession, that's the issue.
He kicked it out of his hands, and I think after taking that second view, I agree with the referees that there's a penalty from...
That's a penalty try, correct? Fantastic.
Penalty from Dennis Abukuse, and he likely will be spending the next 2 minutes in the bin. Abukuse, ball was in the hands of Philip Walukana, and it was kicked out of his hand. Cynical play, preventing a try-scoring opportunity. A full 7 on the scoreboard for the Catholic Monks. Oilers down to 6 men at the start of the second half, and that is the final play in this.
Was it confirmed for the yellow card, or do I wait confirmation from?
I saw it on the screen. So
Catholic Monks 7.
the Monks trailing the Oilers by 17 points to 7 at halftime. Then 10 points separating these two teams. 7 minutes to play. The Oilers get us underway with a contestable kick, but it's well gathered by the Monks and then lost forward in the air. Good contest from the chasers there, from the Oilers.
And though they're a bit short-handed as the 6 men only in the field of play.
Pelda Dogeta. He tries to wrestle his way onto the ground, but he's been held up by the Catholic Monks. It's not yet a full maul, and the shoulders go in, making it a full maul, so they've held him up successfully. A little bit of banter and trolling. Consultation from the referee. Looks like a signal for a high tackle against the Catholic Monks.
They're trying to keep him high. They went high even on the sides with the hands moved from below the shoulder all the way across the shoulder, which is definitely illegal. We're on a medical break.
It's that seatbelt tackle. You can see it. The hand is under the armpit, but there's another hand wrapped above the shoulder. And that's just about how Belda Dogeta was lucky that the turnover was not successful from the Catholic Monks. That's Samuel Maura needing attention. He's urged by his team to find touch in the corner.
Marines and Embu RFC, please head back to Impala. Marines and Embu RFC.
It's a two-day tournament. Teams play 3 games, then you get seeded in the knockout stages, which will be taking place on the second day. Still end up playing another 3 games the second day. Best of 7's rugby.
It's round 4 of the 2024 SportPesa National 7 Series, National 7 Circuit rather. We were here for the first round in the Christie 7's, then took a quick trip to Kakamega for the Ingo 7's, then the Dallas 7's last weekend. This is round 4, and it's shaping up properly for the final run. We have a break next weekend, and the last 2 weeks will be the home run to determine who is going to be the 2024 champion in the Kenya 7's circuit. Beldad Ogeta for the Oilers finally gets his word out to the Catholic monks who had stopped him from making the break. The support, the setup rather, coming in from Dennis Abukuse, off the scene being that quality that he brings back onto the playing field, committing 2 men and offloading into space on that switch play.
And MRC, please head back to Impala Grounds. Conversion successful. Current scores for Menengai, Oilers 24, Catholic monks.
There's that switch, committing 2 men. On defense, the easiest way to defend a switch is by marking the zone, not marking the man. Whether the man runs across or regardless of what he does, you stay in your zone. The inside man committed onto Abukuse, and that's how the gap opened up for the Oilers. I think there was a knock on there, and then ball picked up by a player in an offside position, so it's likely to be a penalty. Elkins Musonye knocked it forward in an attempted tackle. There's the contact, and then it's picked up by his number 9, Eric Ogutu. But the referee says we'll just have a scrum. Ball lost forward at the back of that scrum by the Catholic monks. That's good pressure coming in from the Oilers. It's on the outside for the Oilers to exploit through Alvin Cavoli. They recycle it quickly after that tackle on the wing, and now through the hands. Beldad Ogeta. Flag goes out for the assistant referee. He has something to communicate to the ref, but for now we play on. Abukuse maintains possession for the Oilers. Ogeta plays it. He's isolated, contest at the breakdown by the monks. Oilers still maintaining possession. Now through the hands, Alvin Cavoli has Elkins Musonye on the outside. Musonye looking for space on the inside, decides to secure the ruck. Oilers recycling through the hands, spaces beginning to open up in the middle.
Quite unfortunate for him.
Abutwali Bwesonga, the pseudo gap opened and closed in front of him. And now back to the short side. The little number 9 sells the dummy. Eric Ogutu Chokoth dishes it out and says, relax to Alvin Cavoli. They need the defense to make a contest, and finally the try can be scored. But my, what a play from the man in that number 9 jersey, Eric Ogutu. Sells the dummy and then marches through the middle.
There's a couple of queer players who should be checked out at Toy Market, because where that dummy sold them, they may be checking out on some of the new arrivals there, because that was a very clear, good dummy. And as we proceed to the end of that fixture, looking into... Are we done with that fixture? Let's just wait confirmation from center of the field. I can see the center referee is not leaving the field, so we're still here.
There'll be one last play as the hooter goes. Oilers leading by 31 points to 7 against the Monks. The Monks maybe can use this last play to get some consolation points on the board. The Oilers can use it to stamp their authority and go as the top seed from the pool into the Cup quarterfinals tomorrow morning.
Monks will now be taking on another university side. They'll be playing against Strathmore Leos tomorrow. That's going to be a cracker, considering those two are very good, both very good university sides. Let's see what they're able to execute on that day 2 of the George Mwangi.
Kick goes long and wide. I thought it went into touch, so the hooter has gone. Should have been the last play, but the referee says let's play on one more time.
Whoa.
Good running from inside his own 5, looking for options and scanning, but finds no one. That was Brian Nyamboki. He's been held up in contact, shoulders in. Maul has been called, and now the Oilers have one task: make that ball unplayable or just carry the man into touch. They're urged by their bench to get it just done. Whistle is blown, and that is the final play of this match. The bench from the Oilers pulling some of the Monks players into the hurdle for celebration. There's that man in the last play, tried to pull the rabbit out of the hat, Brian Nyamboki, and ultimately found himself in the wide arms of Elkins Musonye
And Dennis Abukusi.
and Dennis Abukusi. Only one outcome from that.
You just have to lose possession from that scenario.
Confirmation then, full time.
Final
Menengai
score.
Oilers 31 and the Catholic Monks 7.
We're going into the second last game of this day 1. And this one, we start off with Kenya Harlequins taking on Nondescripts. Kenya Harlequins are second in the series log with just behind the Kabras Rugby team and ahead of KCB Rugby.
Amoni Wamalwa of the Harlequins will be kicking off from right to left. He hands it out to
Lucky, the world.
and the Nondis now have first possession of the ball. Amon Huma bumped off that breakdown by Calvin Sheunda.
It's
And the
Ronnie
short
Omondi.
ball thrown by Ronnie Omondi into the path. That was into the path of Fred Shisia. He was isolated and gave away that penalty for holding on. And now gaps have opened up on the outside from that Haman Huma long pass into the path of Maxwell Kipsang. He goes just to the 5. Tackler not released. Tackler not releasing, and another penalty for the Harlequin.
That was Charles Omondi. Charles Odhiambo, remember, with his good ball carries in the second game. And to see that he's able to capitalize on this. There was player was held. He should have released. Not sure of the call there, but
Tackler not releasing before going on to contest for the ball at that breakdown. Wamalwa feeds.
he wants to go around.
Because the short side is known for going to the short side, but he ran out of real estate. Flag has gone up. He's in touch.
Quite unfortunate, because it was smart as he had figured from coming from the other side. The other scrummer will not have gotten him.
The defense were quick. They knew that that's the decision that he would take and covered that short side. Scrum on the 5-meter line, you do not have much space to work with, unfortunately, Wamalwa.
Not.
The Harlequins, however, contested that breakdown and at that line out, and Leonard Fogang
And considering that
picks
that
up
was
the pieces.
Anondi's line out, though not clinical in how well they executed. That's supposed to be an easy to pick, collect the ball, float it back, kick away from danger, but
Another call for you, please head to the Impala Grounds.
not really going their way with that first attempt by Queens. Queens were able to be clinical, and they collected 5 points from that.
I think at that situation you want to throw the ball. There's two options. You throw it short at number 2 and you ensure that your jumper gets the ball at the front of the line out. Or since it's at the 5, your team are standing 5 meters away while the opposition is standing 10 meters away. Throw the over ball.
Then still collect it.
And then still collect it. But the contest from the Queens was good and they won that turnover and eventually scored the try. Queens have possession still, but there's been a head collision between Herman Humwa and Bruce Odiambo. Bruce Odiambo not able to continue with the game. He's clutching on his head.
That's a medical emergency.
Humwa still able to play on. Ball through the hands. Wamalwa. Wamalwa to Lucky. And then on to the outside. Queens maintaining possession at the edge. They have the advantage as well. There's that collision inset between Herman Humwa and Bruce Odiambo. Bruce Odiambo, I think, ran into the back of Herman Humwa.
Easy offload and setting up Queens for yet another try.
David William. Ball goes through the hands, committing himself with ball in 2 hands. Leonard Fogang, the try scorer early on, and then he frees a hand out for David William to get an easy finish in the corner for the Harlequins.
A conversion is successful by Amon Omalo. Aldisha, this is a very unique poll because it has Kenya Harlequins, nondescripts, Daystar Falcons, and KU Black Blood. Black Blood beats Daystar.
Yes, they did.
And we have a situation where Nondis lost against the Nondis lose the game earlier by Kenya. Harlequins were able to secure 2 wins. This will be their 3rd win. They're perfect. Nice to look for who's going to make it as the number 2 of this pool. I guess it goes down all into the goal difference.
Points difference will go a long way in determining who makes it to the Cup quarterfinals or goes into the Challenge Trophy. And as it stands, the Queens are dominating in this pool. Even with just their restarts, they're going to hand. It looks more like a pass across the wing. Leonard Fogang now. Wamalwa decides to come and pick up and set up play. Lucky Dewald looking for numbers. Oh! Leonard Fogang turns his man inside out. And once you show your number to your attacker,
that's it for you. Slides out.
There's Leonard Fogang, turns the big man inside outside. What a try from the Queens.
Still about a minute to play in the first half with Queens leading 17-0 against Nondis.
They turned him inside out and he twisted his ankle.
The big man is still here. The big man is good. The big man is the number 4. So him is still in the field of play. I guess that's another person.
So there were 2 victims in just one move.
The highlights won't show the other guy getting injured. They just show this guy being taken in and out. And I'm guessing I'll wish that we could get further replay into the in and out.
Oh.
And that's
Benjamin Wanimo will have no kind words for Leonard Fogang after what he did to him. And I think Nondis have lost their fly half Calvin Shewunda in that sequence of play. We take another look at it. Oh, Shewunda pulled his hamstring. You can see him just at the front of the screen on defense. He pulled his hamstring. Oh, that's
the overlap
unfortunate.
that happened on that play.
Perhaps that's how it explains how the gap managed to open up on that short side. Ooh, he gives the ball away to Lucky Dewald.
Quite unfortunate for
Too
Nandis.
eager to get the restart going, and you squander possession easily like that. That's a strong carry, leaving Maxwell Kipsang on the floor. And now the Queens through the hands. Lucky Dewald,
Very good left.
Herman Humwa. David Mwangi. Mwangi did not make use of that overlap. It looked like it was shaping up to be a good set play from the team. Kenya Harlequins, they can be entertaining on a good day. They can play some flashy and exciting rugby.
They've been a good. If you remember the last game, which was nearly going into sudden death, where they were all set against Kenya Harlequins, against the Daystar Falcons, and what they were able to do when I called it when if you're not able to punish them, they'll punish you. And you remember the moment of brilliance by Emono Malo, where he's able to just kick above the defender, make a chase, be able to collect it, and be able to score a try even while being tackled. So that was such a statement. Center referee there, Kevin Wambugu, confirming that everything is intact, and I'm guessing it's the last play before we go into the break. 17 points to nothing.
On this pick and feed from the scrum. Catch, commit and pass as well. They're doing through Charles Odiambo. Then back to the short side, an attempted intercept from
there is a big man running.
David William, and now the big man is running through the middle. This action returned to where the scrum was. That's in the number 20 jersey. Isaac Karanja made a huge break through the middle. We shall have some consultation with the assistant referees.
Hey, yellow card was there.
Pockets been touched. Harlequins reduced. Harlequins reduced to 6 men. I think there must have been cynical play there as Karanja made the break. Amon Wamalwa contesting. Herman Humwa attempts to make that tackle, but it is the slow roll from David William, or rather from David Mwangi, that has given away the penalty, and I think it's him that's going to spend the next 2 minutes in the bin. Good break now off the scrum from Dominic Osino on the short side. Decides to go alone into the 22, hits the deck, does not offload, does not release rather, and gives her a penalty. Now Queens want to finish the first half with even extra points. Hamon Wamalwa, however, looks like he's just going to run it into touch and lead us into the break at halftime.
Halftime scores.
We say the Queens can be entertaining, but they can also be a funny team to play against. Look at Hamon Wamalwa using all that energy to run into touch, and it's not funny to the Nondis, but
they thought the game is still on.
They mean business on the scoreboard, the Harlequins. At halftime, they lead against the Nondescripts by 17 points to 0.
the sun was out.
I wouldn't want to take credit for the weather that
Denying us good
has
weather.
dominated today's proceedings, but I'm happy that the rugby has given us a fair show nonetheless. But we have second half between the Kenya Harlequins and the nondescript century-old club, who are very active in the competitive category and in exhibition category with their legends, the Nondis. Quickly restarted through Dominic Osino. He goes to the short side.
It's Ronnie.
Switch into Charles Odiambo.
I remember the carrier. The previous game.
And then Omondi to the short side. He realized Herman Huma was still tracking backwards. Again to the short side goes Dominic Osino. Queens have been made to pay, have been made to watch that short side. The flag goes out. It's likely that Osino was in touch.
That's a very good, I believe that's a good try. It's a way the AR to just confirm everything is good on that side.
There's Ben Nyambu, the Nondi's head coach, not mincing his words with the instructions he's sending to his judges on the pitch. Try has been awarded. Nondi's with 5 on the board. Conversion to come by Daniel Okito.
And time was really trickling down. I was worried about the amount of time he was spending before taking that conversion.
You have just 30 seconds to get the conversion done, and 30 seconds after that to get the restart. So Osino's try has eaten up about a minute in Nondi's comeback against the Queens.
Osino with the restart again. Gets a good 10. The ball is high.
Well gathered by Lucky Dewald. Herman Huma goes to the short side, throws a chicken wing pass out into the path of David William. David William offloads it to the next man in line. Now Herman Huma recycling it out wide. The Queens have shaped up on the outside. Charles Kinyanjoy onto the wing they go. Brian Ratila was isolated on the outside. The Nondis loaded numbers and are contesting that breakdown. Osino wins it, but he came in from the side off his feet and gives away a penalty for Wamalwa to quick restart. Wamalwa puts it to the boot. He's looking for the favorable bounce. It's high up in the air into his hands. Amon Wamalwa, one man is all it takes for the Kenya Harlequins to beat the Nondis.
I believe there's a player who's just showcased how well to execute on the kick and chase. He must have borrowed a book from Philip Wokorach from his time while he was in Kenya, because that was one great player who would always be able to kick and chase and make it count and punish the opposition. Amon Wamalwa has not just kicked the first time today. This
is the third time he has done that.
And each and every time he's kicked, it's been a successful kick. And he's not the most, heavily built of players, but as he's showcased, when he puts the try down, it's all in the brains, bro.
That was the celebration. You can see it there. It's all in the head.
Yeah.
Queens now lead by 24 points to 5 against the Nondis. Restart goes short. Gathered by Omondi for
that was smart and brilliant.
And he cuts up on the short side. He has a straight path to the try line. He does not have the pace to go all the way, so he's looking for the support runners. Ronnie Omondi first to arrive at that breakdown is Isaac Karanja, recycled through the hands. Charles Odiambo.
Hey, that was a dribble.
Sankara Wafula in a standing stance has lost that ball forward. The ball bounced in front of him, and that unpredictable bounce with a man in front of him, Brian Ratila, applied just enough pressure to force that handling error, and Queens are being urged to get it on.
Wamalwa moved his eyes off the ball, and
Wamalwa called for the substitution, and that's why we have the delay in the restart there. It's the fine margins, isn't it, when it comes to rugby sevens?
Very true. any oversight, any scenario that is looked into, you get punished from that. So
yeah, there's Wamalo on the floor. I thought the substitution had been made, but still on the playing field. He emptied the tank in that try-scoring opportunity.
When the chase was for Ronnie Omondi.
Queens now on the attack, are about halfway.
It's a knock on.
Backliners were not aware of the pace that was going to come from that set piece. Brian Ratila throws what should be an easy pass to catch. Receives what should be an easy pass to catch, but he loses it forward. And you know, there's a certain frustration that comes from the forwards. You've come up from a scrum before you even set to see what's happening in front of you. You see a backliner losing the ball forward. You have to set up for another scrum. It's really, really frustrating. And it's just about maintain possession.
Yeah, the best of passes from
Ronnie Omondi with the fend on Ratila. He fights his way to the floor. Nondis can only just about get a consolation score to end this second half. They have a number on the outside. Cutting back inside is Maxwell Kipsang. Through the hands first was Karanja, and now Utiambo through the middle. Fred Shisia caught by the Queen's defense, who give away a penalty, who give away advantage at that breakdown. Ronnie Omondi now offloading it out to Daniel Okito. Okito inside to the man on the out, the man with the number 16 jersey. It gets back into the hands of Okito. Nondis are just 5 or even less meters short, but they have to recycle it out wide. There goes Osino. Osino through the hands to Fred Shisia. Try time, Nondis. And that's how you end a game that has been put out of reach of you. You want to put consolation points on the board. Nondis have built from deep inside their own half, and they've been rewarded with a try.
That's the end of that fixture. Nondis not able to make quite a comeback. That they let it late. They tried to. They're not as clinical as they were in the first 2 games compared to this one when they're playing against Kenya Harlequins. Kenya Harlequins have been very good this weekend. Have won 3 of their fixtures, and they'll end up top of the pool. And we'll await. We'll share confirmation on which team becomes second between Nondis, the Easter Falcons, and KU. Did KU win any game?
None that I can recall. There's that good conversion from the Nondis and the full-time whistle, but it was a beautiful team try. One of the hard workers in there was Ronnie Omondi, and then through the hands of Kito, using the power to carry himself forward, did not need to release. Maintains possession. Support is there. It's recycled through the hands, and eventually try for the Nondis. Fred Shisia with the score. Confirmation then of our full-time score as we turn towards the last game of the day. 24 points for the Harlequins, 12 for the Nondis. And now we have the defending champions to close out a day 1. KCB against the tricky university side, Masinde Muliro. Masinde Muliro will have the kickoff. From left to right, KCB will have the first possession.
If they're able to hold on to it, it's a scenario of this is 7's. You can kick well high. With which team was that one that was very clinical with their first 4?
Strathmore Leos and the Nondis as well. Good kickoffs early on in the day. Ooh,
that was bad because he got him while he was in the air. That was really, really, really bad. That's Elvis Olukusi.
You'll be lucky to get away with such an unsafe action and not get a yellow card. Player is in the air,
Don't touch
engaging the
player.
shoulder. Can only be one outcome.
That's Emmanuel Sakwa with that unfortunate play.
And he goes to the bin as well. So Masinde Muliro will start this first half already handicapped against the defending champions.
That KCB scrum has Elvis Olukusi, Vincent Onyala and Jacob Oje. And that scrum position is Samuel Asati. If you've noticed, Masinde Muliro have opted not to put a scrum half. Quite the move there. Samuel Asati offloading the ball, going all the way. That's Vincent Onyala to Jacob Oje and goes all the way to Vincent, to Elvis Olukusi. Cuts back in. He has a massive size. He's not the easiest of players to bring down. And with the look, he's seen the stare down he's given the opponent. I'm guessing that's the guy who would, the guy who tackled him is totally not in the field of play right now. He's in the naughty boy chair observing 2 minutes for disciplinary action. Elvis Olukusi stands at 6'4".
He's a big unit, Olukusi.
Yes, 2 inches taller than me, so at least I can relate how it is up there. That's just a recap of how the ball flew from Asati coming all the way through Onyala to Jacob Oje and finally to Elvis Olukusi. KCB. There was a knock of the ball by Vincent Onyala, so the ball stays with Masinde Muliro. So the team from Kakamega that has been doing some great play of rugby back on that side. I do not know why they've opted to play on this side. Jacob Oje is not the player you wish to go against in such a position.
I mean, if you're Masinde Muliro, you have nothing to lose. You'd rather just go ahead and do it.
And there was a knock right there. KCB had some great momentum, but unfortunate for Emmanuel Opondo, who's not able to collect that pass from Vincent Onyala. Let's see what Veron Kaburu, the number 9 jersey for Masinde Muliro, they're able to execute coming into this, with the possession being there in this scrum. The referee for this match is Linus Kamande, assisted by Innocent Kimathi and Robinson Kiplangat. And here we go. Vernon kicks deep all the way inside the KCB 22.
The chase needs to be good against Floyd Wawire. He can be a quick runner. And yes, it was. They've won the turnover, Masinde Muliro.
And Tintin is able to collect the tackle. Goes for the second one, misses. Less offloads are coming from Masinde Muliro. There's more of individual brilliance. If they could take the ball further, and had they done that earlier, they would have had a better chance. That was a very good turnaround. Good collection from that play. And good offload to the side. And this is Masinde Muliro getting across the paint to also get a scoreline.
You know, we mentioned that if you're Masinde Muliro against KCB, you might as well just do it. They're the top seed in this pool. They're playing against a team they've beaten before this season. As it stands, KCB are not the big dogs in this pool. It is Masinde Muliro, and
Actually
it's
true.
showing it's showing with how they are approaching this contest. Regardless of the names and the pedigree that is in this KCB team, Masinde Muliro are playing like the team that want to top this pool.
Cyprian Ombaso. The kick was high, but the conversion not successful. It's a Masinde Muliro ball as a kick for. Let's see how they're able to execute that. There's overcommitment right there by KCB. A good step back in by Cyprian, and they were able to capitalize and get points on the scoreboard. I'm guessing that's Cyprian. Very good high kick. Asati held by Jacob Oje. And there is KCB moving the ball end to end. Whoa. And KCB able to capitalize on that, some individual brilliance, but then for this player, he's not only just showed up today for this game, but he's shown up throughout this the first 3 games of this tournament. And as you can see, Vincent Onyala pointing to where the try should be put. Floyd Obwire, born in 1999, 30th of March.
He's a Gen Z.
A proper Gen Z.
And I think that's what we like to see from the Kenyan youngsters, that they take matters into their own hands. They take charge of what they want to see for their country, for their team as well. And that's Floyd Wawire. The break was already made, but he ran that supporting line. You can see him just coming and then cutting back on the inside, stays alive, puts his hands out, grabs the ball. Wasn't the best of offloads, but he was just able to gather, and he's urged to the center by his teammates to score that try and make for an easy conversion.
Here's the run. There is Jacob Oje. He's done an in and out and left a player still wondering where Jacob is and what happened to them. And here is Elvis Olukusi offloading to Vincent Onyala. Not the best of passes. Olukusi was right there to collect, but it didn't go successful for him. I guess it's if I'm not wrong, we'll be getting the call of the halftime break. Jacob Oje not doing Bevon Okoth the best. There's quite some experience in how Jacob did that step in and out. Olukusi offloaded to Onyala, and he expected a reverse of that as we go into halftime with KCB leading 12 points, Masinde Muliro 5. Second half, and KCB starts it going, and it's collected right there by Vincent Onyala. The ball is brought to the other side. There is Asati. He makes it so clinical that it's so easy for the runner who's just following him to get the easiest of passes and acres of space right in front of him. And he goes back to him and is able to make a very easy try right to the center of the uprights.
KCB wasting no time in this final 7 minutes of day one. They've struck within 15 seconds of the restart, and it's from that chase by Onyala and then the two halfbacks combined. It's like running through cones on a training ground. Samuel Asati.
Manuel Opondo. KCB have depth in the 9 position, because now that's Brian Wahinya, also plays in the same position.
Ooh, I think that's going to be a cause for concern. Masinde Muliro have the advantage, but they had a man sent to the bin early on for that, and now KCB will surely not be surviving that.
Oh, it's play on. Was it that it was accidental?
It's always accidental, but the onus of safety is on the player
defender,
who is on the floor,
yes,
not the player who is in the air.
Yes. Very good ball carry right there, and Masinde Muliro mean business as they pursue to get something out of this, and he's knocked the ball. They had a very good run right there, but then unfortunate for the player, I think there was an instance where there was an overlook and the ball was lost.
I mean, he just got caught.
Ombima Washington was the player with the ball, had moved it so well, then the turn of events.
Is that Elvis Olukusi asking for a substitution?
Andrew Amonde is wondering, what are you asking for? Stay there. There is Asati. Ball to Wahinya. And that's Michael Wamalwa. Look at the run. Wahinya has covered it well. You can see the brilliance of that pass. So that Austin Sukutua wasn't able to collect it and make magic out of it. It's a Masinde Muliro University line out. Here is a replay of that pass from Wahinya. No, from Asati, Samuel Asati. Ball back to the hands of Veyron Kaburu.
I think KCB, they are guilty of trying to close the space, but Masinde Muliro goes short with a smart line out. Wahinya has to shove the referee out of the way, and he ends up setting Asati into a heavy shoulder.
Omalo is not the players you wish to just attempt to bully, because he's not. Here is Masinde Muliro with an attempt at goal. Not the best of plays, and Wahinya offloads. Very good running right there. Eyes wide open. Whoa, and there was no one chasing him. Tyson Minot, I saw himself having an easy run. The try box. I'm guessing this is his first for the weekend.
Yeah, should be. And he has good running form after that turnover. Masinde Muliro looked like they were doing a really good job with ball in hand, going through the phases, but you can see the 5 players
they've come to cheer him. That's his first, first for the weekend. That was really
the
great.
Entire 7 they are celebrating with him for his first score. See his running form like a pure athlete. And then the jog with power.
Just to wind it up, and like, I've done it already. Now just a showboat of this is who I am. Wahinya going for the 2 complementary, and the successful, so the score moves to 26 KCB Masinde Muliro 5.
Celebration still ongoing.
Taiso. We have less than 2 minutes to play. As you say, that was a very athletic run. Focus.
It's the form, the high knees, the way how he fully extends his legs, and then he's running on his toes. So that means he's reducing the amount of time that he has on the floor. It's very good running from him.
KCB able to collect from that. I believe there was a knock. My Masinde Muliro player touched it, so he must have gone forward. Yeah, that's a knock on. So it's just a scrum. Less than a minute 30 to play. KCB seem to have this one in the bag. They've collected all the three wins. 3 wins from their 3 games today. This is Pool D, and the winner of Pool D will be playing the second place team from Pool C. And the runner-up from this one, who are Masinde Muliro, will be playing against Harlequins. So the ball is off. Sikutwa, Wahinya Brian. Ball is moved end to end. He committed to, and then, yes, still yet another heavy run by Taiso. Good offload. Wahinya playing it further wide. Who's at the far end? That's the man himself, Jacob Oje. Cuts back in.
He has the advantage for an attempted high tackle.
And they kick the ball out. We're up for the day. That's the final of day 1 from the field of play. If you're still at home and you're wondering what's happening, there's still yet an after party taking place here at the RFUEA Grounds. We'll just go through a wrap-up of how the day has been. But from Pool D, KCB take it up. From Pool C, Kenya Harlequins. Pool B has Menengai Oilers on top, and Pool A has Strathmore Leos. So if you're asking about Kabras was second in Pool A. Then Catholic Monks was second in Pool B. Pool C is the one that is still awaiting just confirmation on what transpired from that. Now we go back into Division 2, a couple of Division 2 games as we wind up the day.
The after party is for the fans. The players will be looking to sign out as quickly as possible from this RFUEA Grounds, go to their hotels, get a meal, refresh, and reset, go through their recovery session, do some analysis, and prepare for day 2. They will need to have an early night if they are to put their best foot forward for the cup final tomorrow.
This has been it from us. I've been one of the co-commentators. My name is Willie Wex alongside
Ernest Akurebirunji.
Ernest is coming all the way from across the border. He flew in yesterday. He covered the Kabeberi series last year, and he's become a fixture for this tournament. Glad to have you, and see you tomorrow.